Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. They lie again, have you had your fill? Let go of lies, take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. It's time to take your second red pill. I know you've had your fill. It's time to take your second red pill. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, exposing the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes.
Greetings and salutations, friends, old friends, and I'm sure we have a lot of new friends tonight, and welcome to all of you. So, tonight we're going to be starting a brand new series here on Truth Seekers. And, a wiser man than me once said that opportunities multiply as they are seized. So, some time ago, I got an opportunity to be a guest on the Keynote Casino, and I'm so glad I did that. But it was really kind of strange to me because I've been in my own little genre for so long, and being on that show opened me up, honestly, to some of the craziest and most controversial topics and people on the internet. And I, for one, have always been a fan of like powerful, creative, artistic people, especially early adopters of certain things. Some people know I was an early adopter of digital audio technology. I was making music on computers before most people knew that that was even possible. Um, so I really have this tremendous respect for people who break new ground or use their creativity with technology in interesting ways. And tonight's guest, Darksydephil, is one of those people. Now, to be honest, Darksydephil is a hero to some and a villain to many others. He was an early video game competitor before a lot of people even knew that there was game competitions, but also he was an early pioneer and adopter of Let's Plays. Some people say he may have invented that term, Let's Play, and then the game that you're playing, and of course, video game streaming. And he's been at this for many years, which really has earned him a permanent place in internet pop culture. And regardless of where you stand on tonight's guest, love him or hate him, he has become one of the most controversial people on the internet. Um, And as I said, before most people even realized like that you can make a full-time living playing video games, Darksydephil was there doing it. And he's been doing it ever since. So really, no one can deny that he deserves some credit for that. But it got me thinking, at what cost? What was the price of that? Because along with success of becoming a professional video game player, there came a great deal of trials, tribulations. Of course, we all know there's all these controversies about him, disputes, detractors, you know, wins, losses, failures, some would say. So tonight we're going to try to go deep on all of this. And a note on support, for tonight. Since we have this guest here for a limited time, I always keep my commitment. We read every single super chat and we thank every single gifted membership or gifted subs over on Kick. And we thank everybody. But I'll be doing that after the interview is completed. I just think it would be rude if we keep interrupting the guests to praise the cash every few minutes. But we do thank you for your generosity and support, and what a generous crowd it is, because before the show even began, Wacky Shuck gifted 10 free YouTube memberships, which is why you should subscribe right away, because if you subscribe, if you're a subscriber but not yet a YouTube channel member, and some kind and generous person gives memberships, you might win a free one. So I'm going to just run through the live chat real quick and shout out Ralphie Mail with a kind and generous $10. Big up, Steve. Love you. Can you ask DSP what he thinks of Basketball Americans? Yeah, I'll try and do that. We're going to try. We have a lot of stuff to go through. I was just talking about this board I have next to me with all these Post-it notes on it, but we're going to try to get through that. And we thank those who gifted the memberships, and I lost one. Well, let's see. We have, Mr. Feel Nothing sent a super chat saying, please don't let Phil lie to you. He lies a lot. I mean, come on, guys. Try to be, listen, can we be kind and respectful to the guest tonight at least? And Uncreative Deconstruction with a kind and generous $5 says, praise the cash, ack. Yeah, so after this point in time, and feel free to let me know if I've forgotten a super chat, Uncreative Deconstructionism, thank you very much. So the support going forward, we're going to be reading after the interview. Like I said, I just think it's kind of rude because I know there's going to be a lot of them, but I will read every single one. I'll give some additional commentary. And if we hit the goal tonight, maybe I'll eat some delicious Arby's sandwiches. I'll put a vest on, a hat on. I don't know. We have different goals. Usually I just do overtime. We don't have those interesting goals like Darksydephil. So the rest of the support will be read after the interview portion, but I give you my commitment. I read every single one, so don't be shy about that. I'll be sticking around to interact with the live chat. I'm going to give some extra commentary on all of this because this has been a crazy week of research and trying to figure this all out. Now, I'm sure that there's some supporters of him watching that want me to be very, very kind, and I'm going to do my best to do that. Be kind and gentle to him, somebody reminded me. And I'm going to try my best to be fair, but they should know that I've been investigating Phil's history for a couple of weeks now, and I found some things that I wouldn't be doing my job tonight unless I asked him some very hard questions about some of the controversies in his history and what my investigation uncovered. And conversely, I'm sure there's an awful lot of detractors, haters, trolls, call them what you will, that are watching and want me to humiliate him or even crucify him here. But that's not my goal. That's not what we're here. Our goal tonight is simple. I want to get to the truth about Darksydephil, one of the most controversial people on the internet. So we've got limited time. I will be monitoring the live chat. If we have time, maybe he'll do some viewer questions, but we're going to begin and welcome one of the most controversial people on the internet, Darksydephil. Welcome.
Oh, the camera's on? The camera's been on the whole time? Oh, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I hope you weren't beating one off while we were waiting.
Well, I did a really quick cleanup job. Don't worry. I took care of it.
I don't know. I heard the last time you did no cleanup, but we'll get to that. So, listen, Darksydephil, first of all, thanks for doing this because I know you have this huge following, and whether it's hate watchers or not, I don't know, but you got a big following, and we've got so many people already. Almost 700 people watching already. So wow, thank you for helping give a boost to my channel. So I've done all the research into you, but I want to hear from you. So you start off as a competitive gamer, mostly Street Fighter, right? And you went all over the country competing with all the best players, right?
That's right. I grew up a fan of video games. I was actually introduced to video games by my uncle at a very young age. He was actually playing like a flight simulator on his computer in the 1980s when I was just visiting his house, and I was like, "What the heck is that?" And he saw how much
PC, those early ones, all blocky CGA and shit,
all wireframe, not even anything rendered.
Oh
right?
wow,
See right through everything. And he saw that I liked the game, and he gifted me his Atari 7800 console, and I brought it home. I was like fascinated, right? He gave
Oh
me all
man,
this.
you were spoiled. I started with Atari 2600. Phil, I showed my 8-year-old son who's a gamer Atari, and he was like, are you for real, Dad? He's like, it's like stick figures. Because you know why I showed him that? Because he was complaining about the graphics on some game of his not being good enough.
Wow.
And I was like, do you know what I had? Let me show you.
We were using a lot of imagination when we were playing video games. Let's put it that way,
And the box art looked nothing like the game back then.
Yeah,
remember?
it would always be some distorted like painting or masterpiece. Like, oh, it's gonna be like a freaking crazy Leonardo da Vinci painting in here. And then you turn on the game.
Yeah, or a hot barbarian chick, right? Like a hot
right.
barbarian chick. Then you get the game, and it just looks terrible. So then, but after that, you sort of. I hate to rush, but we got so much to get through. So after that, you figured out that you could just broadcast yourself before anybody was doing this. Really, you figured out that you could just broadcast yourself playing games. And this was pretty crude when you started. I know you get a lot of shit about this because you kept the crude setup for too long, right? You just put a webcam on a TV and just played like that, right?
Not even that sophisticated. It was actually a super old digital camera that I had from like the early 2000s. It didn't even do HD. It was like a 480p camera, only did a small 4:3 aspect ratio. So I had to actually angle it to fit my widescreen TV into the shot because it wasn't the proper aspect ratio. And, for me, when I started doing it, I started actually doing videos every day in 2008. And I was inspired by guys like the Angry Video Game Nerd or the Nostalgia.
Oh, I like that guy. I like that guy.
These were guys who they had absolutely no production budget, right? They didn't have a lot of money to sink into these projects, but they had talent. They were funny. They could film well.
Oh, and Angry Video Game Nerd, his early videos were like incredible. And what a concept. Like, I'm going to play Nintendo games and yell about them. But it took off. He got so successful. He still is.
I'm looking at this, and it's I had been into competitive Street Fighter, but I got a really bad lower back injury. I had a severely herniated disc, so I couldn't travel anymore to play Street Fighter. And I was like, I want to get back into games, but I see guys like the AVGN, and I'm like, I wonder if I could do something more than just play them for myself. So one day, just on a whim, I just set up a tripod. I put this old ass camera in front of the TV. I started recording and just basically just saying whatever came to my mind. And it was at first just kind of observational, but as I started uploading videos and people started watching them, they were like, it's a teen audience, especially back then on YouTube. It's a bunch of teenagers.
Sure, yeah.
So what do they want to hear? They want to hear like, swearing constantly, similar to what the AVGN would do. They want to hear sexual comments. They want to hear you talk shit to the people you're playing in video games and stuff like that.
Oh, come on, Phil. Is this your excuse for saying a lot of wacky shit back then?
Oh,
because you still get crap. People find clips that are 15 years old of you saying something like about a girl or like
back then. There was absolutely nothing.
It was a Wild West. It was a Wild West.
There was no cancel culture. It was just like, say whatever you want and see what happens. And that's exactly how I treated it. And it took off. Like, I thought this was going to be something stupid and like 5 people would watch. And within like 2 months of me making these random clips, I was getting sometimes tens of thousands of views per clip. And the clips were like a few minutes long. So my channel's taken off. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, why are people watching this? The quality's terrible and everything, right? But after people kind of egged me on and say, hey, we like your content, keep going, but can you improve it? So I bought an HD camera. I started doing a bigger variety of games. I started playing multiplayer games, and it just kind of grew and extrapolated from there. I did it for about 2.5 years as a hobby. I had a full-time job. I worked an office job, but then the company downsized and I got laid off. And I was like, what am I going to do now? I just bought a new place because I could live closer to this job for a smaller commute. And I was in a bad way. But luckily, I'd been doing this YouTube thing for 2.5 years. And I said, I wonder if there's any way that I could like make a living doing this. Well, gave it a few months of trials and tribulations. I got partnered with a company called Machinima. They started slapping ads on all my videos. I started making money.
That didn't end well, though, did it?
Not much ends well for me, as you know, if you followed my history.
Yeah, you have this, but dude, it's peaks and valleys, right? Like
that's exactly right. Just like
somebody told me this when I was having a really tough time trying to grow my channel. They're like, dude, it's peaks and valleys. Like you're not gonna have like every show be huge and pick up the algo won't pick it up. So you got to be okay with those peaks and valleys. You've had a bunch of those kind of peaks and valleys, I would say.
That's
Because
right.
then what was it? There was the machinima deal, and then that went to shit, and then you got another deal with another company, but then one company kind of scammed you, and they
Oh yeah. Hmm.
pretended that they had the juice to give you what you needed, but then they didn't, and there was less money, right?
It's so crazy, like, the whole ecosphere of YouTube and how there was these companies that were predatory and stuff, and were trying to get people signed to contracts, and then they would not pay them. It was really, really bad. If anything, that's one of the best things YouTube has ever done is kinda, like, did away with all those partner networks where they're not needed anymore, because that was just a big problem in my opinion, you know? The only reason I ever partnered with Machinima, YouTube back in the day would not let you put ads on video game footage. They thought that's too risque. Like, oh, they might get hit with a copyright strike because you're playing someone else's game. But if you partnered with a company like Machinima, Machinima's kind of taking that responsibility. So if you get hit with the claim, they got to deal with it.
They have to deal with it. Yeah.
So then I got beat to monetize my gameplay, and that's where it took off, and I started making big bucks doing it.
Yeah, and speaking of the big bucks, I did get a lot of questions, and I listen. A lot of the questions I'm going to be asking are coming from viewers, not me.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
don't get pissed at me, Darksydephil. Um,
No, it's your show. I'm going to hold you personally accountable for everything
well,
that happens here tonight.
a lot of people have said to me things like, "This guy has made millions of dollars. Where did it all go?"
Hmm.
And I guess especially, in case you're not aware, like I mentioned right before we start broadcast, that you have a degree in finance. So
Hmm.
people are kind of, I guess, understandably going like, this guy has a degree in finance. He's made at least $1 million since he started. But yet he always needs money, and that's a big criticism. And by the
Hmm.
way, I'm on your side. Like, I have a viewer supported show. I hate asking for money, so I make a joke of it. Like, I get televangelists clips to ask for the money so I don't have to, and just I make a joke of it. Like, I understand that you're under the gun and you got to pay your bills, but people are pretty critical about, like, you made $1 million.
Hmm.
What happened to the money?
The
Like,
the
what's
thing
with the
is,
money,
when
Phil?
you're a content creator, right? You're under a different eye of scrutiny. It really is true. Like anyone else who has a small business, they can make money, they can spend money however they want, but it's all kind of behind closed doors and no one really cares. But
It's
when
not
you're
public. Yeah.
but when you're someone who puts yourself in front of the public every day, all of a sudden, people start to say, well, it's funny because we know that he did really good, but why does he say he needs more? If he made so and so amount, then why is he doing an event where he needs to raise money and yada, yada, yada? And, I've told my story many times. I will certainly tell it to you again here tonight of my very, very bad financial decisions that I made over the years that ran me into a bankruptcy and all that stuff. Luckily, I have recovered from that, thankfully, and I'm getting much better
Oh,
off
that's
now
good
than
news. I'm
I've
glad for
been.
you. And listen, I have a background in finance too. Like, I worked in corporate accounting. Sometimes that's what you got to do so that you could get out from underwater and then fix your your whole world, really.
That's
Like,
right.
so did you just kind of fall into too much credit card debt, or you know?
It's a combination of factors. Factor number one is that I had a condo that I bought in Connecticut. We had just mentioned this. When I had the office job, I had bought a condo right near the job so that I could commute back and forth. It was much easier than where I'd previously lived. And I had that condo. And then around 2014, when I was actually quite popular, much more popular than I even am today, and I was making a lot more money, I wanted to move. I wanted to get out of Connecticut because that's actually where I lived. I lived in Connecticut at first. But it was too expensive there. Like the taxes are sky high. And I just wanted to move somewhere that I heard was nicer. And I had always heard people say, oh, Washington State is really nice. Great. You get all the evergreens out here.
You
There's
just
nature
moved
and all
to
like that.
another state because people told you it was nice. Didn't you
I,
go check it out first?
I did. My aunt, first of all, my aunt lived here for many years and she was always a big fan and proponent. And then I actually came out here for like a vacation to test it out. And I was here for over a week doing things here, seeing if I liked it. And I ended up liking it a lot. And so in
All right. Well,
2014,
that makes sense. I was confused for a second. I'm like, this guy, but you're talking to a guy who once moved to Wisconsin for a girl.
oh,
And
wow.
I never knew Wisconsin or how cold it was. Boy, did
No,
I.
no.
Dude, it gets negative 40. I made it one winter there with this girl, and it's a shame because she was so beautiful. She was like model-esque gorgeous, but I just couldn't do the winters. I got on a plane and got home right after the first winter, dude.
Wow.
She'd tell you stuff like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm taking out the trash. She's like, it's negative 40. You can't go outside. You might die. I'm like, are you kidding me? I can't go outside or I might die. So,
Damn.
yeah.
That's definitely something that I researched was like there's other states in the United States where I could have moved because I'm an online content creator. I don't need to be physically
Yeah, you
anywhere,
can
right?
live in, you know what? I know a guy who lives in Bali and he does his and he only has an audio podcast, but he makes a good living. And Bali's cheap, according to him. I don't know where he's living, but you could live anywhere. That's one
Right.
of the benefits, freedom.
I was researching like what would be the best states to go to. And honestly, like financially, Florida and Texas are perfect because they actually have laws in place that protect small businesses. They don't tax you very highly. Real estate taxes are low. Like everything there is low. The problem is the weather. So you can't take the cold. Dude, I cannot take humid heat. I can't. It drives me nuts. Like I just can't take it. I've been
I
to
grew up in
Florida and
I grew up in Philly, so do you want to talk about humid heat? You
there you go.
know?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so I decided I wanted to move somewhere that had like a moderate climate. And here in Washington, it's like middle of the road almost all year. We get like maybe a month and a half, 2 months of summer, but outside of that, it's pretty nice in between all the time. So I moved out here, but I still had this condo in Connecticut, and my aunt was going to live there. We were doing basically we were going to do like a swap. I'm moving to Washington. She's moving to Connecticut to be near my parents who are still in Connecticut, and she's going to live in my condo. So she's paying me to live there for temporarily. And that's how I was going to have the income to pay for 2 mortgages, basically. She gets sick and has to go into hospice care and passes away within 2 years
Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry to
out of
hear that.
nowhere. Like no one expected that. So now I'm stuck with a condo in Connecticut that I'm stuck paying. And I'm like, well, can I sell it? No, the condo's underwater because after I move, the real estate
Happens.
market tanks.
Yeah.
So I can't sell it. I don't have tens of thousands of dollars to pay if I the mortgage company that I owe more on the mortgage than the house is worth if I sell it. I tried doing a short sale. They denied, they wouldn't let me do it. Like I couldn't do anything, right? So I'm stuck in this financial situation. At the same time, all that's happening, I very much overextended myself out here when I first moved out here. Like I paid a ton of money to move across the country. I got railroaded for that freaking move. They ended charging me almost
Oh yeah.
$10,000
You need
just to
you
move
need an
across the
18
country.
wheeler to go from coast to coast. It's going to be
Yeah.
expensive.
And then
Yeah.
I furnished the house from top to bottom. And, basically, I went from having money in the bank to spending all of it and then going into big credit card debt and stuff like that. And I'm thinking in my head, it doesn't matter. I'm a big YouTuber, right? This gravy train's going to last. Boy, I'm an idiot, right? What a moron. Because what happened was the bottom fell out and the internet kind of turned their opinions on me, started not to like me. And next thing you know, my views are down, my revenue's down. I got people hitting me with false copyright strikes on my channel that are completely illegal, but YouTube doesn't care.
Oh, I went through that with a pirate. I had a copyright pirate that was copyright all this shit. It took me months to get over it and write all the letters and fight it all.
Right. And so my channel, which actually was one of like the top 50 gaming channels ever on the internet, was kicked out of YouTube's algorithm because of all these copyright issues. And now my channel wasn't getting any more extra views during the busy gaming season of the year. I lost a ton of money. So I was still making good money, but like half as much as I used to. So now I'm paying 2 mortgages, not getting the income from my aunt anymore like I expected. I got credit card debt up to on my eyeballs. I'm making minimum payments on all of it because I'm not making enough money to pay down anything anymore. And it just got me into this really bad financial situation that essentially had me change the kind of content I made and who I was on the
and that's
internet.
understandable because listen, I got a wife and 2 children and a household to take care of. It's tough enough to just take care of one house, let alone 2.
Yeah.
I have this little cabin in the Poconos, but it's like, it's in the boondocks and the taxes are like a couple $100 a year and we don't have a lot of utilities there. It's pretty off grid, so that I can afford. But 2 whole households where you got to pay the electric and all the bills, the mortgages. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad. So what ended up happening was around 2017-ish, YouTube's ad revenue tanked. because of the adpocalypse. So now on top of all this other stuff going on at the same time with me, now I got to like pivot. I'm like, I used to be a guy who only made on-demand videos. I did stream, but I didn't talk with my audience. Like
You
now
didn't do a
today,
live show. Yeah. Now
we
then you
were
transition to live. Yeah.
we are so interactive with our audiences today, and that's one of the great things. It's like having a relationship with the people who like you and your content. But back then it was like, I'm alone, I'm ignoring everyone who's watching me, I'm just going to make a video, right? But I had to change. So in 2017 I became a full-time live streamer, and then ad revenue had to go, not really be my source of income anymore. I had to start asking the audience for contributions. That was a huge change for me, a big change. I tried my best for many years to try to maintain, but it got so bad. What it really was, as you had mentioned, it was the credit card debt. Because with those credit cards, even when you're paying minimum payments, they're not going down, and it got so unmanageable. And then on top of that, I basically got to the point where I couldn't even pay that mortgage in Connecticut anymore. And I'm like, what am I going to do? If I stop paying, they're going to foreclose. So I had to go through a bankruptcy. And that's really where the turnaround was. Once I went through that and got all that revolving debt gone and that extra mortgage gone, I've
Well,
now.
this is Phil. This is a source of a lot of the criticism about you
Mhm.
is your financial choices, and I think that's largely due to the fact that you ask your audience, for money for bills and things. But when it comes to the bankruptcy, people are very critical. Let me try to get that big. People are very critical. So
Mhm.
and I'm going to be, listen. I had a job in corporate finance where I had to look at people's information like this all the time because
Mhm.
I was a credit analyst. And so I kind of know probably what happened here, but you're people that are very critical of you, they say things like, I got a lot of messages like this, like, he spent $131,000 in unsecured credit. Like, what did he buy? That's like a house almost.
Mhm.
Do you know what all this 131,000 comprised of? Or
It all started when like I said, when I moved out here, it was furnishing the house, buying all my new equipment, all of that. So you're talking, tens of thousands of dollars to start. And then it just ballooned. And the reason it ballooned is because I didn't have the income anymore to pay for anything. I had these two mortgages, I had all these bills, and I had half income from what I was previously making. So I had budgeted off of, oh, if I'm going to keep making this amount. And then when my YouTube channel basically declined and tanked, I lost so much income that I now had to start putting almost everything on credit cards. And I mean, listen how stupid this is. All right. And my logic in my head, because I'm panicking, what am I going to do? Right. I'm thinking, I know what I'll do. I'll rack up this credit card that's 0% interest for a year. Right. I'll keep it on there for a year and make payments. But then what I'll do is at the end of the year, I'll transfer that card to another card that's 0% on balance transfers. Right. And then
well,
I'll
that's
do that.
something, to be honest, that sometimes works. Like, my wife and I have done that.
Well, if,
But
if,
we're
if you're
very
smart,
careful to transfer at the right time, and she
yes.
does the math. Is the fees to transfer it worth it?
Right.
Like, and it wasn't even extravagant amounts. I think one time we did 3,000 for a big for appliances we needed, like a washer, dryer, and a refrigerator.
Right.
So that can sometimes be a good strategy, but not if you don't move it off before the interest kicks in.
That's right.
Did
And
you screw
so
up on that, Mr. Finance Major?
I screwed up on so much. I did. Like, first of all, I was basically living on credit that I had gotten when I was a popular YouTuber and was making way more. So
So
I had
your
all these.
credit was based on a higher income that you had then lost.
Exactly. So
I
here
mean,
I
that's
am
fair.
sitting with all this credit that I can use. And I'm like, oh, maybe my channel will come back. Maybe things will turn for the better. Maybe I'll be able to sell the condo in Connecticut eventually. Things will turn around. And I'm just kind of like, I hope, I hope, I hope. Well, you can't live on hope. You got to live on reality. Right. But that was me being stupid and being ignorant and being dumb and making bad choices after bad choice after bad choice. So, you start off with, let's say, 20, 30,000 of credit card debt, but then all of a sudden, it's going up because you got fees, because you got the interest, and I'm not, I'm making minimum payments, juggling everything. Then you stop paying things, and that's not good. You know what I mean? So it just got so bad.
Sorry, then they default, and then there's
Oh
charge
God,
offs, and that screws up your credit, so you can't get additional credit to try
right.
to fix your situation.
So I got to the point where there was no way out. Like there was no way I was ever going to pay any of this debt. There was no way I could afford it. I couldn't sell the condo. I was dying to get rid of this thing, and they wouldn't let me short sell it. I couldn't find anyone to like help me out at all. So I had to go through with the bankruptcy. It was like the only way out, really. I was trying for years to avoid it, and then I was basically at my breaking point. You know,
Well, yeah,
there's
when you realize you have 130,000 in unsecured credit cards, it's going to take you 27 years to pay it back or whatever.
right
You know, even at a couple thousand a month, you would it would take you forever to pay it back.
forever. Yeah.
I mean,
So
that's kind of the situation that bankruptcy is for, right? To kind of let you get a reset when you get so far in debt, there's literally no way to climb out, you
that's
know?
right. Yep. So the thing is, the bankruptcy got rid of the condo. It actually had me surrender the condo. So it was foreclosed upon. It got it out of my name. I wasn't responsible for that anymore. All the credit cards, went away. I was still left with debt. I was still left with the mortgage on this house, with the car loan for my car. And so a few things that I wasn't able to get rid of. Like another thing that of course people all bring up, taxes, right? So during this time period, I wasn't paying my taxes properly, and that's on me. It's another thing I wasn't doing because I didn't have the money, and I screwed it all up, and I owed all this money to back taxes to the feds, and that still has to be paid off. So I still do have significant debt. It's just that it's luckily not killing me and choking me anymore. And I'm in a situation now where I'm making money and I can actually reinvest into my business and do improvements and things and do better for my family. I've learned from those horrible choices that I made. I mean, it's on me. You
You
can, as much
always
as
say your family. Come on, dude. You got a wife and a cat. That doesn't count as a family,
Oh,
right?
that's absolutely ridiculous. So here's the funny part about that. Like people say that, right? And it's like, okay, in the sense of a husband, a wife, and kids or whatever. No, I don't have what do they call that? The nuclear family or something like that. No, I'm never gonna have that. Like we're not gonna have kids. We made that choice together that we don't want to have children. But that doesn't mean that I don't have a family. I have
Oh, you're
other
right. Yeah, I
relatives,
mean, you're
parents.
right. If you have other relatives, sure.
Yeah, I got my wife. We do have a cat that's essentially like our son. No, he's not a human son, but basically he's our responsibility and we take care of him. We spend a heck of a lot of time with him.
You got a
It's
cat, son.
yeah, so yeah. And so, it's ridiculous because people act like for example, one of the people who gives me shit for that is Review Tech USA. He's another YouTuber and he rags on me saying, "Oh, Phil says he has a family, he
I'm
doesn't have one."
familiar. Isn't this the guy that just made his ex-wife shave him or some shit? It was just
Yes.
on Kino last night. I'm
Yes,
trying to.
the guy whose name is Review Tech, but he doesn't know how to build a PC live on his own show. It's pretty funny, right? So,
Well,
but
yeah.
I mean, this guy is ragging on me saying I don't have a family, yet this guy also has insane problems with his own family situation that he puts forward publicly in his content all the time. So why would you try to criticize someone else? I think it's just semantics. It's not, if people really don't think someone has a family because they don't have kids, I guess you can argue that if you want to, but if you look it up in a dictionary, it doesn't say you have to have kids to have a family. So whatever.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I understand it. You got a lot of disputes with those kind of people, right? Like Review Tech and Keemstar and a lot of other content creators you seem to be battling with, and they kind of take shots at you and you take shots at them.
Well, yes and no. I don't really take shots at them. What it is I'd say about 10 years ago, it probably happened about the time I moved out of Connecticut to Washington State. It became a viral movement on the internet to essentially make fun of Darksydephil. Because before then, those years of 2008 to 2014, I was actually seen as one of the biggest gaming YouTubers, and people respected me. People reached out to me with opportunities. Like I said, I partnered with Machinima. I'm going to E3 and covering these big events. But at one point, public opinion turned. And there's many reasons for it. If you want to get into them, that's up to you because I know you have many questions to ask me tonight. But
No, yeah, let's try to move forward. Actually, I told you I had this whole board here next to me with post-it notes because I don't want to miss anything. So, listen, the next question I'm going to ask you may be considered like private medical information, and
oh,
if you don't want to answer this, then I understand.
it depends. Let's see what it is. I
But
don't know.
let me explain this to you.
Okay.
I have a son who is autistic, severely autistic,
Okay.
nonverbal. In fact, he doesn't speak. But I've been around a lot of autistic people because of raising my son. He's 12 now, and one of the big criticisms about you is you're constantly asking for support, constantly asking for money, and I don't know. I've been observing some of this, so I wanted to ask you: have you ever been diagnosed with being on the spectrum or having Asperger's?
When I was growing up, that stuff no one ever talked about any of that stuff at all. I doubt that a single doctor would have ever even, like, done a test or measured anything like that when I was growing up, unless you were, like, showing overt signs outward of stuff like that. No one ever talked about that stuff, you know what I mean? So, no, I've never had a test, I don't know, who knows? Maybe there is and maybe there isn't, I wouldn't know.
Well, I think you know, and I could be wrong. I mean, I'm just an observer here, an outsider looking in. But it seems to me that you have a little bit of trouble, like comprehending social norms. Like,
Mhm.
for example, like, do you have a perception of like how many times during an average stream that you ask for support or money? Because that's one of the big criticisms too. Like, could you,
Do I count? No, I do not, because
do you, can
it's
it take a
directly
guess? Can it
it's
take a
directly
guess? Like,
proportionate to how much support I got during that stream. You know what
all
I
right,
mean?
so if
Like
you don't get support, you ask for it more, is what
that's
you're
right.
saying.
Ask and you shall receive.
Okay, but do you understand that that turns a lot of people off? Like,
Absolutely.
and
Sure it does.
I hate to include this, but I'm going to include this. You know, I'm not a big gamer, but my son is. In fact, though, we're having a real problem with him with screen time. I just got him a new game today for his Nintendo, and we're trying to cut him down on screen time because it seems to me he's 8 years old. He's a big gamer, PlayStation VR,
Wow.
Switch, and he watches video game streamers. He watches Ninja and he watches Hassan and who is the XQC he watches. And I asked him out of the blue. I'm like, "Do you ever watch Darksydephil?" He goes, "No." I go, "Do you know who that is?" He goes, "Yeah." And I go, "Well, you watch these other guys, don't you like his show?" And he goes, "I watched him sometimes, but he asks for money all the time."
Mhm.
And I almost was going to clip a video of him talking about this, but I said, I'm not going to hit you with that. But like, there is a perception, even among people, and I swear I didn't coach him. I didn't know he knew who you were, but he's always either playing a video game or watching a streamer. So I
Mhm.
thought maybe he knows who you are. He did know who you are. And by the way, he told me to tell you that he could beat you at what is it, Friday Night Freddy? He could beat you at any of those games, just so you know.
Oh,
Uh,
what, Street Fighter? Like when I play Friday
no,
Night Fights?
Friday Night at Freddy's, I
Oh,
guess.
Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh,
Five
he
Nights at
will.
Freddy's, yeah.
I hate those games. I suck ass. I
Well,
hate
I
those
heard you're
games.
going to
So
be doing a marathon. He's always playing them, but like,
there could be.
so,
Yeah, we might be doing
but
that.
what I'm
Yes.
saying, Phil, is that there's this perception that I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Like in
Mhm.
my world, it's customary to ask for support once, maybe twice through the stream. Like if you take
Mhm.
a break in the middle, when you come back, you say something. But
Mhm.
like, did you know there's a whole YouTube channel dedicated just to counting the number of times that you ask for
Yes,
money in a stream?
absolutely. There's entire, like, networks, programs written to count the amount of times I say a single word in all of my content ever on YouTube.
And
Like, you
there's an
could say
entire did you know there's an entire search engine called Pig Pig Go
yeah, exactly.
where you
Yeah,
could search by keyword? But
that's right.
listen, I'm trying to help you here. I really am because I understand why people are like, saying this stuff. And I thought they're got to be exaggerating. But then I found this Ferroni the tractor. I'm sure it's what you would describe as one of your detractors.
I mean,
And
they
look at
call
this.
themselves the Tractor. They have it in
When
their name.
when you were playing Dark Souls, you asked for money 62 times. When you were playing light razzing, I don't know. He makes plays on words on the games you were playing. You asked for money 85 times.
Mhm.
You tested a mic and then you begged for money 31 times while testing the mic. And this one is just greed mode, beg count 58. Uh, Successful streamer beg 78 times. And I'm not going to play these videos because they're very disparaging. They like make you have a huge head and try
No
to make it
way.
funny. Popeyes felt it, beg count 100. So to eat Popeyes, you begged for money 100 times. Flight Simulator, you begged for money 111 times. Call of Duty, you rage quit 9 times. They clip and I got to tell you, I watched these with a counter going, he can't ask for money 101 times in one stream. They clip them all and they put them together. I don't know what Begmore is, but you ask for money 101 times. We've got Wife is Strange, beg count 33.
Mhm.
Life is Strange, I guess they meant.
Yeah.
Nightly Kingly Begs count 65, Shadow of something 77 times, WWEC Ban World beg count 88 times, 145 begs in this stream. And all this person does, Phil, is go through your streams and then clip all the times you ask for money. And then they put it together, and I guess they make it kind of funny. I wasn't really like amused by this, but I'm just wondering, like, do you realize that you ask for money that many times in one stream?
Well, first off, I've never watched any of this content, to make it clear. I don't actually know how truthful that is. I'm
I
certainly
went through
not
with a
saying
counter, Phil. He's right. I mean, unless he's like AI, he's got like CIA level AI to make these
right.
clips of you asking for the
All I'm
money.
saying is I'm answering this question in perspective of I have no clue if anything that a detractor puts on their channel about me is true or not. All I can ask is from my perspective, right? I haven't seen that content. I can't really respond to it. But no, I mean, I do ask for contributions basically as soon as I start my podcast. And if we're talking about how I did the day before, I'll mention, how we did. And I'll say, hey, let's hit the goals today. We have some goals in place. Here's the rewards coming up. If we have a reward that's scheduled, we'll talk about that. During each podcast, I'll mention it several times for sure.
Well, this is why I brought up the autism, because I don't know if you know this, but people with autism have like perceptual problems and social problems, and they don't recognize social cues. And like that's what made me think that maybe you're on the spectrum, because a neurodivergent person or a person on the spectrum might not realize that they were asking that many times, and that this is what I'm saying. People with autism also have a problem with social norms. So like the social norm is ask for support once or twice a show. And I think most show hosts would agree with that. If you make 4 or 5, I don't know, but 88 times, 122 times, 56 times in one stream, it's a little bit extreme, and I think that's why your detractors go after you so much, because nobody. I'm not aware of anybody else. And this is what I did. I went to Twitch and I just started watching some random gaming streamers, and I got links from people to watch, and I watched from the beginning to the end. And over on Twitch, at least, most of the gaming streamers, hey, thanks for the support, give some subs, here's our goal tonight. And a lot of them didn't even have goals, but they would read the gifts or the tips or the cheers or whatever, but they don't ask so many times. So I think that's why, because it's just too much. You don't think it's too much?
Let me put it this way. The people who have issue with how much I ask are the people who benefit the most by bringing it up. It's that simple. People who make this kind of toxic content, an entire channel dedicated to counting how many times I ask for donations.
I agree. That's a little obsessive to count and to clip every single time that you ask for money together. But I have to say, Phil, regardless of whether you call them a detractor, they're factually accurate.
Okay, fair enough.
And that's the problem. They're factually accurate. Here's
the thing. I don't think that's a problem. I think that's a perception. Some people think it's a problem.
Don't you think some of the stuff is cringe, though? Like, for example,
of course it's cringe. It's meant to be cringe.
It's meant to be
over the top and cringe.
Phil,
that's the whole idea.
Was it last night or the night before that you were like, we got to hit this goal because I don't know if I can order Arby's
That's
tonight.
right. We got to get the Arby's the next day. You got to get it. My wife's coming home from work. She doesn't want to cook. Let's get the Arby's.
This is kind of a deflection, though. But don't you see how, like, what if I said, like, look, I would consider this cringe. Like, what if I was on my show and I said, I'd like to order pizza for my kids because I don't feel like cooking, but I need to get $50 in super chats first.
Okay.
I would never do that because I would think that is so cringy.
That's different. Do you know the context of me actually ordering Arby's? Because it's not me just ordering dinner for my family. That's actually not what it is.
No, then you do the review of 3 sandwiches. Come on.
Right. Yeah, which is an ongoing series I've been doing over a decade. And I actually canceled the series, and people gave me so much crap for like 5 years. These people were like, dude, why are you not doing the show anymore? We love DSP Tries It. So I said, hey, you know what? I'm doing well. We'll bring it back if we hit goals
I think that could be popular. Who's that? There's a real nerdy guy that does food reviews on YouTube, and he's
Review of the week.
That dude's fun.
Yeah.
He's fun. He's nerdy as shit, but all he does is eat Taco Bell and Burger King and McDonald's
No,
and
I
Chick-fil-A and
I was
whatever.
doing that way
Pizza.
before he was. I just never blew up for it because I was a
Well,
gamer, so that's
early
what I was known for.
pioneer. Yeah.
You know.
Let's go back though before I forget, because I'll take another one off the board here.
Hmm.
So one of the questions I got most as well is that people, and I think this is again just a misunderstanding. I got so many people sending me messages going, "How can he say his expenses are this much?"
Hmm.
So this is just from the bankruptcy filing. One month you're saying 9,000 is in expenses, the next month 5,000, the next month 3,100, the next month 4,400, the next month 43, 49, 5,200. People are saying there's no way you could have that much in business expenses, but is this a combination of both business and personal expenses?
See, here's the thing, and this is why you have to understand when people start to bring this up, anything that I say about this publicly at all, these people will take what I say, twist it, and then try to get me in trouble. All right. So I've been through this rodeo before. I don't mind you bringing this up. I'm going to tell you exactly from my perspective about what I think about this. Okay. So when I'm going through the bankruptcy, okay, I have to provide all the information that they want. And boy, did they ask for a lot. They asked for
Sure.
everything,
I've been to
right?
bankruptcy hearings on the plaintiff side,
So
so I
you
know.
know
Yeah,
all
I know.
about how detailed it can be. Let me to give you perspective here. I was told both by my bankruptcy attorney and the judge involved that was the weirdest, most complex bankruptcy they ever had to do because my detractors kept messaging the judge. Okay, like every 5 seconds, they were messaging the judge saying, "Well, did you know he has this? Did you know he made this? Did you?" So the judge is like, what the hell is this? Like, I'm just trying to do the bankruptcy and I got 1,000 people on the internet harassing me for this shit. I don't even know what this means. Just listen to this. I know this is a little side. You'll get a laugh out of this though. So when you do the bankruptcy, this has to be online. So this is public information. What you're seeing right here, you could find this online. One of the things that happened was that the initial filing didn't list my cat Jasper as a financial asset. Okay. Why? Because my bankruptcy attorney didn't do it. Okay. It's that simple. Now, normally in any bankruptcy proceeding, no one would give two shits. But my detractors mass messaged the judge saying, Phil is lying to you and committing fraud to get his bankruptcy through. He has a cat and he didn't tell you. So the
Well, that's
judge
kind of petty.
had to hold a special meeting with myself and my attorney asking us why we didn't do this. Are we trying to scam them? So when this happened, the bankruptcy got blown into the most complex shit. I had to go through line by line by line of all the things that I spent, what it went to,
I know,
is it
but
business?
Phil,
Is it not?
with respect, like this is a very simple question.
Uh,
When you're listing these expenses here, is that your total expenses, personal and business together, or just business expenses?
I actually don't know because that's what my bankruptcy attorney put together for me properly per the law in Washington State. I don't
Can I
know.
can I talk to him about this and get some answers on that so that
No.
everybody can calm down about this?
I mean, I doubt it, but
Well, if you give your permission, he can talk to me.
let me put it this way. Everyone involved in this bankruptcy was already mass harassed by a zillion people. And this is now.
I'm not going to harass anybody. I'm going to ask him that very simple question that I asked you: Is this expenses your business
I'm
or your
looking at
personal
that.
or
Like
both?
my take on that would be that's probably what they considered whatever is qualifiable as the expense, whatever to qualify for the bankruptcy. You know what I mean? Like what is quantifiable as expenses for whatever they needed for this document? Because I don't even know what this document is actually, because I don't know how bankruptcies work.
It's from your bankruptcy filing. It's public information. That's where I pulled it from.
Right. But I don't know, like, what is this for meant to measure personal expenses? Is it meant to measure business expenses? I don't even know. Like,
Well,
that's
see,
what I mean.
that's why I think there's some confusion then, because the people that are upset about this are saying, like, for example, I got a message, and I'm for sure paraphrasing, but somebody sent me a message and said, I was watching Darksydephil during this, and I know that in this time frame, he didn't buy, for example, 2 new gaming PCs, backdrops, microphones,
Mhm.
or anything to improve his show. So how does he have $9,000 worth of expenses? His show didn't
Right.
change at all over
And
this 6-month period.
and that's the thing. I don't know what's considered an expense. I don't know if that's business or personal. For example, this is what I mean. I can't speak to it because if I speak to it, they're going to clip me and say, "See what Phil said," and they're going to try to get me in trouble, right? But to give you some perspective here, this room that I'm broadcasting out of right now, okay, is only used for work. So therefore, this room
Yeah, mine
for
too.
tax purposes and all of that, if for somehow it's considered either an expense or a write-off, I don't know. Does that factor in to
All right.
this?
Well,
I don't know.
let me help you a little bit because my wife is an accountant, and
Okay, good.
boy is
Maybe
she
we'll finally get some
strict.
answers
Well,
because
boy
I don't
is she
know.
strict. But there's some other confusion. So some of the other confusion is that, and this is a simple question too.
Mhm.
Are you writing off like your whole mortgage payment as a business expense? Are you writing
No, I don't
off
think so. No,
all of
that's
your
not possible.
utilities?
It
All
would
right.
only,
So
to my
because
knowledge, it would only be
you know you
if you were
can only
renting.
write off a percentage of your household expenses because you're just using that
Oh,
one room
should
for
I
your
be
business.
very clear here? I'm not writing off anything. I have professionals who do my taxes, and it's not H&R Block or one of these, fly by night bullshit companies. It's a real tax attorney
Oh, I
firm
know. They're
who
on the
does it.
bank league. I checked them out. It's
I
a good
pay
firm.
tons of money for them to do my
Yeah.
taxes every year, and they do them right, 100% up and down, left and right. They do a great job. So I don't know what's written off and what's not. I don't know. I
We're
can't answer
going to
those
get to
questions.
another one of these. So the asking for support, we'll go back to that
Mhm.
because, one of the other criticisms, I guess, is, that you ask for support too much. And I think that maybe I can help you understand some of this, what you call haters or trolls, because in some of this stuff, it's kind of like I said, it's cringy, right?
Mhm.
Like
Sure. Purposefully so. Yes.
you're saying that you do that on purpose? You make it
Yes,
cringy on
absolutely.
purpose?
It's hammed up. It's hammed up on purpose. I'm not Do you really think it's a big deal if I had Arby's on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday? Does it matter? It's just you jam it up, you make people get motivated to do it. That way we get it, right? As opposed to if everything's never a big deal and you don't hype anything up, then who's going to have incentive to ever care about it? I'm a crowdfunded individual. You got to hype up these events. We're going to do a DSP tries it. We're going to do a marathon.
Well,
Today,
some people feel say that you have this like bloated sense of self-importance, like the money's just yours. You
no.
deserve it.
I
I want you to react to this and tell me the truth.
Okay.
You don't think that this is too much?
If you like my content and if you can support the streams today, please do. In particular, I absolutely need help with tips today. If you tip me today and I hit the goals today, I'm in a good position for tomorrow. If I stream today and I hit none of the goals, I'm fucked. And essentially, I'll be going grocery shopping. I guess we're gonna eat a lunch meat sandwich,
Sorry.
for our day off. I can't even have a meal out or nothing because, this is the situation I'm in, and it fucking sucks.
All right. So look, this is
Great.
to
That's
me
great.
no,
That's
to me
fucking funny.
that's too much. But don't you understand that some people? All right. So if your position is that you're doing this on purpose to make it cringy and you're laughing about it's a joke, but some people in your live chat really don't know that you're joking, and they might think that you
No,
won't
no,
have
no, 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 no,
you
no, no, no.
Phil, you
No, no,
basically
no, no,
say
no,
this
no,
is
no, no, no.
great. It's such a grift, but it's grifty.
This
You
is
you basically say like, if I
Listen.
don't get tips, I can't buy groceries, and I may be subjected to have to eat a lunch meat sandwich on my
That's
day
right.
off. I won't even be able to get takeout food.
And who wants to do that on their day off when I'm
But
there
you're
6
putting
days a
that
week
on
full
the
time?
audience. You're putting it on the audience.
First off,
So.
I'm trying to remember that specific situation because I don't actually remember what the heck that situation was. If you're wondering why I'm saying tips, it's because tips I get immediately, so I could actually spend it on something right away. Like, for example, you're getting a ridiculous amount of super chats, but as you know, you don't get those right now. You got to wait like a month and a half before you get anything.
No, I got to wait until the 21st, and I don't live paycheck to paycheck. And
That's
and
right.
This is
and
and
was.
also in your defense, we talked about this a little bit off air. My show doesn't pay any of my house bills. I have other sources of income, and and speaking of that, we'll get into that next because there's some other stuff there. I took another one off, and this one is about abusing users and taking advantage of users. And
Mhm.
uh, there's some people that are like, why the stuff that he says. Let me share my screen again. We got another one to share with you here, and I want you to react to this one and tell me, is this too much, or is
Mhm.
this okay? Because
Let's hear this in
uh,
context, 'cause I've never heard this before. I've just heard people
well,
quote it, but
you often say that people take things out of context. So I'll play it, and then you
okay.
can explain it, and you can put it in context for me.
Sure.
Thanks for the money, dummies. Because that's exactly what you fucking are. A bunch of fucking empty headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks.
Oh, I know exactly what that is then. So, literally every single day, there are people who will send me small tips. I'm not talking, they're sending me like a giant amount. They'll send me like $1. They'll send like a 50-cent super chat, and they'll put the most insulting possible message in there, insulting my wife, insulting me.
Oh,
And
that's
so
cringe. Yeah.
that's response to that is saying, yeah, dummies, go ahead. Keep sending it to me because you get nothing out of it. Because actually, if I remember this in context, they were expecting me to read every message. And I said, I don't have any obligation to read any messages at all. If you're going to be insulting, the moment that you cross that line, I'm just going to ignore you. So go right ahead. Send me tips, send me super chats. Thanks for the money, dummies. Now you wasted your time because I'm keeping it and I'm not reading your message.
All right. Well, I guess I could see that that's fair, but and maybe that's taken out of context. But from a public relations standpoint, it's really not. Do you agree that maybe it's really not good to have that clip out there on the internet because your
There are
critics could use it against you?
there are 5 zillion clips of me out there and they will never stop. So at this point, I could literally say and do anything. It doesn't matter. Just to be quite frank with you, the things that they've said and done about me over the years that, there's so much vile stuff out there that it's just white noise at this point. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't give a shit what they clip. I really don't. It doesn't bother me at all.
All right, and I got another one on the same sort of thing about this is you asking for support.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. Let's get your reaction to
It would
some
be
of
great if
this.
you could support the stream tonight in any way. It's going to be critical that you guys support the content in whatever way that you can. Really, if I don't get support on these streams, it sucks because that means that I'm not making anything on the videos. If you'd like to support my final stream of the week, please do in any way. I will give you a shout out. Last chance, if you'd like to support the stream in any way, I would appreciate it. Guys, thanks for being here. It would be great if you could support the stream in some way. But outside of that, any support would be appreciated. It'd be great if you could support tonight's stream. You've been asking me non-stop for variety. So I'm giving you variety. I'm giving you what you want tonight.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize this is like 12 minutes of you asking for money straight.
Need to
Let's.
pay at
Yeah.
least 3 to 4 more bills today. We really
No,
have.
but here's a perfect example. You're saying like, oh, I got to pay bills, so you guys have to pay up.
Stresses
Okay.
me out.
Okay.
I'm
Can we hold on?
completely out of money,
Let's
and
put
I
it in
need to pay
context.
At
shall
least
we?
3 to
because
4
it's not in
more bills
context.
today. We
Oh,
really have almost no support at all. Guys, it would be really great if you could support the stream today. We have had a very slow support stream. I don't know why.
Whoa.
I don't like having this game be my lowest supported stream, being honest. It's such a great game. You guys have asked for it for years. I wanted to play it for years. It kind of sucks to know that this is sadly a game that people aren't really digging. I don't know. We have another hour left, okay? I'm just going to be doing story, as you can see. It would be great if we could get some more contributions in particular. Like I told you guys at the beginning of the stream tonight, I really need help with tips right now. I've got my
Same
day off
stream.
on Monday and then big bills coming up right after. So tips would be preferred. Today, views don't really matter to me. I don't care if I have 200 viewers on the stream for Chrono Trigger. I really don't. It's not a big deal. Chrono Trigger did not get great support last night. I'm nervous that what's going to end up happening is this game ends up being the slow game and it doesn't get support. And what if there's a day when also the other stream I'm doing doesn't get support? That's going to be a concern.
Phil, would it really be the end of the world if you had two streams in a row where you didn't hit some goal that you have?
Today, no. Back then, and some of these older clips, because those are clips that are way out of context from like during the bankruptcy and stuff. Yeah, it actually would have, because I was living paycheck to paycheck. Sometimes I was living stream to stream. That's how tight it was.
Well, I've heard you say that you were going to work on not asking for support so much. How do you think that's going for you?
No, it's different now because the way that I ask is it a different way? Allow me to explain. back then, as you saw in the older clips where you noticed the webcam's fuzzy, the quality shit.
Oh, let's see.
That was when I was
There's some
going.
later clips in here too, though.
Yeah,
More
those
recent.
are.
I
Yeah,
don't want
right.
it to be like that anymore. All right. That's why I'm not going to put Vest Streak down here on the leaderboard, and we're going to start counting. We're not going to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I've once again, for the 4th straight stream, 4 in a row, I received a $150 tip from Jinx. That's 4 in a row. 6 streams in a row. We have hit the goals. All the goals.
You see what I can see what your detractors mean though. Like you seem to like guilt people. Like, well, we got to hit the goal because we've hit it 6 times in a row. I mean, do you understand like the law of averages? Like, okay, you didn't hit it tonight, but you hit it 6 times in a row. So if you don't hit it tonight, it's not. I don't know. To me, it seems like it wouldn't be a big deal to miss it on the 7th out of 6 streams, right?
You're right. It's about context. I don't know what time period this is, because there's been different times when we had things going, like a streak where that was the thing, was to keep it going and hit it every time. And like right now, for example, I don't care if I hit my goals every stream. I didn't hit my goal earlier today. I tried to motivate the audience to hit the goal. We didn't hit it. I didn't say, oh no, I'm so angry with all of you, the sky is falling and the world's over. You know, some of these clips where you hear me say things such as, well, if I don't have enough tips, I can't go grocery shopping or whatever. It's because it was true. It's because that was years and years ago, at a time when things were much, much worse for me.
But Phil, you just said that you couldn't order Arby's like 2 days ago.
Right. And that's different. That's a joke. That's because we were hamming it up. We want to hit the goal. We want to do it soon.
If I go to listen, Phil, with respect, if I go to Pig Go right now and I put in the keyword term groceries, how long ago is the last time that you said, if I don't hit the goal, I can't hit groceries?
Oh my God. Actual saying that I can't afford my groceries?
Today is the 13th of February, 2025. When's the last time you said to your audience, if I don't hit my goal, I can't buy groceries?
It definitely hasn't happened since I appeared on the casino. That's for sure. It definitely, I mean, I would think it probably hadn't happened.
The fact that you need those guys to class you up is pretty funny to me, but okay. Like, really? The casino guys said don't ask for grocery money anymore, Phil?
Oh, no. What I'm saying is, when I appeared on the casino, all right, for the first time in over a decade, people saw me in a completely different light. Instead of me just being destroyed.
I think Axton is trying to run your redemption arc. That's what I think. And, you know, I wish that there is a road to redemption for all men. But some of the things that I've been through when investigating you is really scary. Like, I just want to ask you about the incentives and benefits. Like, do you really think that it's a benefit for your audience to see you put on a vest or put on a hat or eat a sandwich? Like, that's what you're rewarding them with? I don't get it. By the way, I'm an outsider looking in. Maybe that's normal in your world.
Well, did you know that I don't do that stuff anymore? Not the sandwich, because we've already talked about DSP tries it. Are you aware those goals don't exist anymore? They were phased out?
Phil, on Smart Show this week, you made people give you money so that you could eat snacks on stream. That's another one of those.
No, I didn't make them. That's a reward for us hitting a support level. That has nothing to do with made them do it, so that they didn't do it because of that.
But you understand, it's the same as asking for grocery money almost. Like, send me money and I'll eat a snack.
All right, here's the deal.
So no, but here was my point.
I understand your point. Let me respond. There is a distinct difference, because what you'll notice. By the way, I don't know if you know we're tiny. I don't know if you know that. But
here, I'll fix it.
There's a distinct difference between years ago, when I was actually financially distraught, legitimately financially distraught. Okay, and I'm on my stream and I'm saying, please support the stream today. I literally need tips. I even said things like, don't send me super chats. Don't become a member. I need tips today because I need the money for tomorrow to do something with it, right? That's a lot different than anything I'm doing today, where today it's a positive reinforcement and an incentivization and a lot of joking and razzing. I've actually kind of learned a lot from the casino since I've been on there, and I've watched them, how they do. They positively incentivize their audience, right? Instead of saying it's a negative unless you support, you say, if you support me enough, I'll give you a positive. That's a different kind of reinforcement that I'm learning and I've instituted in my content. So every time we hit 10 goals, we all talk on streams about what is it you want me to do. Just this morning on my Kick chat, someone said, I want Phil to try the Shamrock Shake from McDonald's because he shit talks it all the time. But when was the last time he actually had one? And I was like, it's true. I don't even remember. Probably 15, 20 years ago. And I hated it. So people want to see me do that as a reward. So that's a positive incentive. We hit a certain amount of goals. I'll get it. We'll do a taste test video. And I know another thing that you're thinking, because you're probably thinking, well, how is Phil eating something a reward for his viewers, right? Well, there you go. See, I'll play devil's advocate to myself here, right? Like, here's the thing. If I were to say every time that we hit a support goal, I don't know, I'm going to raffle off something. I'll raffle off a portal coaster. We'll do this or that. So who benefits from getting the portal coaster? One person. One person will get this portal coaster. Everyone else who tries to get it, hundreds,
come on,
maybe
Phil.
thousands
What
of
about
people.
you? Got rewards for like showing people your underwear or your socks?
Those are
Like,
jokes. You don't really think that PPP and Ashton, or excuse me, PPP and I care about that. We're joking. It's
All right.
incentive to try to get people to support, sure, but it's not a real reward.
All right,
That's
well,
hamming it up over the top.
Here's
But if
where I think you can make some progress with all of your
Okay.
haters and detractors.
Okay.
Will you commit for the next 6 months to not ask for money for your bills, your mortgage, your internet payment, your car payment? Will you commit for the next 6 months to not beg or beg for money for your personal expenses?
I have
for the
not
next
done
6
that.
months?
I have not done that for ages.
I don't
Like I
know,
said,
man.
Since I've been on the casino, since now I do something positive, it's a positive reinforcement to get a reward. It's not me asking for something to buy something.
And by the way, I'm learning from you. So I didn't start a goal tonight. So I'm just setting a goal now. We want 50 super chats, any amount.
There you go.
And I will eat Arby's for that. Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah. And
Now, what are you going to get? What are you going to get?
The goal. I don't know. I think I want to try the burgers because I saw what you did, and you're right. I drive by an Arby's on the way to my cabin. The only thing I've ever liked from Arby's is curly fries. My wife likes some of the old sandwiches, but they stopped making some of them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll get a burger. I'll eat Arby's if
I think you'll like
50 super chats. But
I do think you'll like
believe
the
in
burger.
DoorDash, so they have to wait until I actually physically go get the sandwich.
There you
I
go.
don't believe in. Oh, that's another criticism. Do you do DoorDash like twice a week, or how much do you do DoorDash?
I do. I usually, if I'm not going out on my day off, I will DoorDash one meal that my wife and I share as like a dinner, so we don't have to cook because we literally cook every other day at home. Or if I'm doing one of these big rewards after hitting 10 or so goals, we'll DoorDash the meal to show up so I can do the video live because no one wants to sit around while I'm going out to get the meal and come back. They want the food to be here on time during the stream. So that way it saves that downtime. But no, I don't DoorDash every other meal. Listen, I have lost something like 40 pounds in the last, 5-6 years. How could I have done that if I was door dashing every day? It doesn't even make any sense. You know what I mean? I'm eating healthy meals that my wife is making nearly every day. And that's why I'm able to do that.
That's fair. But are you going to commit to not asking for personal expenses for 6 months?
Sure, because I don't do it now. Again,
okay.
I don't ask for personal expenses.
I'm going to hold you to that. I'll be checking Pig Go every week.
You will. Now, here's what you got to do, though.
Groceries, mortgage, day off.
That's fine.
You can't ask for money for your day off either. You can't ask for money for your day off because that's a little cringe, Phil. But back to one thing. I got a lot of messages from disgruntled users of yours who were banned.
Okay.
And many of them said that they used to send you a lot of money, and some of them even sent me the receipts that they indeed were big contributors of yours. Do you, as a show host, believe in free speech on your show?
Free speech as long as it's not insulting to the point of being personal or that it's not doxing, that it's not something dangerous.
Okay,
and also insulting each other in the chat or other viewers, right? You shouldn't be getting into arguments or quarrels with other people, derailing the chat. Because, let's say, for example, I'm doing a stream of, I don't know, Final Fantasy. And you go to the chat and people are literally sitting there arguing with each other, insulting each other. What are you doing? I'm playing Final Fantasy. Why are you doing that in my chat?
How many people are you banning, though? Because, look, I was checking the Kick chat logs, and I only did one of the mods here. They banned 1,200 users permanently. Do you see that?
Yeah. Do you know why?
Wait. I'm still scrolling, Phil.
No,
You
that's
guys
this is
banned
easy.
1,200 users?
This is
1,200 users.
This is easily
And
explainable.
I was able to find some of the people who contributed to you on this list of permanently banned users. So when I hear you saying, oh, I got to get money or I can't pay my bills, and then I see that there's users that are giving you money that you permanently banned because they said something you didn't like, I don't know. And in your defense, I have a total free speech zone here. I don't ban anybody generally unless they
Mhm.
say something really crazy like racist or, whatever. But there's 1,200 users from just one of your mods permanently banned.
Mhm.
Do you know how many you've banned since, let's say, December?
No, I don't count, but do you understand that those aren't real accounts? You know those are bot accounts, right?
Well, some of them are, but some of them are people that have
Most of those
contacted
are
me.
bot accounts. That
I don't
is
know, Phil. I had a couple of phone calls with some of these people.
That's fine.
It
No,
seemed
no.
real
Listen,
to me.
it's not everyone is a bot account. I'm telling you, the
The
vast majority of those are the
Feltoning,
same
that sounds
people.
like somebody that
The
I've
vast
seen.
majority. Here's the problem: is you can just make an account, jump in there, and start spamming, and then you get banned, and you're in there in 5 seconds with another account. I mean, you can talk to any moderator on my streams, and they'll say it's a nightmare with the amount that these harassment antics go. They'll come in and make. I mean, you would think, oh no normal person would do that. These people are not normal. These people go in there some days with 50 accounts. You ban one, next one, next one, next one, next one. Some of them, like I'll give you an example right now. You ready? Oh, here we go.
Okay.
I'm looking right now. What I'm doing is I've gone to my main channel page of my Kick account and I'm trying to see. I can't see. I'm stupid. I can't see that far. I should open it up on my laptop. They make accounts that are insulting nonstop and they'll just wait. I can see when they make a new account. And if it's an insult, the name is the insult. They don't even have to say a word. The name itself is an insult towards myself. Like it'll be like, Phil's fat wife 204, ban. Phil, the IRS is going to arrest Phil. Ban.
But
You know what I mean?
1,200 in a space of a couple months, really?
We're talking, I'm
Really?
not kidding you.
I haven't
dozens a
permanently
day.
banned or hidden 4 users in 4 years.
Yeah,
So
it's
I
dozens
don't
a day.
understand that.
That's the level of harassment is dozens a day. These people just don't let up. They're out of their minds.
Okay. But do you accept any responsibility for why you piss people off to that extent that they're willing to come in and troll you? Because my father had this saying, Phil, and it was called high on the hog. And there's a perception that you're living a pretty great lifestyle and you're begging your audience to provide that great lifestyle for you. And then so that pisses people off and they're like, why should this guy get all this money
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
3 Arby's sandwiches if I didn't,
That's
mean,
right. And that is called jealousy, right? That's exactly what that is. And I understand it 1,000,000%. I do. I get it. All right. There's people who I'm jealous of too, who I think shouldn't have what they deserve, what they have. They don't deserve it. Okay. But the difference is I don't go after those people. I don't systematically harass them. I don't insult their family members. I don't try to get them, arrested. I don't dox them. I don't swat them. I don't create 50 ghost accounts a day to go into their chat and spam. You know what I mean? Like, I don't do any of that. For me, my philosophy is if there's someone I don't like, okay, I ignore them and I
all
move
right,
on positively with my own life.
That's fair enough.
But that's what they don't do. They're obsessed. They're crazy people.
Now we want to move on to the interrogation. I have so much to get through. I'm going to try to keep taking things off this board. We're going at a good clip, though. I'm proud of you for hanging in this far. A lot. Everybody said you were just going to drop if the questions got hard.
Why? I was on a 5-hour podcast with Side Scrollers, and I did a 12-hour live react to a 4-hour documentary about me that covered all of this already. Why would I drop from your show?
Well, because now things are going to get kind of spicy. So I have one post-it note here. Can anybody read what that says? It says polygraph test. It says polygraph test. I don't know if you know this. Ashton from Kino knows it, and Andy Worski know it, but I have a polygraph machine, and I'm basically certified polygrapher. So for the rest of tonight's broadcast, I'm going to ask you to answer all the questions truthfully. And then after the show, I'd be willing to come to you and administer a polygraph to make sure you're answering the following questions from here on in truthfully. And failing that, I happen to find a retired FBI polygrapher that lives right in your area, and he's kind of friendly with me. He's done a job for my show before. He's in Seattle, so he could just easily drive to where you are and administer the polygraph either at your house or at a hotel nearby your house. Would you be willing to submit to that?
For what reason? What benefit do I have to do that?
Well,
Because allow
so that
allow
you
me.
could clear your name. Like everybody keeps.
Oh,
Listen,
hold on
Phil.
a second. Hold
Everybody
on.
keeps saying you're lying about a lot of stuff that we're going to get into next.
Hold
And
on.
so here's what I'm here for: Ashton from Kino and Andy Worski, who want you to have the redemption arc.
Hold on.
And I thought, what better way of redemption than passing a lie detector test? What better way to prove all these evil detractors wrong? I've got a polygraph set up and a chair, right? It goes in a briefcase. I could take it on a plane. I could be at your house in a couple of days. I need a little bit of time to, get the plane ticket and figure it out. But like, Phil, what better way to shut up all your detractors forever? You say those bank leaks aren't yours, right? We'll put you on a polygraph and ask you that question again and verify that you've been telling the truth this entire time and you haven't lied about that. I think this is a great idea. And if you don't agree to this, it doesn't look good for you because it kind of looks like you're avoiding.
Let me fully respond.
Responsibility.
Shall I fully respond? Okay.
There you go. And by the way, that's 2 offers. And here's what I would do to make it completely fair. If you agree to it, I'll do a polygraph, and the FBI retired polygrapher. He's an expert and he's a member of the American Polygraphers Association. He's a world recognized expert. He's worked on tons of criminal cases, worked for a lot of high profile lawyers on the West Coast. I'll get us both to do a polygraph. So you have 2 shots, and then we'll both tell what our results are. Because I haven't been doing it for 25 years like this retired FBI guy. So in fairness to you, we'll do 2 of them, and most likely we will concur on the results. So that would mean it would be impossible for you to pass 2 of them if you were lying, in my opinion.
Okay.
So
can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay. So first off, what you have to understand is very simple. All right. What you're proposing to me is an opportunity to prove my detractors wrong. Okay.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what this is. All right.
Yeah. It's a great opportunity. I'm giving it to you. And by the way, by my own expense, I'm going to pay for the other polygrapher. I'm going to pay for the flight, the hotel. I'll pay for my meals. You don't have to pay for anything. I'm going to pay for it all.
Allow me to respond because you're not letting me respond.
Oh,
Allow me
go
to
ahead,
respond properly to it. Okay.
All right.
My viewers, my supporters, the people who actually like me, who are on my streams every day, who watch my content, who support me via all these contributions, right? Don't give 2 flaming shits about anything that my detractors have issue with me. They don't. They know all about all the controversies. They've heard my answers. They're happy with them. You understand? They don't give a shit. In fact, if I bring it up on my streams, they get upset. Why are you bringing that up? You know we don't care. We don't care what this one said about you, what that one's saying about you.
That's fair enough, but wouldn't it be good to just turn the page and never have to answer any of these questions again after you pass a polygraph?
Let me finish the answer, because here's the second half of the answer here. The detractors that I have, all right, have found a financial incentive to never be satisfied by any answer I ever give, by anything.
Even if you pass a polygraph,
even if I passed a polygraph, even if right now I opened up my bank account to show you all the information, even if I showed you every possible thing to clear up anything they've ever said about me, they wouldn't care, because they immediately pivot to the next thing they don't like, the next thing they can over dramatize, the next thing they can make drama out of.
But don't you think the people that are in your corner would say, like, look, he passed a polygraph. Those bank leaks weren't his spending. This is not an issue anymore.
The people that are in my corner and don't care. Like I said, they literally don't want to talk about this shit ever again. They're done with it. This stuff is the bankruptcy stuff is 5 years in the past. Listen, you want to talk about criticize me and how I asked for contributions today? Fine. I will accept that. Sure. But we're talking about stuff that's done. That's been rehashed, done. It's done with. The reason my detractors keep bringing it up is because it makes them money. They can monetize this cult-like mentality of idiots who don't like me and they make tons of bank on it. You've seen it yourself researching me. There is a network of these people who are making insane amounts of money, more than me, if you add them all together. So they're never going to be satiated. If right now you were here and you asked me the questions and I answered every one and you said, oh my God, you said the truth on every single answer.
Yeah, but
They wouldn't care.
Let me be very honest with you, Phil. I don't think that you'll pass either polygraph, and that's why you won't take it.
That's fine.
I don't think you could pass a polygraph
Hold on
based,
now. Hold on.
based on the evidence that I found, and
Hold on.
we're gonna show it to the audience tonight.
Did I say no yet?
You can't. Well, let's go. What
Did
make
I
a
say
decision?
no yet?
Make the decision.
I'm explaining to you.
Shit or get off the pot. There's
All
a
right.
road to redemption right here. Right here, I'm giving you the road to redemption.
If
you could
want,
piss it away, and people are going to shit on you forever for passing up this road to redemption, or you could take the high road here and prove everybody wrong once and for all.
It's not the high road. That's bullshit. It's not the high road because the people who care about me don't care about any of this. They don't. They're coming to my streams every day to enjoy games and to hang out. They don't care about any of this.
Don't you think that your supporters would like knowing that you didn't blow thousands of dollars on a mobile game?
I already told them
they were giving you money the whole time. You don't think they would benefit from that?
I've already fessed up that I did. I already cleared all that up. It's already happened.
Well, I guess in fairness, you may be right. But so
here's the definitive answer. Okay.
The
only way I will do it is if it actually benefits me, and it disproving my detractors does not benefit me in any way. So,
assuring your supporters that you didn't rip everybody off while you were spending tens of thousands of dollars on a mobile game would go a long way towards healing maybe some of your old supporters.
Nope.
Didn't you lose supporters over the bank leaks? Didn't people walk away from your show and never give you money again? Wouldn't they come back and say, I was wrong about DSP?
They would not come back. That's ludicrous. They would never come back. Those kind of people, if you're already going down this crazy cult-like hate-filled rabbit hole about someone, it doesn't matter anymore. You're already got your mind made up and nothing's ever good enough. I know because I've gone through this over a decade now where I've had opportunities. I have proven some of this stuff wrong. They don't care. They're on to the next and the next and the next, and they keep moving the goalpost. So I'm not out to disprove my detractors. I don't give a shit about them. I care about the people who support me every day, and they don't care about this.
Everybody.
If this is going to happen, okay, if this is going to happen, I need to have actual real incentive for it to happen. It's that simple.
Oh, so in other words, you want me to pay you to take a polygraph to prove your innocence and help you prove your innocence?
There has to be incentive.
I'm already paying for it. You know what? It's going to be a couple $1,000s for me to get a plane ticket, hotel, meals, whatever, and pay the other polygrapher. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a couple $1,000 just for that. I'm not. I even if I put it on a monetized video when we're done, I don't think I'll recoup that. Now you want me to pay you on top of it? That's a little much.
It's your idea, and you're the one asking to do it, not me.
All right.
I don't care.
Let's move on to this next thing. And remember, I'm going to ask you to be honest with me. When it comes to the bank leaks, you said this was on October 27th. Just received a $1,500 bill for legal fees to clean up the identity theft I just went through in the USA. You get billed for being a victim of a federal crime. Needless to say, this is effed up, and I'm pretty upset to get the news on my day off of all days. So I wanted to ask you if you could let me talk to the attorney or show me the invoice privately.
Talk to the attorney or show you the invoice for what? This particular thing I'm referencing in the tweet?
Yeah, you basically said that you received $1,500 bill for legal fees. That would have to come from a lawyer, right, Phil? So you'd have a receipt, or you could show me a bank statement that you paid a lawyer $1,500 over these bank leaks. Because based on what my investigation uncovered, Phil, I don't believe that you paid any lawyer.
Would you like me to explain what this tweet
as long as you're not going to? Yeah. But you've already explained what it meant. You said that you had to spend all this money to straighten this out.
But that's not elaborating. That's a very quick tweet. Doesn't explain the situation. I can tell you right now what this means.
Well, just give me the proof that you spent $1,500. It's a pretty simple thing to do.
I would have to go back. Well, I have to explain to you what it is.
Now you're talking in circles, though, Phil.
I'm not talking in circles. I want to tell you, but you're not letting me. Do you want me to explain it?
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
Oh, but before you do,
no, why are you cutting me off? Let me answer.
All right, try to answer quickly. We got a lot to get through.
If you want me to answer the question, let me answer the question, or else don't ask it. Are you going to let me answer the questions?
explain the $1,500 legal bills that you can't show
Okay.
proof of. Go ahead.
The legal bill is my tax people having to clean up the situation. Here's what happened.
So you
Because
paid an accountant.
I paid my tax attorney.
Okay.
Where that legal bill came
Yeah,
from.
that's what I asked to see
it's
the invoice.
I see it's a legal bill. It's my tax attorney billed me for his time to clean this up because I was
Right.
already on back
So
payment
can you
plan
show
from
me the
IRS.
invoice?
I could look for it. I don't know if I still have it. This is 4 years ago. I
Well,
don't know if I have it.
I can call them and confirm if you give them permission to talk to me.
I can look for it. I mean, I don't. Do you really think that I want people contacting my
And
my
here
tax attorney?
I just want to show you this because I have a lawyer. I have a lawyer in my family. So he's
Uh-huh.
written a non-disclosure agreement between you and I, which basically stipulates that if whatever records you show with me, I'm only going to use to confirm or deny if you're telling the truth about all of this. I'm not going to share any personal information, account information, any identifying thing that could, because your argument is always, oh, this would put me in more danger. I'm just going to, I'm going to look at the invoice and verify that you spent $1,500 over these bank leaks to clean it up. Whether you paid a tax attorney, a tax accountant,
That's
a
all.
lawyer, whatever.
That's what it is. It's all the tax attorney / accountant.
All right. Well, I'll give you this non-disclosure agreement, and then you don't have to worry about me disclosing anything other than, yes, he paid a tax attorney $1,500 to clean up this bank leaks mess.
Okay, but what's the point?
The point is to prove that you've been telling the truth, because I don't think you have been about the bank leaks specifically.
And I don't care if you believe me or not. It doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form.
All right.
Does it?
So you don't care?
No, I don't. I don't
Wow.
care. I don't. I really don't. Like, I'm a content creator who sits down and makes gaming content, streams, chill content for his audience. I'm past all this nonsense in the past. I, don't care about this stuff. We are so past it. This is like dredging up shit that we are already done
because
with.
It's never been settled. Because here's the problem, Phil. You talk a lot of shit about your detractors, but they have receipts, and you never showed receipts.
What receipts do they have exactly?
Well, we're gonna. I'll show you, but first let's do this here.
What receipts besides circumstantial stuff or stuff that they claim is real, but it's never been proven?
It's circumstantial. We're going to get into it then. But before we do, I just want to remind you of what you've said previously about the bank leaks, because I don't think that you're being honest with your viewers or the world in general about these bank leaks, based on the information that I found in my investigation in these past couple of weeks.
The entire thing, bank leak stuff, is fake. There was no bank leaks that ever happened to me. That whole thing was fabricated by my detractors. I don't even know what information they got or who they got it from, but it wasn't me. Like, they'd be like, what about the bank leaks and what about this and that? I'm like, what about them? Did you analyze them? Can you show them on stream? Can you prove that those are real?
And just so you're aware, Phil, I did analyze them, and I can show them on stream right now and prove that they're real. I don't believe that you've been honest about the bank leaks. I think you lied about a lot of that, because it's in your benefit to lie. You don't want your detractors to know how much you've been spending on gin and wine and DoorDash and a WWE game.
Why would it matter?
Or let's get to the bank leaks, especially. You say they're fake.
Hold on.
Phil,
why would it matter?
In order for them to be fake, the person that faked them would have to know what kind of car you drive, who your internet service provider is, who your electric company was, who your garbage company was, what their monthly charge was at the time of the bank leaks for people living in your area at the time of those leaks. They'd have to know what restaurants you eat at and when you ate at them. They'd have to know when and where your wife gets haircuts. They'd have to know what your local water company was and what you pay them every month. They'd have to know when you go to Burger King. They'd have to know when you go out to eat, when you do DoorDash, when and where you go grocery shopping, how much your back tax payments are, what your mortgage company is and how much you pay that every month, how much you're making on YouTube. They'd have to know how much you're making on Twitch, what accounting firm you use, and what they're charging you. The odds of somebody knowing all that information, it's like it would take a 007 CIA operative to fake these. Phil, you don't see that? Do you understand that there's direct correlation? You say I went to Burger King, and the Burger King charge is there on that day, or the day before, you say, I'm getting a haircut. 8 times somebody caught you saying you're getting a haircut, and those haircuts are on the bank leaks. And do you understand that the person that did that is a retired police officer? The person that found that information is a retired police officer. I think he's called Broside Phil.
Oh, I don't know.
They'd have to know. They'd have to know all of this information in order to fake them. It would take like a team of people. And here's the other thing.
Okay.
Do you understand that like people can track things down? So
Sure.
you know where those leaks came from, right? They came from an audio recording of somebody who socially engineered on their telephone basically calling an online teller at your bank and listing off all of the charges for that whole 18-month period. And here's what I found out in the course of my investigation. Let's just take a listen.
On September 13th, a pre-authorized payment of $120.27 from Comcast. On September 13th, a pre-authorized payment of $112.28 from Apple iTunes. On September 3rd.
All right, so it's enough to say that somebody sat on a telephone for 5 hours. Now, I went through the first 5 hours of it. It matches the bank leaks 100%. And I also contacted the bank. This is the online teller at the time. That's the voice they use. So for somebody to fake this, they would have to have the software development kit for the telephony for this bank software and the text-to-speech that's used in this. They'd need the software development kit. Do you know what that costs?
No, I don't know what that costs.
It costs tens of thousands of dollars. Somebody would have had to spend tens of thousands of dollars to fake this 5-hour phone call with your online bank teller, Phil. You don't think that sounds like overwhelming evidence that they're real? You mean to tell me one of your detractors spent 10 grand on a software development kit?
Are you going to let me respond now?
Okay, let's hear it.
So you're saying that you heard this clip, this 5-hour clip that supposedly someone recorded off of some phone line, and this is 100% indisputable evidence that it's true. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that I went through and somebody really did sit on this online teller and then transcribe every charge to a spreadsheet. It matches this 5-hour recording. Do you know the time it would take somebody to first fake this recording? And then again, they'd have to know everything you spend money on. And all of these charges that are near your house. Did you know that all the charges are within just a few miles of your house? And that correlates perfectly to, being right near your house. Here's a perfect example. And I've redacted as much as I can.
We already know this. Everyone already knows this, but go ahead.
This is the supermarket. This is the supermarket where you shop. It's 3 miles from your house. 4 miles, I'm sorry. And this is the discount store. This one's, 3.1 miles. 3.4 miles. I don't know. It's a few miles from your house. And I was able to do this mapping with over 40 of the charges, the Petco, the place where you get your hair cut. It's all within a few miles of your house. And there's correlations where you said things on stream like, I'm going to get a haircut today. Those charges are there. And in the case of the Burger King, they would have had to know the day before you said you were going to Burger King because that was the day before. It's virtually impossible for somebody to fake these, in my opinion. I've got 40 correlations. These are all stores and locations all right near your home in this course of this 18 months. You mean to tell me that some crazy evil genius figured out how to fake a 5-hour teller call and then put it all on spreadsheets as well? It's all fake. Look at the spreadsheet. Okay. It correlates to the audio recordings. 100%. So and look at this. You're telling me somebody faked all this? This isn't you?
I'm still waiting for you to finish so I could respond.
I'm not finished, so respond so far, and I got more for you. I got a lot more for you, Phil. You can either admit that the bank leaks are real, and those are your charges, or you can continue to lie to your viewers and everybody else. It's up to you. I told you about that road to redemption. So come on, what are we going to do here?
So are you done now, or do you have more to say about the bank leaks? I'll respond to all of it when you're done.
Well, the reason that people are so upset, you could see in these charts, it shows that you spent more on transactions most month than your mortgage payment while you're begging your audience for money for your bills.
That wasn't my question. My question is, are you done talking about the bank leaks so that I can respond and we can move on?
No, yeah, I could show you more evidence. I could show you more evidence. All right.
I'm just waiting for you to be done, and then I'll respond. Because there's no
all right,
point
I'll show you. All right, then fine. I'll show you some more evidence, and you can try to explain all of this away. The haircuts, Phil. The haircuts ruin your grift. The haircuts ruin your grift, and here's why. Curls and twirls. Is that your wife, Phil?
No.
On the website, you're going to say that's not her?
Do
I got to get a facial recognition expert to show that's her?
I don't think that's her.
Where to get your haircut, Phil? Where to get your haircut?
I'm not going to tell you because then people are going to harass
where I go. You can't tell me because you get your haircut at Curls and Twirls.
Did you hear what I just said?
Your wife's on the website, Phil.
Steve, are you listening to what I'm saying? Did you hear what I just said?
You said you can't tell me because your detractors will use it against you.
That's not what I said. At all.
Well, tell me again.
You got to calm down. Listen. I get it. I do. You're excited. You think you got me on something. It's all good. And I'm actually
I got you, Phil. I got you. I haven't even started on these bank leaks. There's a mountain of evidence that it's you.
Steve, I want you to understand something. All right. At the end of the day, when we're done here, I'm not going to be upset with you at all. I want you to understand that. Okay. All right. Because you're getting very agitated. You're talking over me. You still haven't even let me respond yet to what you're saying. I've been asking and you keep going. All right. I can't say where I get my hair cut because if I tell you, they will harass the person who cuts my hair. Do you understand that? They'll find them. They'll still fuck with their public information.
All right. So can you show me the receipts to where you get your hair cut during the bank leaks period that wasn't Curls and Twirls then, privately?
Steve.
Okay. That's the problem.
Number one.
Detractors have receipts. You don't have any receipts, Phil. You have excuses and lies and obfuscation. You're trying to keep the grift going. I get it. Because if people know for sure those bank leaks are yours, nobody will give you money ever again. Because you begged for money to pay your bills and you spent it on stupid shit.
Can I ask you a question quickly?
Yeah.
How do you expect to get anything out of the show if you won't let me talk? Like I'm trying to talk to you and you keep yelling over me.
Well, you keep telling me that I got to show you more evidence. I've already showed you a mountain of evidence.
I didn't say
you can't
that.
Explain. You can't explain this.
I didn't say you have to show me any more evidence. I said, can I respond now or are you going to keep going? Because obviously I'm going to give my answer and then we can move on to something else. Or, unless this is all you had was the bank leaks. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
I've got an awful lot more. But, jeez. Phil, the problem is that you're not willing to answer the question.
There's no problem. Excuses. You haven't even let me say a word yet. You kept yelling. I'm trying to answer. Can I give my response?
Yeah.
All right.
Why are the bank leaks fake? Explain it to me. And why are there all the correlations?
Let me say this. I'm trying to do you a solid with this appearance. I really am. I'm hoping that you're going to get a nice boost of attention on your content because of this. I do. You're going to have an issue having future guests come on your show if you yell at people like this. You understand?
Like I'm not yelling at you. I'm not yelling at you.
Oh, you absolutely have been yelling at me. And I'm not, just so you know, I'm not upset. All right. But you are very agitated.
Oh, well, then I apologize. I get agitated when people talk circles and they don't answer the questions.
Okay.
And make excuses. You're making excuses. You're not answering the question. I'll let you answer, but let's go. I got more to show you.
Okay. So, in regards to everything that you just presented, okay, have you actually yourself called supposedly this phone line and heard all of that to confirm that it's real at all?
Oh, that's an unreasonable request. I've confirmed that was the bank teller voice during the periods that this was made.
You don't have to say if it's reasonable. You don't have to say if it's reasonable. You just have to answer
Okay,
the
so
question.
so
Did
I
you
didn't
hear it
commit a
yourself?
federal crime to get this evidence. Therefore, I'm not qualified to talk about it. Is that what you're saying?
It's not that you're not qualified
And
to
I
talk
agree
about
with
it.
you. It's a
It's
federal
that.
crime. I don't condone what they did, but the information is out there. I got to use it.
So can you, within a shadow of a doubt, confirm that that information is actually real?
I believe so. Yes.
So you're saying you can confirm it?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How?
Because
You
of the
can't.
because of the correlations between things you mentioned on your show
No, 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 no,
and
no.
and
That's not what
the
I'm asking.
charges
That's
and
not
the
what I'm asking.
charges.
That's not what I've asked at all. I'm not
Phil,
asking you if you think that could be my information. I'm saying, can you confirm that
well,
call?
not 100%, but the preponderance of the evidence can
There
confirm.
you go. You can't confirm it's real, right?
All
Why
right,
can't you
so
confirm it? Because it was obtained through a federal crime. Do you understand that? So you don't know if it's real or not. So why do you think
no,
you're doing that?
I have a reasonable suspicion based on available evidence that it's real.
That's fair enough.
Here you are
Oh,
crying
no, no,
about
no, no,
Burger
no,
King.
no, 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 no. We're not done yet. We're
Here
not
you
done
are
yet.
crying about Burger King,
Steve,
and there's a Burger King charge at the same time on the bank leaks. Is that a
Steve,
coincidence? You tell me.
I'm trying to answer you, and you're already moving on and talking over me. Do you understand why you're going to have a hard time getting guests moving forward if you act like
I don't
this?
have a hard time getting guests because I don't really. Yeah, I don't. I
I'm
do
trying
most
to-
of my shows solo. I don't care if I have a hard time getting guests.
I'm trying to be reasonable with you.
You came
I'm
here.
trying to work
You
with
came
you.
here tonight to clear some things up. I thought I'm trying to help you
No,
find that road to redemption, and you're
actually,
just
no, that's-
obfuscating, and you're.
That's not what I'm here for at all. I'm here because you asked me to come on the show, and you said that you wanted to talk about my past as a creator. You
We
wanted
did.
to bring up some of the things that my detractors have said, and
We
you said
did.
it would be about 90 minutes to about 2 hours, and I agreed, and that was it,
Oh,
right?
you're gonna run already? Come on.
I'm not. What are you talking about? Who's running? I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, come on. All right. Well, I'm gonna ask you to
There are
respond to
entries
this.
in the bank.
I'm gonna ask you to
But I'm
respond
not.
to this.
But we're not done yet. I'm still.
Well,
not done
I'm still
answering.
showing you the overwhelming evidence. There's overwhelming evidence that the bank leaks are real, and you say you want to
Okay.
address it. So let's go through this video,
No.
and you tell me where it's wrong.
Okay, hold
There
on.
are entries in the bank
Why
leaks
do we have
for
to?
beauty
Can you please
/
pause the
personal
video
hygiene.
so I can respond?
Yeah.
I want to talk, but you still haven't let me even finish a single answer yet. Okay? So let me follow what I have to say, and then you can do whatever you want. All right? You just admitted you cannot actually verify that call is real. You have great reason and suspicion to accept it or think that it's real, but you can't 100% prove it.
I believe a judge and jury would agree with me
That's
in a
fine,
court of law.
but you can't prove it, correct?
Nothing can be proved 100%. You're right, but the
Okay.
correlations.
Now,
Phil, eight
No,
times
no.
on your show you talked about getting a haircut, and the charges are there at the appropriate dates. That's a coincidence? That's all a coincidence.
dude, you're doing it again. You're talking and screaming over the guest instead of having a conversation.
You're not
All-
answering the questions. You're talking in circles and making excuses.
I'm giving my answer. You still haven't let me finish. Okay? You still haven't let me finish. I've given my side of this story of what it is. I don't know if your viewers are actually interested in what my side of the story is or not, because as you can tell, we're not really even talking about what I said. It's just you're just 100% convinced that it's real. So I don't think that anything,
based on an exhaustive investigation, yes.
right.
And one of the reasons that I'm sure that some of your detractors are right is because number one, they bring receipts, and number two, the hallmark of a great researcher is that somebody could go after that researcher and find the same information and say, okay, that researcher did a good job because I found the same thing. I went after this researcher on Pig Go, and they're 100% right. You talk about getting a haircut, it's on the bank leaks. How did these people know every time you talked about getting a haircut in an 18-month period, 8 times? And 8 for 8, it's on the bank leaks when you talked about it on your show, getting a haircut.
Okay. Are you done? Can I keep responding with my answer now?
I'm trying to get you to answer. Yeah.
I'm trying to answer, but you keep yelling over me every time I try. All right. Just let me say what I have to say then. You cannot confirm it's real, but you believe it is real based on all this circumstantial evidence. Fair
I
enough.
believe everybody that doesn't have a mental deficiency would believe it's real. Yeah.
Fair enough. So, fair enough. I can't change your mind. There's no reason to argue with anything, right? Why would I sit here and say, well, here's what it really is? There's no point. No matter what I do, I'm not going to convince you otherwise, correct? Now, I will say this. Whether or not it's real or not doesn't matter. If it is real, all it means is that I was an idiot who spent a lot of money like a moron, very frivolously, and I made lots of mistakes, right?
But
But
don't you think it'd be better to just admit that and move on than just
let me
keep coming
continue.
up?
You got to let me finish. You got to stop talking over the guest so I
We're
can
having a
finish my statement.
conversation. I'm not talking over you.
I'm trying. I'm just trying to finish my statement. I lose track of my thought when you interrupt me like that, Steve. Just so you know. And again, I'm not angry. I get it, but please let me finish my train of thought here. Okay.
All right.
So, even if every single thing in those bank leaks are absolutely positively true, all it means is that I was very irresponsible with my money. I was in a bad financial situation.
No, it would mean you committed fraud. Sorry to interrupt you again. That's what it would mean. All right.
All it would mean is that
you committed fraud.
In what way? Because I told
you told everybody that you needed because you told everybody that you needed money for one thing and you spent it on other things. That's a form of consumer fraud to some people's minds.
Wait, what? So let me get this straight. You think that if someone is on a stream and says contribute to my stream because I need money
to pay my mortgage,
okay, and then they actually
spent $40,000 on a mobile game. Yeah.
Okay, but that's not what happened. Even if the bank leaks are real, that's not what happened at all, right? I will tell you this, Steve. Anytime that I went out of my way and I said, hey, I really need help with something, it actually was truthful, okay? Were there times, like I got caught out on this during my documentary by June the King, where he outright said, now, wait a minute, I have a stream where you said you needed money for this, but are you admitting that you spent money on something else at the same time? And I said, yes, I'm admitting that. But the money always went to what it had to go to first, and then it would go to other things as well. All right. I'm not going to tell you if I said, hey guys, I need money to pay my mortgage tomorrow. Can you help me out? And I got that money that I didn't also buy a sandwich. You know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. Now, you're saying $40,000 spent. Again, who even knows? Where they get these numbers from? I don't know what number that even means, if that means in a year, if that means forever. Have I spent money on mobile games? Yes, I've admitted that publicly. I've spent thousands upon thousands of dollars on mobile games. All right. I've very carelessly treated my money over the years. That's why I ended up in the bankruptcy. That's why I was living paycheck to paycheck, stream to stream. Okay. But I never outright came on a stream and said, I need this, raised it, and then ran and spent it on something else directly. What you're implying here is that I'm like some kind of a degenerate gambler who would say, I need the money, and then I would go bet
a lot
it.
of people are addicted to games. It's not something to be ashamed of.
I know. Steve, I've talked about this, about my past, that actually before this WWE Champions thing, I was actually way more addicted to a different game called WWE Supercard and Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle. That those two, I was actually spending way more on than I ever spent on WWE Champions. Okay, so I know all about the addictive nature of overspending and all of that, and I have publicly admitted I've done it.
All right, okay? Phil, can we go through the haircut evidence and then you tell me what you think of it? Steve, can we do that? Can we just go through it?
Now, how about I just finish my answer? Okay, and then we can.
You've been finishing your answer for 10 minutes here.
It doesn't matter if the blank leaks are real or not. I'm telling you my perspective. I've already.
Do you understand? It matters to your audience. It matters to the internet.
Steve, I've explained this to you already.
Phil, if you're begging for money constantly and you spent 40 grand on a mobile game, that matters. You're telling people you don't have money to buy food and you spent 40 grand on a mobile game. That matters. It goes directly to your integrity.
What are you talking about? You literally, so here's the problem. You are completely extrapolating the situation. You're acting like on one stream I said I need money for groceries, and then immediately I took all that money and spent it on a mobile game. That never happened. Never. If I asked for money for something, I spent it on what I needed it for, and then maybe I spent money on other stuff as well. That has nothing to do with, he blew it all on the mobile game. That's why he needed more money. No, that's ridiculous.
Well, mobile game, DoorDash, gin,
there
wine.
You go. So what you're implying then is anyone who ever asks for support on a stream can only directly spend it on responsible things, and you have to be police what the person spends the money on. That is so false. That is such a fallacy. It is.
You don't want to address the correlation. There's 20, 30 of them, Steve, where you talked about something and it's on the bank leaks. It's on the bank leaks.
Which we can't verify are real.
You talked about 8 haircuts and 8 times it's on the bank leaks. Let's get into this.
Which
Since we have a control, that being Phil's hair, we can see if Phil got a trim around the times in which beauty and personal hygiene were logged.
Steve,
The oldest entry is October 14th, 2020.
you're wasting your time.
If you're unfamiliar with the banking industry,
I guess I am,
sometimes
'cause
a
you
charge
want
will
to tell the
post and
truth.
clear the same day, or it may take 1 to 3 days. So, anyway, using PigPigGo, I found this from October 12th.
Oh my
But at
goodness.
the same time, I gotta go grocery shopping. We have appointments we have to get to. I'll enjoy the haircut. I'm gonna get a haircut.
Oh, I'm gonna get a
It's good-
haircut.
Just starting to get long.
On the
This implies the day off was tomorrow, October 13th, and the charge cleared October 14th. We have a total of 8 haircuts in the leaks. So far, we're 1 of 8. The next cut is logged December 9th, and here's Phil on December 7th.
That's right, and I'm getting a haircut. You're absolutely right, Salvano Fish. Remember, I'm getting a haircut as well tomorrow. So a super busy day for me.
2 down, 6 to go. The
2
next log,
haircuts.
January
Match the
20,
leaks.
2021.
Steve,
Here's
we get
Phil
the point.
on January
We don't have to
18th.
see the other 6.
Grocery shopping,
Steve,
pet
we
shopping.
get the point.
But this is what I'm talking about, receipts.
Trying to get my haircut tomorrow.
Here's receipts.
Logged March
They
3rd,
match the bank
and
leaks.
Phil on March
Public
3rd.
statements match
too
the
zoomed
bank
out.
leaks, Phil.
I did get a haircut. It's much closer now than it was, like much closer to the head. Because it's spring, I decided to get a much shorter haircut.
Logged April 8th, and here's Phil on April 5th. Oh,
Are we going
and
to
by
talk
the
about
way,
anything else?
7th,
or
that's
we're just gonna
Wednesday.
watch the
But yeah, the
haircut
thing is,
montage?
this Wednesday,
It's only
we
a
got
few
some things
minutes.
we're doing.
It's
Like
only
we're
2
doing, we're
minutes.
getting haircuts.
We're halfway through.
Logged May 11th, Phil on May 9th.
My wife and I are going to probably go grab some food, but then we have to get haircuts.
Oh,
Logged
look at
July
that.
15th, Phil on the exact same date.
Now that the headphones are off, you probably can't see it that well. I got a very close haircut all around the sides and the back. The top's still kind of long.
And lastly, August 18th, and here is Phil on August 18th.
A lot of people are noticing my shorter haircut, which is very comfy, by the way.
There's another
Perfect
one.
time for it.
Matches the
Summer
bank
here.
leaks.
You know, I want to cool down. It's been so hot recently.
Based on this data, from a logical standpoint, it appears that those beauty charges coincide with every day that Phil got his haircut. This now changes our question or challenges our previous outcome. What used to be the transactions on the recording were Phil's, the transactions on the recording were fabricated, or the transactions on the recording belonged to somebody else, must now become 1. The transactions on the recording were Phil's, which coincide with the data found in the bank leaks. 2. The transactions on the recording were fabricated, and the person who fabricated it either accurately guessed when Phil was going to get a haircut or knew when he got a haircut. Or 3. The transactions on the recording are from an account which the person who leaked the transactions knew would be utilized by a person getting their haircut at the same time as Phil. Of the 3, which 2 can Occam's razor cut out? But there's more to it than that. In the restaurant's transaction, there's an entry for Maggie's on Meeker. This is not a chain restaurant. And
The
is only
restaurant
located
visits
in
match the bank
Washington,
leaks.
which just
They're
so
public
happens to be
statements.
6.6 miles from Phil's residence.
Match the bank
This
leaks.
means that if the transactions are fraudulent, the person creating the fraudulent logs knew to include a restaurant that DSP had frequented in the past, and if they are of another person, that person must live within the same confines or general area as Phil.
Yeah. So, come on, Phil. 8 out of 8 times they accurately guessed when you were getting a haircut and put it on those bank leaks, and they made the fake recording of the teller talking about the haircuts.
Yes, not yes, but they already know because they talk about it publicly on every stream. That's what I mean. Like what you're seeing is all stuff that was public. You understand that? Like everything that's in those leaks is public information because I'm on a stream.
So
every day.
somebody like what logs everything that you say and then put it all in the bank leaks. Like when you say you're getting a haircut, when you say you're getting DoorDash, when you say you're going to Burger King, when you say you're going out to eat, when you say you're going grocery shopping, they knew 100%. And by the way, I said the hallmark of a good researcher is when somebody goes after him. I checked the clips. He's accurate. This person is accurate, and he's a retired law enforcement officer. I think he goes by Broside Phil. This guy's a retired cop. He's not qualified to investigate this and come to a conclusion that the bank leaks are accurate.
Who said that? I didn't say that.
So how did somebody get this all so right? All those bank leaks so right?
Because
They
it's
just watched you,
all
and they
public
faked a
info.
5-hour bank teller call, and then they made these spreadsheets.
The
They
spreadsheet.
did all
No, hold
that.
on, hold on.
Just
The
to, and by
spreadsheet
the
is
way,
based
do you
off
know
the
what the
call.
story is? That
You're
this
in,
is
now
the
you're
person.
interrupting me again.
But let me just get this out. The person, the lore that I got is that the person who did this, and I don't condone somebody committing a crime to so-called get you or prove that you're lying about money or spending money on stupid shit. I don't condone that, but the information is there. But the lore is that this person used to be a supporter of yours. They got tired of you lying to your audience, and they wanted to check you, and that's why they did this.
Okay.
Did you also know
And
that? Did you also know that you were caught lying a great deal about the police investigation and all of that stuff? You've been
police
caught
invest
lying.
the police investigation of what?
You lied about when you talked to the police because people did the same. Retired law enforcement officer did FOIA requests, which prove you lied in that side scrollers interview. 100% proves you lied about
About
all of this
I
bank
have
leak
no
stuff.
idea what you're talking about.
You
I what
100%. Well, I got
what
a
police
video, but
investigation?
I got
I
a
don't.
video. But joining us to
There
talk
was no
about this
police
is
investigation.
our retired law enforcement officer friend whose work I checked, and I also verified his FOIA
Okay,
request and spoke to the local police to
Steve,
verify what he did was accurate.
can we press pause for a second so we can talk about stuff? Like you're just throwing insane amounts of stuff out here, right?
It's called evidence. You don't have any, we have lots to get through.
But
That's the problem.
Steve, listen to me. Please listen to me. All you're doing is throwing things, right? I try to respond, and as I'm responding, you move on to something else. That's not actually a conversation, nor is that considered any way a fair shake. I would like to respond, but every time I'm trying, you yell over me and you move on and you play a 2-minute video and there's nothing here that I can do because you won't actually like talk. You're already moving on to something else. I'm like, wait, what police
Because
investigation?
you haven't
There is no
adequately explained the
investigation.
correlations. Yeah, you're right. But you lied about when you said that you talked to them previously and they said they would only investigate human trafficking. You lied about that. Our retired law enforcement officer friend here, he's here. And
Hello.
Wait a minute. That's
yeah,
not what are you talking about?
he spoke to the detective that you talked to. You said in the side scrollers interview that sometime prior to the bank leaks, you didn't file a police report. By the way, your bank would have. Did you know? My wife, I mentioned she was an accountant. Do you know what she did? She worked in the fraud department at Beneficial Savings Bank for 20 years, and she told me that Phil, said that these people got access to multiple of your accounts. The
Yes.
bank itself is required by federal law and banking regulations to file a police report. Our retired law enforcement officer friend filed the FOIAs. The bank didn't file any fraud reports. They're required by law to do so.
But
So
then
if
they
you
didn't
talk
do
to the
it.
bank, if you talk to the bank and said somebody got access to my account illegally, they
Yep.
would have filed the appropriate police reports, talked to the detectives, and followed up on that. They
Well, I
didn't.
don't well, I
And
don't know why they didn't.
You lied about when you said the police only investigate human trafficking or something.
No, hold
We've
on a
got another
second.
video for that. We've got another video for the FOIAs proving you lied again.
Wait. So hold on a second. So you're saying that I'm lying completely about the bank account? Like I still have this bank account, it's real and it's still open and I'm
Honestly,
using
Phil, I'm
it?
losing track of your lies. I don't know what you've lied about because you lie about a lot of
You're
stuff.
bringing up 10 points, and every time I try to address one, you move on to another. So I can't address any of your points.
Well, there's a lot
I
of
can
lies.
clarify.
There,
I can
why don't you-
clarify.
Yeah, go ahead. And
Yeah,
by the way,
sure.
I've checked this person's credentials. They really are a retired law enforcement
Hold on,
officer.
Steve. I'm asking you. You were just mentioning. You said if there's fraud involved with the bank account, the company is required to file a police report about the fraud with the bank account. Correct?
Yeah. So I think you never reported any of this to your bank. You just got a new bank account and moved on. That's what I believe.
So you're saying I manually closed the bank account. And
I don't know
opened
what
a new
happened.
bank
I
account.
know that if you would have reported fraud to your bank, they were required by federal banking regulations and federal law to fill out police reports and open a fraud investigation. They didn't do that.
100% correct.
They didn't do
100%
that.
correct.
And by the way, I'm just saying that as the husband of somebody whose wife worked in the fraud department at a major Fortune 500 bank for 20 years. She did this every day, Phil. Every day. People would call and say, somebody got a hold of my card. Well, you have to be willing to prosecute them and we'll get to the police. And she'd fill out the police report. She'd talk to detectives. She'd follow up on all the fraud cases. None of this happened in your case. And I think that's because the bank leaks are real. and that's your
Yeah, they're
banking information, and you just wanted to glaze over this so that you could keep going with the e-begging grift. That's what I
Stephen,
think.
the more damning thing about this, however, is the fact that during the Side Scrollers interview, he stated that he didn't file a police report because during a threat case, which was done via email, it was a Swedish email company. I think it's protonmail.com, which very truly did threaten Phil Burnell, saying that they wanted to kill him and do terrible stuff.
We got that police report.
Totally got that. I've got that. I actually, I have every police report from the time that Phil Burnell lived in Washington until present day, as of about 2 months ago. However, he said that during that time he spoke with a detective, and the detective said that, we don't really do cybercrime. Now, he lives in Renton. I live in a small town in the Midwest. Now, my jurisdiction, my unit size, my entire police department was 50 men. I personally did crimes like Philip Burnell is talking about here. I worked them personally. I was quite good at them, to be quite honest. So it didn't make sense to me. So I called the detective because the detective's name was in the police report. And when I spoke to the detective,
by the way, that call's recorded, Phil. We have the receipt.
And I have the recording. When I spoke to the detective remembered Phil. Lickety split. He goes, no, I remember him. Yeah, for sure. I said, great. Here's what I have.
Wait. The detective I talked to was a woman.
Okay, well, the detective, according to, and I have the narrative affidavits, was a detective, Steve. I have the narrative affidavits.
I spoke to
was
a
a detective.
woman.
The narrative affidavits.
I don't care about your narrative.
The narrative
affidavits,
which is recorded by law. He remembered you when he spoke with you. When he spoke with you, he asked you. He went through everything. I said, can you tell me more about anything to do with, let's say, human trafficking? Do you only work human trafficking? He said, what do you mean only human trafficking? I said, well, he's telling me is that
this is where your lies catch up to you, Phil.
There's no lies.
Someone in your agency,
you lied to Side Scrollers.
I didn't.
Someone in your agency told this man that you don't work. That you don't work anything.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go.
That you don't work.
Paper. Can you?
That you don't.
And I'm gonna look for a piece of paper. I'll be right
that
back.
you don't work anything. That you don't work anything but human trafficking. To which I was responded to by this detective, which, by the way, really bad to lie to people that are seeking information.
I agree.
That then said, no, we work cases like that all the time. We work data breaches. We work criminal use of financial cards. We work all that stuff. And so, I mean, what else is there to say? They don't just work human trafficking. They're a larger agency than my agency was. They, of course, have separate divisions. Who in their right mind would only work human trafficking in a capacity of a cybercrime?
They're required by law to investigate a crime. They can't just ignore a crime. And we've got the receipts here, Phil, of you lying to the Side Scroller guys.
Now stop. Stop playing the video because I have
police.
something to say. What's the case number?
Stand by, please. I have that up. Stand by.
He'll get it.
Hold on. Stand by.
We've got all the receipts. We've got all the paperwork.
That's written. Hold on. This is the case number for. This is the email, right? Stand by. Hold, please. 21-532.
That's correct. That is the case number.
I know it is.
And what is the name of the person who you think was responsible for this case?
The investigator that I spoke with was Detective. Stand by, please. Christopher Edwards.
That is not the person who I spoke with. I have completely different information here, and it was a woman.
Great. Who's that person? I'll happily call them.
What's her name? We'll call them and verify.
I'm not going to say it publicly. I can give it to you.
Oh, come on, Phil, with the obfuscation again. Isn't it convenient? Every time pressed for receipts, you don't have one.
I have.
We've got a mountain of receipts here, Phil. You don't have any receipts. You have excuses.
Do you really want this person to be publicly harassed? That's why I'm going to give it to you.
She's a police officer. I think she could take it. I think.
No. Hold on. Phil, I'm gonna go on your side, Phil. Trust me. I'm a detractor channel. I don't want to go on your side, but I'm going to go on your side. Phil, you give that name to Steven. I,
Yeah.
completely unbiased,
We'll privately check into it. We won't
will
say it
check into
publicly.
that.
Will you do
I
that,
won't
Phil?
publicly name that person. I will
Yeah,
not ostracize you for it. I will talk with her. If you are correct and she tells me, yep, I told Phil Burnell or I told anybody we only work human trafficking, I will publicly apologize.
Now, hold on a second. Why on earth do you think that she would admit that?
Do you have any idea how much honor, integrity, and honesty is bound to law enforcement? It is their career.
The conversation that I had with this woman, okay, was in regards to that email, okay, but also while I was having that same conversation with her, I said, hey, I'm curious. Since you're here with me talking about this online harassment, I get all kinds of fraudulent chargebacks against my PayPal account all the time. And I've got these people's email addresses. PayPal could probably get all this information about who they are or whatever.
For sure.
Would the police investigate anything like that whatsoever? And her response to me, I'm paraphrasing because obviously I
Of
didn't
course.
record the conversation, was
I understand.
no, we would not look into anything like that whatsoever. We don't have the capacity. Basically, anything that we have to do with kind of online stuff is essentially child and human trafficking because that's all we can really handle. However, if you want, you can contact the FBI in Seattle. That's what I was told. That's what we're talking about here.
Hold on. Oh, now I know full well that this is on YouTube. It is referable, and it is the whole 9 yards in that regard.
All right, just hold on one second. No, just to lighten the mood a little bit. I just want to thank everybody. We hit our goal tonight, Phil. So I'm going to have some Arby's burgers,
Good.
and I made a stretch goal for overtime because I learned it by watching you, Phil. I learned it by if you hit one goal, set another one, right?
Well, okay. Now,
the
speaking
grip
of which,
out.
hold on.
So,
Speaking of
Phil,
which, okay, go ahead. Finish what you have to say, and then I got to say.
absolutely. And I'll mute and Stephen, if I'm good to drop, I'll happily drop.
You can drop.
Phil, I made no bones about it, man. You've banned a couple of my alts from Kick. You've banned me and my Broside archive from YouTube channels. I don't hold any disparity. I don't disparage you for that.
I did what? I banned your YouTube channel? How would I do that?
Well, you banned me from talking. I subbed to you. I tried to talk. I couldn't talk.
I was going to say,
I get that.
Got rid of your
No,
channel.
no. God, no, my dude, not at all.
No, his channel is Broside Phil, and the link to his videos are in the description here.
My point is,
sources. And by the way, just so everybody's clear, I checked his work. I didn't just blindly accept that what he's saying is correct. I made phone calls. I checked through the haircuts with Pig Go and checked that the clips are accurate. That's Phil saying he got a haircut. It's on the bank leaks. This gentleman found all this information, and that's the hallmark of a great researcher. Another good researcher can go after him and get the same results. I got the same results, Phil. His information is accurate. His receipts.
My point.
Saying something.
My point is, Phil. You have every reason to believe that I'm out to get you or something like that.
I don't even know who you are. I have no clue who you are.
That's fine. That's fine. You know what? Hey, that makes it all the better for me. No lie. The fact you don't know me, cool. I'm not. Whatever. My point is this. I take my honor, my integrity, and my honesty very, very seriously. I am not outside the scope of law enforcement. I work for a private company now, but my honor, my integrity is everything. To that end, I hereby decree and state it'll be on the recording when I contact whoever the fuck it is. I don't know this person's name. Okay. If you say it is investigator, we'll just call her Miss Smith. And I get to talk with Miss Smith. I hereby promise and swear I will not pre-sell you. I will not say Phil Burnell is just this giant piece of shit and he's this and he's that. But Phil, I'm not going to cut any corners. And if she just says, oh, I don't remember, or she says, oh, I don't have this or I don't have that, I'm not going to preconceive a judgment, but at the same time, I'm not going to say, oh yeah, Phil was completely right in that she didn't, or that she lied to me and said, I never said that or anything like that. I'm not going to do you dirty, but my ask is this. If I come back to you with results, do not attack my character and do not attack my integrity. That is my only ask.
I don't even know who you are, and I won't care. I probably will never even hear the response to what you're doing because it doesn't affect me.
Do you want to hear the video about the FOIA requests that verify that you weren't honest with the side scrollers, guys?
About the what? requests? What are we talking about here?
Freedom. He filed Freedom of Information Act requests to get all the police reports, and then he talked to the investigating detectives who verified that you weren't honest with what you said to the side scrollers guys. You lied to them.
About what? What we're talking about right now?
Yeah. You
Well,
lied about they only investigate human trafficking. No, that wasn't
what,
true.
Steve,
Well,
what are you talking
Steve. What he's saying, Steve, is that he spoke to somebody different than I did.
Okay, so we get our name and let's verify that.
That's what he's apparently going to send you.
Yeah. What are we doing?
Steve. I await your communication
You
that
can
says
DM me her name right now, Phil.
that
You can DM me her
he
name.
sent you this name, and when I have time, I hereby promise I will look into that.
Now,
Good.
before you go, because it sounds like you're taking off.
No, I'm not taking off. I'm right here. Until
Okay.
you need me to go, I'll be here.
What incentive would this woman have at all to say, "Oh yeah, I remember that I had that conversation with him, and I totally said that"? Like, what incentive would she have to actually say that? Especially because if what I'm understanding is true, now I'm trying to understand from everything you've said. I'm trying to give you a fair shake here, and I'm believing you that everything you're saying is true. Understand? I don't even know who you are. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here. What you're basically saying is that she lied to me. Is that what you're saying? Like they should have a cyber crimes unit that would look into PayPal chargebacks and stuff like that?
Well, so not only it depends on how it was presented to her, right? I'm not going to go into the conversation with "ha ha ha, you lied to Phil." What I'm looking for is, look, did you ever talk with a guy that brought up something about PayPal, right? And I'll give her the time and date range. Look, this would have been about this date to this date, and this guy would have been involved with I think it was Chris. I can't remember the last name. I don't have the paperwork in front of me. And and maybe he mentioned something about, hey, this guy was looking to charge me back $20, right? Did you by any chance say something to the effect of, Jesus Christ, $20? No, we're not looking into that. We're looking at stuff like human trafficking or something like that. I'll sell you as the bullshit like $20 chargeback that it is, because $20, $1 chargeback, $15 chargebacks aren't federal crimes. No federal unit on the planet is going to look into that. Let's be clear.
Mhm.
But I will totally sell it as, look, this guy probably talked to you about this, about this, about this. Is there any chance in hell that you said something to the effect of, we really wouldn't look deep into that since it's not a felony. We would probably reserve that because it's, cross-jurisdictional to the feds. I will play it up to your benefit as much as humanly possible. And her incentive, the question of what is the incentive for the officer to be honest, it tells me you do not understand the integrity, honesty issue, or Brady issue. If you want to look that up, please feel free. The Brady-Garrity issue of honesty in law enforcement. Her incentive is to not lose her entire fucking career / pension. That is her incentive.
So, following along with that, let's say, for example, she actually did remember that she had said that, which I don't think she would because it was an aside. Remember, the conversation I had with her was actually about the email harassment I had received.
Brother, you'd be surprised.
This was just being a side thing that we had talked about, right? What's to stop her from just saying, I don't remember? In which case, then this is a nothing.
Then he'll
burger,
report, I don't
help.
remember.
Hold on. I will report. She says I don't remember. Okay, I will not embellish. I will not lie about you, Phil.
Okay.
I am not going to lie about you. Everything I am looking for is factually fucking based.
Okay. So now let's examine the three scenarios, because that's what you just did with my bank leaks. Remember, you had three scenarios?
Occam's razor.
So scenario number one, all right, she outright admits that she said, oh, we wouldn't investigate it. Now
I will eat that crow.
But you know that that's not true. Like, you know that she should have said, oh, we probably would investigate it. Like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Because there's three scenarios. Either she admits exactly what she said to me. She says she doesn't remember. Or she outright lies and says, no, I never said that.
Correct. And all I can do is report on what she said. Here's the issue, Phil.
Yes.
Based on the 8 haircuts, based on the Burger King, based on the stuff, here's what you say a lot circumstantial evidence, right? You say that a lot. I take issue with that. And the reason I take issue with that is because Phil, you're familiar with DNA evidence, are you not?
What are we talking about? DNA
Hear me out. Hear me out. Are you familiar with what DNA evidence is? It is like the slam dunk evidence, right?
Where are we going on an aside? We have 3
Hear me.
options. We have 3
Hear
options
me.
she might say. Correct?
Phil,
We have 3
I've heard
options.
you out. Phil, I've heard you out.
No, I didn't
I
finish.
know.
I didn't finish yet. You interrupted me as I was telling you about the 3 options.
All right. Go ahead.
In which of those options do I come out the winner?
Do you come out the winner? Okay. So and that's what I was trying to get at. Okay. You've got option 1, which is she corroborates your story, which great. Then you're telling the truth and I will stand by you. I will back you, Phil. Okay. That's
But
option 1. Option 2.
Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Okay.
Yep.
Option 2. She does not back you. Okay. She says, I never said that. I will also report that. Now there's 2 she doesn't back you options. Option 1 is she's telling the truth and she didn't back you. And that would mean that you lied. Option 2 is that she doesn't back you and she's lying, right? That's option 2. That's where the term that when we were talking about just a minute ago, I brought up circumstantial evidence, which you bring up a lot, right?
Mhm.
Here's the issue that you have. I'm not saying I have it with you. I don't have any personal grief against you. Do you know that DNA evidence, which is thought of to be the greatest of greatest evidence, it is the slam dunk. You were there, you touched the gun, you drank from the cup. By legal definition, is circumstantial evidence.
No, I didn't know that. I'm not a lawyer.
There you go. You can look it up yourself, my dog. Circumstantial evidence is hands down some of the most damning evidence on the planet. Now, the reason I bring this up is not because it changes the situation, Phil, but because rather you want to be seen in a better light, right? Personally, I'd love to see you be cast in a positive light. No problem there.
Wait a minute.
Hear me out.
I actually disagree with what you just said.
Okay, please specify.
Okay, can we like get bigger? We're like tiny on the screen. Why are we looking at side scrollers? I mean, I can't see anything.
Yeah, well, we were going to play the for you.
You don't need to play that.
It's okay. It's okay.
So here's the thing that no one seems to understand, and I've been trying to explain this to Steve. Maybe you'll understand it. It sounds like maybe you'll get it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I don't care about any of this.
Right. So,
all.
But
Phil, listen to me, please, guys, both of you. I want you to understand something.
Sure.
So many people on the internet have said so many negative things about me over the years. It doesn't matter what's true or not. It doesn't matter what I can prove
it does,
or disprove.
Though.
It will never make me look better. Do you understand?
But Phil,
it doesn't matter. No,
it does.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Because no matter what, every single time that I have disproven something or gone out of my way to try, everyone moves the goalpost and says it wasn't good enough, or here's the next thing, or whatever it may be. So
Phil,
I don't
hold on.
care. So I'm not done.
Let me back you.
Let me finish my piece.
All right, go ahead. And I'll back you on something recent. I'll tit for tat you.
I don't care about any of this. If I had known that it was going to be a show about me saying, like, I care about proving if the bank leaks are real or not, or whatever, I would have said to Steve, just so you know, Steve, it's a waste of my time and I respectfully decline because I don't care. No matter what, I will never be seen in a positive light. Don't you understand that?
So you're okay for a softball interview, but not for a hard hitting one.
No.
We asked you the questions that the whole internet wants you to answer. That's what I did tonight.
Which I've already been asked, which I've already responded to. My answers don't change. I don't care.
Hold on.
Happy with where I am. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm happy with where I am. I'm successful where I am. I'm having a good time with life. I like the content I make. I'm okay with who I have become. Okay. I don't care about you say I beg too much. I don't care. I have fun. My viewers have fun. It's all good. I'm not harming anyone with the content that I put out there.
Agreed. Agreed.
Those times in the past, I will admit I've looked at myself in the past and I look at me saying stupid things and bad things like, man, I need money to pay my mortgage and shit like that. And I look at that now and I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed because it was a bad situation and I didn't have a way out of it. Okay. I've already admitted about all my shortcomings, that I'm irresponsible with money. I did all these bad things and I was dishonest about certain stuff. I'm not
Okay.
doing that. I'm not doing that anymore.
Okay.
I'm
But
I'm
hear me
past
out.
it. So
Okay. Fine. So
I don't care.
okay.
I don't need to prove any innocence of anything because I haven't committed any heinous actions whatsoever. This is
Mhm.
all a nothing burger. You thought you had something because you thought you were going to get me to do like some elaborate polygraph or whatever. It's never going to happen because I'm
I
not
didn't.
stupid.
Well,
It's-
first of all,
I'm-
I don't
you know,
have an agenda. My agenda is truth. It has always been my agenda. Okay, let's get that clear. Like, to be frank, Phil, and you can label me as a biased detractor for this. I don't particularly like you. And the reason for that has nothing to do with your content in terms of you playing video games. As a matter of fact, I'm going to back you right now. You just caught a fuck ton of flack about the Night Rain, did you not? Like, people are saying, "Oh, Phil's gonna just fucking do this shit and he doesn't know and he's this and he's that." Dog, I actually looked in some of the contract language and there's stuff in there that says you can use YouTube super chats and memberships during gameplay. To me, that implies you can live stream it. Now, I don't know, but at the same time, I'm going, wait a minute, maybe that means that some of the stuff they're looking at that says, "Oh, you can't stream it," is wrong. So I didn't immediately jump on that bandwagon that said, "Ha ha ha, let's make fun of Phil." Not my goal. However, that being said, which shout out, of course, there is a marked number of transactions, Apple, iTunes, and PayPal. Now, I'm not going to say they're microtransactions. I'm not going to say that they belong to WWE champions or WWE supercards. As a matter of fact, I don't give three shits about that. However, what I have seen is the videos of, "Guys, I can't afford my bills. Guys, I can't afford this. Guys, I can't afford that." And here's the thing, man. I can't see at least Apple iTunes transactions. You can make the argument for PayPal, but I can't see Apple iTunes transactions being towards anything other than what I would consider luxuries. To that end, that is a huge integrity issue. It tells me I would rather spend money on myself than I would taking my viewers, my donors, my lifeblood's money and spending it towards things that are necessities and that you're putting yourself in your own situation. Now, to that end, the reason for the FOIA requests, the reason for looking up the bank leaks is to try to get you to recognize within yourself, dog, maybe I have a problem. Maybe I need to look within myself and go, I really got to stop spending money on frivolous shit. So that way, and you know this to be true, that there are certain donors of yours that have mental handicaps that are using transactional funds that come from government entities. That, dog,
People on
that's
disability.
for them. That is for them. And they're giving it to you because they think you need it, that you are desperate for it. There are 2 stories about people going into bankruptcy, being homeless for you, dog. Just tell me you're not spending $20,000 on Apple iTunes. Please, I am begging you, because every piece of research I have says that. Does any of this make sense, or am I coming off like a rambling lunatic?
And remember, he's a retired police officer. I mean, he did these kind of cases, Phil. So when he says he believes that those bank leaks are real, he'd be considered an expert guest in a court of law, like a trained investigator. And I don't think that anybody's being too rude in saying that they want you to do better. It's not like we're just
no kidding.
Like, this guy's a scumbag.
Guys,
it's like we want you to do better.
Again, in regards
for
to
example,
this,
Phil, for example,
why are you talking over me?
You guys
I'm
just
about to
talk for
say
10
something.
minutes. Look, this is what I want to say. It's not just the bank leaks. It's not just the WWE game. For example, you kind of, a lot of people are telling me that you took control, or excuse me, that you took advantage of your family.
Why are you listening to that?
Well, what happened to your 10-year plan? Have you made any progress on getting a real job? DSP
It's
Oh,
called
I'm sorry.
COVID. It's called
Uh,
COVID. That's what happened to the 10-year
But
plan.
Keemstar offered you $50,000 and you turned it down. And instead, and he's been very critical of you, saying you could have taken the 50 grand and stopped begging your audience for money constantly. But instead, you just went right back to begging your audience.
Yeah,
And
because it's called
you
being the
promised
master
your
of your own
parents,
destiny.
you promised your parents you would
Talking
get
over me.
you promised your parents you would get a real job in exchange for the money that they gave you. And I believe you scammed them. You took the money and you didn't do what you promised them.
That's
You know?
not true at all.
You know what I would give to have my parents around to,
He's
to
still
keep a
talking over me.
promise to? Go ahead.
You're bringing up so many things again, more random stuff that it's
Because you
all
were in
hearsay.
debt and they cleared it up. You made a promise, you broke
Talking
it.
over again. That's not. Oh my goodness. What debt? Do you even know what that money was for?
I know you promised them to get a job and you haven't yet. And you had
That's
a 10-year plan that you haven't made any progress towards.
That didn't happen either. You see, all you know is hearsay from things that have been said. You don't even know the situation. You don't.
You raised money to visit your dying parents. You lied and you never went. Come on, Phil.
What? Now
I have the
think,
clips. I have the clips of you lying.
Now you think I did.
You need money to go visit your parents while they're still alive, and you never went on the trip. Did you?
Yes, I did. I got married when I was there in my parents' house, and there's pictures of it. What the hell are you talking about?
And you played WWE superstars on your wedding day based on the concurrent views or concurrent logins.
This is so ridiculous. So
and you didn't take your wife. You didn't take your wife on a honeymoon because you couldn't afford it. But you could afford $40,000 on a WWE phone game,
Steve,
like an 8-year-old.
Steve, do you see what you just did? You brought something up. I immediately countered it and disproved it, and you immediately moved on to the next thing. This is exactly what my detractors do. This is why I don't care. Because no
countered
matter what,
and disproved it. I'm lost. Where's the counter and disprovance?
He said I never went on the trip. There's 100% evidence. I've shown the pictures of the wedding. I've shown the pictures in my parents' house. There's evidence I went on the trip.
I think we're talking about a separate event where you were grifting, saying you'd really like to visit your parents while they were still alive. Their health,
and I did.
Yeah, there was that one. And then
but
Phil,
this is the situation that happens to me every single day.
Okay, but hold on. Well, hold on.
Let me talk about it.
You asked for money, Phil, to visit your dying parents, and they're still alive. That alone proves you lied to your audience for money. It's a form of consumer fraud.
It's not. That never even happened. My parents paid for the trip, and I told everyone that. And everyone said to me, I lied.
I have the clips of you begging for money so you could visit your parents while they're still alive because they're having health problems. I have the clip. But you don't care about receipts.
Wow. I outright told everyone my parents paid for the trip, and that's why I was going, because I couldn't afford to go.
But Phil, there's other things.
There's
right?
always other things, and every time one of it comes up, I counter it, and then it's the next.
So counter. So counter one more. Counter one more for me.
What is your name again? Because he says DSP on the screen, not your name. I don't even know what to call you.
Broside Phil.
Broside Phil.
Broside Phil.
He's your brother. Are we not our brother's keeper? This is Broside Phil. He's your brother on the internet. He's trying to be his brother's keeper. He's trying to.
Phil,
he wishes the best for you.
I'd like to have a small conversation with you right now. Because I've actually never, I think, directly spoken with a detractor like this before, have I? I don't think I ever really have.
I don't know if I hope I'm not turning you off from the idea, man. A lot of us are like this.
And by the way, for the record, I made an agreement with Steve that I was going to be on for 90 minutes. Then I gave him the benefit of the doubt and said, okay, we'll do 2 hours. Now we're on 2.5. I got to get out of here. I got to spend time with my wife tonight. Understand that this is not me running.
You don't want to hear the Keemstar trashing you because you didn't take the job.
We already
I got that left still.
We far exceeded our time.
Why didn't you take the job, Phil? Why didn't you take the job and stop begging?
Steve, are you going to admit that we've already exceeded? I've given you way more than my time than I agreed that I was going to. Is that correct?
All right, that's fair, I guess. Okay. You just want to run away then.
There's no running away. I have to go.
You don't want to finish.
This is the time when I normally
would end my stream. People thought you would rage quit right before this, so
I wasn't
Justo saying rage quit.
So to have a conversation with Darksydephil here, which I've actually never done this before.
Well, hello.
Would you agree that over the years, anytime that someone hits me with one of these accusations, and let's not even say specifically it's the bank leaks, because there's been many of these things that have been said, right? So he said this, he lied. Okay. He said this, he lied.
Okay.
Would you fair enough agree that every time that I actually did have a rational reason or an explanation or whatever, because I think you're going to at least give me the benefit of the doubt and say there have been times when Phil actually did counter rationally and said this didn't happen and it was true, right? It's not every single thing said about me is not true. Is that correct?
I'll give him that.
Right now,
The call girl stuff. The call girl
I'm
stuff.
thinking one thing. I'm thinking one thing heavy in my mind. I'm not going to say what it is, but yes, I'm thinking one thing heavy, but go ahead.
Okay. Is it not true that when that happens, if I go out of my way to disprove something, that it immediately this detractor community just moves on to something else? Is that true or not?
The detractor community at large? Or would you say, let me throw it back to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got scammed by Super Crazy. Yeah, he got 20 out of me, dog. He did. You want to tell me Super Crazy went down and was like doing crazy shit on you? Fuck, man. I'll stand right next to you and be like, Super Crazy psychotic. All right. 100%. But when it comes to overall events, right? There are things that you say, haha, I answered it and therefore it has been answered. And you completely side skirt the issue. So for instance, let's say for instance, you get chastised for dogging people on your community for being toxic, and you're like, that is taken out of context. I saw the message King Be Cruel sent you. I saw the message King Be Cruel sent you. I've seen the documentation and messages that Arkham sent you. And yeah, Arkham was like, hey man, can I get a $5? Dude, I paid him $50 to set up my Discord server. King Be Cruel said, dude, man, you're saying stuff like it's cringe, you know? He's just like me for real. It's kind of fucking cringe. You went 10-8 on his ass, right? You just went absolutely insane. Can you say that? Hold on. Can you say that then? Can your reaction then be, well, they were coming at me? Technically, that's an answer, is it not? Of course it is. And so you, in your mind, think, I have successfully answered the detractors. In the detractors' minds, we don't care about you answering that you felt attacked. What we care about is that you disproportionately attacked King Be Cruel, attacked Navinia, attacked Arkham, attacked all these people. And so we, like you say, hyper focus on it because you think it's answered. And to you, it is answered. But to us, we're not looking at it through the same lens you're looking at it. We're looking at it through a very different lens. And while you may disagree, I tend to think we are, by and large, looking at it through a lens of decency, honor, and integrity. Now, you may disagree. That is your prerogative. But man, you throw a lot of hate towards detractors, and I get why you might. But you
from
throw
an outsider looking in,
hate.
They have receipts, and you only have excuses, in my experience.
There you go. That's kind of the overarching business of it.
They have overwhelming evidence, and you have excuses so far.
Okay, but the question was, if I disprove something, is it not a true statement that the detractors just move on to something else and that becomes the next focus? Is that not a true statement?
That may be true. Yeah, I may give you that. Sure.
Right? So do you guys
But you're always doing shit that they find objectionable. So they're going to move on to the next time you did something like beg for money for because you might have to eat a lunch meat sandwich, and then they make a video about
point. That's actually an excellent point.
Maybe if you stop doing stupid shit that most people find objectionable, a lot of that content would stop.
Oh, now you've hit it on the head. Steve. Did you hear what you just said? If you would stop doing things that most people find objectionable, okay? Most people don't give two fucks about Darksydephil. They don't know who I am. They don't give a shit. They just go on with their lives. If they don't like something, they ignore it. They don't hyper-focus on it. They don't fixate on it. They don't obsess on it. They don't form communities on it. They don't have YouTube channels based on it. They don't monetize stolen content on it. They don't motivate their viewers to act against the person. None of that happens. The normal person doesn't like someone and they say, I'm going to avoid that person and I'm going to go over here and I'm going to focus on the rest of my life. But that's not the liberty that I've had in the last 10 to 12, 13 years. Every little thing that I've ever done has been microanalyzed, overanalyzed, hyperbole to the extreme. Because to you say, man, it really sounds like he asked for so much money and it was really obnoxious. If it was actually that, right? If actually people found it so offensive, I would have 0 viewers. I would have 0 support. I would have absolutely no one on my side. No one would like my content, and I would have been canceled a decade ago.
Yeah,
It didn't
but you've been
happen.
at this. You've been at this for 15 years, and like you're getting less views than me. I've been at this for 3 or 4 years.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You did the
That's-
detractors get more views than you, so that
That's-
means half your audience is hate viewers.
And
Phil,
that's exactly where you're wrong. You just said something. You said Phil gets less views than me. I don't get less views than you at all. Because every single person that watches this guy up here is my viewer. And every single person that watches every restreamer is my viewer. The only
maybe that's
reason
a
they're
fair
watching
point.
the
Yeah.
only reason they're watching the content is because of this guy right here. So just because things are different with my business model, just because I put out content that gets support and a lot of people don't like it, doesn't mean that people don't watch it, doesn't mean that it's not successful. You may hate me, but I think you understand the game, do you not? Right? I wouldn't be here after 16 years if I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Okay? So
I'll give you that. You're a survivor. I'll give you that.
Right?
I'll give you that. You
So,
are a survivor.
I was
Absolutely.
in an endless no-win situation where the entire internet hated my guts. So what am I going to do? Am I going to just cower and cry? Or am I going to do my best to persevere and to try to find other ways to get by? And I've done that for 16 years.
But don't you think
If
you could have got by better with Keemstar's 50 grand? And then
Absolutely
you would
not.
take the pressure off?
I don't want to be a slave to Keemstar, and he knows. I've already said this outright. Working for that guy, you become a slave. You're in a contract. You're stuck having to do what he says. I am much happier being my own boss, being the master of my own destiny, even if it means I have to deal with this guy up here. Which, by the way, I will say, Darksydephil, you have been very respectful tonight, and that was nice.
I made sure I told him that he had to be, but
No, I
he's the
think
kind
he
of he's respectful on his own.
I was going to say,
didn't
I
need
think
to
he
tell him.
probably would have done it anyway. He seems like that kind of guy. And to be quite frank, if people like him would actually just talk to me in a respectful manner, I think.
Why don't
we
you have
could
him on your
actually
show, Phil?
see
Why don't you have him
more
on your
eye to
show?
eye. Well, I don't even really do guests on my show anymore because I got tired of it. To be
But you
quite frank,
can.
you know, let's explore things in the future. All right, I'm going to say tonight that was actually him being on here and being fair and honest was nice.
Oh, but just to review, the offer for the polygraph is still there. I'd like to see your bank statements from the period of the bank leaks, and then I can confirm for all of the internet and the world that those
Okay.
bank leaks are fake.
Okay.
I'd like to see the $1,500 in charges that you said you undercovered
We are running out of time
because the bank
we have
leaks,
to end it for tonight.
and I would like to see proof of these chargebacks because Phil, in my experience, all the grifters that I cover, they're always making their audience feel sorry for them with perceived injustices. I don't think you're getting all these chargebacks that you keep claiming.
If that were
You
the case,
ask for
then
money to cover those too.
if that were the case, wouldn't I just ask for it a lot more often? Because I
Couldn't
really
you just
don't bring
couldn't
it
you
up
just
that often.
could you just show me the PayPal records from the chargebacks, and then we'll know
Again,
you're telling the truth about that?
Let's end this the same way that I've basically addressed it all night. Okay. First of all, that was a great conversation. I'd like to have more conversations like this one with this guy up here because I felt that that was a pretty good one, and maybe some productive stuff could come between myself and these detractors and detractor communities if we actually had legit, intelligent conversations. So maybe I'll look into that in the future. Maybe there's some benefit.
All right, and remember,
okay?
Phil, you promised you
Now-
weren't going to ask for money for personal expenses for 6 months.
I haven't
You
asked
said.
for any personal
You
expenses.
said you wouldn't for
at
the
all.
next 6 months. though.
And I haven't in the past either. Yeah, that's correct. I don't do that anymore. I don't have to. I'm not in that. You're looking at clips from the bankruptcy in those years when things were awful.
No, I've looked at recent clips. I've been watching you for a month or two now.
and you
every
think
day.
that you saw me ask for money for
You
the
just
mortgage?
asked for money to get Arby's, dude.
That's the goal. That's a joke. I don't really
Dude.
need the money for Arby's. What are you talking
Dude,
about? That's
when
completely different.
when he challenged groceries, I did go to Pig Go. The last time you brought up, I have a mortgage and I have financials and I have my groceries was Feb 10, 2025.
February 10th, Phil.
But what's
just-
the
I just-
context? But what's the context?
I can bring it up.
You asked for money because you needed money for groceries and your
No,
mortgage
no.
and bills
Bullshit.
on February 10th.
That's bullshit.
We
No.
can play the clip, Phil.
That's bullshit.
We can
And
get the clip.
I did not say I need money for groceries and that's absolute bullshit. Do you see what I mean? This is the problem.
Well, when you talk about I have
He's
groceries
talking
and
over me
bills coming up and I need money,
You're talking
that's
over me
asking
again.
for money for personal expenses. You said
There's-
you haven't done that. You're
There's
doing it.
no, I'm not. There's no point in trying to fight against this stuff because it will always be there. It will always be prominent. A guy like this will always want to benefit from it. You understand? Even though he's been respectful tonight. And again, I'm not trying to insult him. Maybe we'll have future conversations. But to
Dude,
end this,
I've got a career. This
I
is a
get you.
fun gig for me.
I got to get out of here because now we're way late. All right. But in summary,
All right, what about the polygraph?
okay.
Are you going to do that?
In summary, I don't care about any of this drama shit that you brought up tonight at all. I was going to casually answer questions for you. I have no incentive whatsoever to prove, disprove any of it. My viewers, my fans don't give two shits about it. Okay. Do you understand that? None of them. It doesn't benefit me. Who would this benefit? The detractors. That's who it benefits. Why? It gives them more content. Steve, who would it benefit? You. You're willing to fly out here to give me a polygraph because it gives you content.
No, how about I don't even put it on air? I won't even put it on air if you don't want me to. I don't care.
Steve, I don't need to give you content. I don't need to give you or them or anyone content. I'm a busy dude. I'm happily married. I have a great business. I don't need to waste my time on this. This is all bullshit. Do you understand? It's just nonsense. None of it. And the truth is, none of it.
But it directly impacts your business.
None
if people
of it
think that you're a scumbag begging for money that you're spending on stupid stuff, and you don't really need the money to pay your mortgage or groceries or whatever you're asking for, then people aren't going to give as much. But if they believe that you were being honest with the audience for these times, and that you weren't wasting all that money on a mobile game and all that stuff, maybe they would be more generous. And maybe if you didn't ban 1,200 users in this pace of 5 weeks,
which with all the same harassing bots,
some of them
which I've already explained.
Yeah.
So, in summary, I don't benefit from any of this. I don't. I'm not going to spend time on it.
Watching?
I'm not going to waste time on it. I'm not going to have you come into my house. I'm not going to have people filming. I'm not going to have detractors.
No, I'll do it at a hotel. I'll do the polygraph at a hotel. You can come to my hotel and I'll get a hotel and renting.
The only way I would even consider for a moment doing it is if there's some kind of a benefit to me.
In other words, they're going to pay you to prove your innocence.
Can you explain to me actual concrete benefit? Because you haven't. You said, well, maybe some supporters would come back. No, they will not. They're already in that detractor bubble. Once they're in there, they're in there. Unless they actually come to their senses and say, holy shit, I'm wasting all this time hating on some nobody on the internet. What am I doing with my life? And by the way, that's happened with many of them. They've reached out to me over the years and said, I'm actually kind of sorry. I realized I wasted a lot of your time. I harassed you. I'm moving on. Goodbye. And I appreciate that. But outside of that, I'm not going to win anyone over. I'm not looking to win over my detractors. I don't need a champion of my detractors. I don't give a shit. To you, this is hot stuff because now,
yeah, but I don't get it, because if thousands of people were calling me a lying scumbag on the internet and I could 100% prove them wrong, especially with somebody that's going to give you a polygraph, sign NDAs to give you a legal, I would jump at the chance to ram it down those detractors' throats. See, I'm not a lying scumbag, and I'm giving you the opportunity.
Polygraphs have no legal standing whatsoever and are not.
No, they're not admissible in court, but they're a great investigative tool.
So we know
everybody agrees that.
So even if I were to pass your polygraph, it wouldn't matter because they say it doesn't matter. It's bullshit.
We're going to get
later.
But circumstantial evidence is admissible in court.
So you see what I'm saying? This is all bullshit. None of this matters. It benefits you. It benefits them. It doesn't benefit me. It's a waste of my time. And if I had known that that's what the purpose of this interview was tonight, I wouldn't have done it.
We're trying to get to the truth. That's what we were trying. That was that was my purpose, you know.
But hey, I was just here to give you some boost on your channel, basically, because that's how it was explained to me, that you wanted to have a good hot guest for your first person on this series.
Well, it was spicy. It was controversial.
I hope it's worked out. Good. You know what I mean? I hope it's worked out. For the record, nothing. I'm not actually mad at you, just so you know. I don't see you as an
enemy. I don't hold anything. I don't hold any. I'm certainly not.
And quite frankly, this guy was actually quite nice. So I don't. I actually enjoyed that. Like I said.
Well, if you enjoyed him, I got 7 more surprise guests with evidence, but you don't have time to go through it all.
No, because we agreed to 90 minutes, and I've already gone 2.5 hours.
Maybe we should have talked in circles, and we could have got through more evidence that you could have.
There was no talking in circles. You just threw stuff out and talked over me most of the show. So just for the record too, and I'm going to try to help you here. If you do want to have more guests on your show, you shouldn't do what you just did. Like, I'm not saying you have to glaze the guest, okay? Because that's what Kino Casino says, right? You glaze the guest. You don't have to do that. But a lot of the times tonight, when I was just trying to respond, you kept going. You got very loud. Actually, it hurt my ears. I'm going to be honest, but I didn't
Well,
say
in
anything.
fairness, Phil, you
You know.
could talk circles for 20 minutes and burn it and run out the clock. And do you know how many? I could show you all the messages. I got at least 25 messages from people saying, "Don't let him talk in circles and run out the clock." So maybe that was on my mind. And if I interrupted you too much, then I apologize. Was
Okay,
my
so
intention.
so to end this, because you notice I didn't run. I wanted to end it clearly and concisely. Absolutely nothing that any of you tonight has presented to me is in my interest because it doesn't help me in any way whatsoever. It really doesn't. Even if I concretely proved everything wrong, the detractors would move the goalpost. It would be the next thing. And here's why, because this is how I want to end it. The reason this will never end is because it has become incredibly profitable to make negative content about Darksydephil. It's that simple. If these people were making money doing it, most of them would not do it. I don't know if he monetizes his channel.
I do.
All right.
I do. And I said it in chat. You pass a polygraph, I'll delete my channel.
I don't care.
There you go.
I don't care if you delete your channel. More power to you, because it is within fair use to do some of the things that you do. As long as you don't come after my family, you're not exposing private shit that has nothing to do with the content I put out. I don't care.
Whoa, hey,
you understand?
Here, I have a viewer who's offering $5,000 if you pass both polygraphs, and they'll sign a contract.
No. Pass both polygraphs? Come on. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit, and you know it. Pass both polygraphs? No. If there was going to be incentive, it would be you just take the polygraph. So that way, I win no matter what, or else there's no point. Do you understand?
So you want us to pay you $5,000 to lie to us in a polygraph situation?
I want actual benefit for me to do this work, because that's exactly what it is.
It'll take 20 minutes. We'll ask you 10 questions. It takes 20 minutes.
I'm already
You can prove
successful.
your innocence to the world for 20 minutes.
There's no proving of innocence because the polygraph is not admissible evidence, so it doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. It doesn't matter. It will be worthless. It'll be a waste of time. It'll be content for you, content for them, no benefit for me. I've rationally explained this, okay? So, since these people are making money, it doesn't matter what happens, they're going to keep doing it. It doesn't matter what I disprove or not. It's a waste of my time. So, it's this simple. I'm not interested in any of it. I appreciate
it. You're not interested in giving me any of the documents that would prove you've been telling the truth for about all this bank leak stuff?
I'm not giving
you won't provide the
documents.
You won't do the polygraph.
None of this matters. This is all wasted time. It's all frivolous nonsense. We're right back to square one, where nothing has changed. I'm going to go on tomorrow and be like, man, it kind of sucked. I thought I was going to have a better appearance with Steve, where we were going to get to more interesting stuff.
I think you had a great appearance. It just didn't paint you in a good light. So you might
Steve,
not
no
consider
appearances paint me in a good light. What are you talking about? It never happens. Because people talk over, they don't want to hear, and then they move to the next thing anyway. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. This is all nonsense. It really is.
I don't think I moved on to the next thing. I think I let you talk, and I think we had a good dialogue back and forth. It's just there were some questions you couldn't answer. I let them go. So, but I don't think I disrespected you.
How about this? Okay, tonight, this appearance. Because here's the thing that pissed me off about side scrollers. Okay, I spent 5 fucking hours with those guys. By the end of that appearance, nothing came of it at all. It was a nothing burger for them. They milked and monetized my detractors after the fact, which was ridiculous. What grift they had, right? It was ridiculous. From tonight, can we at least say, can we move on from the bank leaks? Because you guys agree that they're real, right? No matter what, you're going to never have your opinions changed about the bank leaks, correct? So there you have it. So, who cares? It's over with.
I don't think people are ever going to move on from it, because you won't prove that they're fake, and you could easily prove they're fake.
No, I can't.
You could get.
I
yes,
cannot.
you can. You could get your real bank statements from that period and show them to me, and they won't match. Okay. Therefore, you can prove they're fake 100%, but you're refusing to.
Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I can't give you any statements because the account was closed, and I don't have any access to it anymore because it's gone.
It's federal law. You could still get your statements. You
can
contact the bank. Yeah, contact the bank.
Yeah.
I'd have to look into that.
You can contact the bank. You can contact the accounts. You're entitled by law to see transactional information.
You're also saying
it protects you. It protects you.
You're also saying there's federal law that they were supposed to file a police report and they did not. And I'm telling you that's truthful. My account was closed. They didn't. Apparently, if you can't find it, they never filed the police report. What can I say? I'm not involved in that. I went through a lot of shit because of that. I really did.
Phil, you could get the documents from the 18 months that the bank leaks covered. And obviously, if they're not accurate, they won't match. And I will tell the whole world I was wrong. The bank leaks are fake.
I'll eat crow.
Yeah. And I'll sign an NDA that I will never release private
And
information. All I'm going to do is
okay.
match them up, and if they don't match, I will report on that. If
And
they
when
do match, I will say Phil's a liar. He's been lying for years. The bank leaks are
Okay.
real.
And when
It's just overwhelming. 5 hour. Do you think somebody faked a 5 hour bank teller call?
Dude, hold on a second. Someone impersonated and catfished us for 2 years to become a moderator of mine, created an entire alternate personality, had hundreds of hours of conversations with my community just to try to get me banned from Twitch, and that's documented.
brother, you're talking about hacking a phone company to create a
No one's talking about
transactional
having a
teller.
phone company.
To create a transactional teller that reads out stuff that
You need a
happens to
$10,000
match
software
things.
development kit. You need a $10,000 software
Happens
kit.
to match things that you were
Broside.
like. This is completely different. I think.
Broside, did you actually call in and hear this message yourself?
I confirmed with the bank that
Hold on.
that's their teller.
Hold on. I listened to the recording. If that's what I listened to.
No, hold on. Okay, and the recording from where? Was it on Kiwi Farms?
It was.
So you're telling me that you 100% have evidence that it's real, is what you're saying?
I had.
Oh, here we go again.
Hold on.
There's no going anywhere.
Hold on.
I'm making.
No.
Let
him have his point. Let him have his point. I can tell you that based on what was listed off, so on and so forth, I'd give a 75% chance that would be accepted to a courtroom standard. Okay. I can't say 100%, but I'll give you a 75% chance that those logs would be accepted, even if stolen / federal crime, whatever, those would be accepted to a courtroom standard. Now, based on what your streams say, the 8 haircuts, that was what I did. I would say that to a courtroom standard, that is beyond a reasonable doubt. And what's great is in civil suit, it doesn't even need reasonable doubt. It needs greater than 51%. You would be taken because it's beyond 51%. You want to go beyond reasonable doubt, it's like 75 to 90%. But you want to talk about civil suit, that you're done. You're done.
So you don't have evidence that it's real.
Define evidence.
We have
didn't
evidence.
You didn't actually call in and hear it.
Okay. Well, I didn't actually see the guy put his thumbprint on the doorknob, yet the thumbprint is on the doorknob.
Okay. That's all I got to say, because there's nothing else to say. Everyone who is talking about this always regurgitates the exact same information. No one ever has anything new to add. This is the same stuff I've already heard a million
tonight we
times.
showed you all the correlations between your haircuts,
I've already seen
Burger
them.
King, and
those are old.
all that stuff.
Steve, this is old news. This is way old news.
I've never seen anybody confront you with them, and you made excuses for all those 8 haircuts that somebody magically knew about. Come on, Phil.
They talked about it.
You know those bank leaks are dangerous to your grift. You had to deny they were real.
They have
because
talked
people would
about
know you're spending thousands of dollars on a goddamn children's wrestling game.
People already
They'd
know
stop
that I'm
donating.
People have
stop donating.
I've already said I.
Oh, by the way, you could just show me your WWE account, right? You said you sold it. I checked all the broker sites. Nobody sold that account on any of the broker sites. Then you changed your story. You changed your story and said you sold it privately. Put me in touch with the person you sold it to. Give me his email address. I'll verify with it, and I'll report back to my audience that you weren't being a lying scumbag about the WWE game. For all this time.
By the way, that was an insult. That was the first time I think you actually insulted me tonight too. you got this far, but yeah. Again, everything that you guys have brought up is all shit that's already been talked about. You've presented absolutely nothing new.
I ain't never heard anybody talk about the haircuts before.
Well, I've never heard anybody talk about it to you.
They talked about it in my chat all the time. When that was new and posted on Kiwi Farms Fresh, it was every day. I got chats about it. Super chats about
shit. I didn't even see it on Kiwi. Someone did the research before me. Now I'm kind of pissed.
I'm sure of it because they've talked to me about it. I've seen people,
I've correlated a lot of your restaurant visits to you announcing you're going out to eat tonight. Do you want me to make a separate video of that?
You can make videos.
That's all a coincidence?
You can make videos on whatever you want. And that's what I mean, Steve. That's what the point of this was, is because you want content, right? You want to make content. That's all.
Christian C., I used to live near Phil, and those leaks were highly specific to the area. There is no way somebody faked the nuances and details of those calls. There you go.
Except that I'm a public persona who talks about all this stuff all the time, and literally everything that's in those leaks correlates to things I've said publicly.
I have actually
Not
heard this
everything.
defense. No, I've heard this defense before. I've heard this one. I'm literally patting the guy down. I pull out the meth pipe. I show it to him, and he goes, "Those aren't my pants."
Okay.
I've heard this defense.
It doesn't matter what you've heard from a meth head at all. Anyway, now I really got to get out of here. As you can see, I've been here almost 3 hours. So again, I'm not going to have any ill will, but you guys are barking up the wrong tree. You came after the wrong guy. You thought you were going to get content out of me. You're not going to get any content out of me besides this interview, of course. Every
Well, I got tonight, and I got 2 goals. Praise the cash, bitches.
And that's what it's all about, right? It's just about making that cash as long as you make it, right? It doesn't really matter.
No, because you see, Phil, unlike what you do, I'm a public benefit. We're a public benefit here. We benefit the public.
What is the public benefit of what we just did tonight?
Well, there's lots of public benefit. Maybe somebody will be better informed before they send you money about whether you really need it or not. You're living in a $300,000 gated community house. You're spending all this money allegedly on DoorDash and video games and all this other stuff.
You're talking about bank leaks from what, 4 or 5 years ago? Everyone knows that since I was on the casino,
things
are better.
So show us your bank statements. Then show me your bank statements from the last 3 months, and we'll see if you're not spending the same money on DoorDash, on
look at
gin,
my setup. Look at all the stuff that I've improved. No one who comes to my
that's
streams,
in the last 2 months, dude.
Steve,
that's not.
Who comes to my streams in 2025 thinks I'm destitute. What are you talking about?
Why do you pretend that you are to get the donos, dude?
I don't pretend I'm destitute at all. I don't say I'm poor.
February 11th, you just said you needed money for groceries and bills.
I didn't say I need money for groceries and bills.
On February 11th, we have the clip. Do you got to play it for you?
That's right.
You said you weren't doing that anymore.
You were absolutely ridiculous. I don't do that. Is insane. What you're saying has not happened. You are crazy to say that. I don't sit here on the stream saying that stuff anymore.
All right,
you're
go
talking
through the pig go.
You're talking about years and years ago.
No, February 11th.
This is ridiculous. No one comes to my streams and says, "Oh my God, there's a destitute man who needs money. Let me throw him $1." The reason people contribute to me now is because they like the content. They're having a good time. They like the fact that we have incentivized positive goals that they get as rewards when we get certain levels of support. I just did a marathon where we played a whole bunch of games the viewers voted on. And then we played them, and one of them's become a full playthrough. People are loving it, or else they wouldn't contribute.
Just not Stellar Blade.
Because we tried Stellar Blade. Remember, I even did it during Christmas, and no one liked it. That's
Define no one, because there's a ton of people that I saw was like, this is actually a lot better than you think it is if you would just give it a shot. But that's a you thing. Whatever.
You didn't think a lot of people crapped on? Everyone hated it. Everyone crapped on me and said, "Oh, that's terrible. He's not going to like it. We don't want to see him play a game he's not going to enjoy."
Dude, no lie. No. Aside from the whole sexuality thing, I'm not even going to lie. I don't have a dog in this fight, but Stellar Blade's actually really good.
I'm glad you like it. I personally, it's not my cup of tea. I'm actually enjoying playing predecessor games like Onimusha. I think is fun as hell because that's like Resident Evil Plus kind of hack and slash. I really like that game. So, but anyway, I don't know what the hell we're talking about games for now. But all right, so guys. It's been a blast. All right. If anything,
you don't want to see the Keem beef stuff. We still have the Keem beef stuff to get through.
If we want to have a future conversation with for example, bro side, and it's civil. All right, and it's not us attacking.
Yeah. Why don't you come on? Why don't you come on again next week, Phil?
Exactly, because there's no point.
Come back next week. We'll find more evidence you can deny and run in circles from. We'll find more.
Because, like I said,
I'll make a video of 25 more correlations between your public statements saying I'm going out to eat, I'm going to Petco, and the bank leaks, and then you can deny that there's some more.
Again, if the bank leaks are real, none of it matters. It doesn't matter to anyone but people who obsess on it so they can make content and profit. It's that simple. My fans don't care. The viewers, contributors of my content don't care. They heard me talk about all this stuff before. They know I spend money.
If they didn't care, you wouldn't need to ban 1,200 people in 5-week period.
I didn't ban 1,200 people. I banned probably 1,000 bots who came in. It's the same people who harassed me. They come in. I was looking up the names, and then we got on another tangent. Like for example, Lucky Jeans employee fat, reference to my wife being fat. Okay, that's the name that gets
Yeah,
banned.
I don't blame you for that one.
And they're all like that. I'm
If they
not even
insult your
kidding.
wife, yeah, sure, permit.
They're all like that. So why do you think they're getting banned? Those are the
1,200
accounts that are
people
coming in.
insulted your wife in a 5-week period. It's all people who insulted your wife that you're banning.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at. Let's see.
Listen, it's not just insults. You don't take anybody
Look at
who's
this.
critical of you.
Oh my God.
Somebody makes fun of you because you get fragged and you rage quit,
Dude,
you know,
dude,
and then
dude,
and
dude.
then they get permabanned. They can't even
Dude.
express their opinion.
That's ridiculous. It says
You're stomping on free speech over there, bro.
I'm now staring at 7 different accounts that are variations that say dox one of the name of my moderators, family, and kill them. That's what the name is. So why do you think I'm banning people?
All right, well, that one, sure.
You say
But
that one. Do you want to see?
you just
for
show me
17
2.
hours?
You 12 hours. You got 1,200 more that you can show me.
you
You
now
stomp
make-
all over free speech
and again,
because you live in an
made my
echo
point.
chamber. You got to live in an
Again.
echo chamber.
You've made my
Bro.
point that it doesn't matter what I say and do, that it's not good enough for people who want to grift off of making fun of me or crapping on me. So I don't care.
Phil,
right.
Steve, no disrespect to either of you. I do have to bounce though.
All right, yeah.
Much
Well,
respect.
Thank
to
you for your
Steve.
help.
Phil,
and this
Phil,
Mix
you didn't.
Coyote said he banned me for asking him to bring back DSP Tries It. You banned that
Phil,
person
you
for asking him to bring back something he liked.
You didn't run from me talking to you. You get
Have
a
I
notch
ever?
up.
How about
I don't.
man?
You've banned both my accounts that tried to talk in YouTube. You didn't run from me this time. I'll give you a notch up. It's not a big notch.
Give him a
I'll
choice,
give you a
but,
notch up,
yeah.
man. But Steve, thank you for having me on. I do have to bounce out. Thank you so
All right,
much.
I appreciate your help. Thank you. All right, Darksydephil, you survived the interrogation. Do you want to come on next week? We'll come up with more evidence that you can deny.
I will no, because you know what it's going to be now. I mean, I don't know why you thought it was going to be anything different anyway. Like quite frankly.
Yeah, everybody told me you were just going to lie again.
It's the same circle over and over. I give my answers. The same questions are asked. Nothing ever changes. For the record, you didn't know this. Everything you presented tonight has already been presented, and I've already answered it. Really, I'm not even kidding. There wasn't a single.
No, nobody's ever asked you publicly on a live stream about all the correlations.
Oh yes, they have. I've heard the curls and twirls.
No, there's a couple of maybe
I've seen that spreadsheet.
Side scrollers, guys.
It's all been done.
Well, maybe Phil, you can understand though, like. If you look at the spreadsheets, you can understand why people are so upset because you're constantly begging for money, and the spreadsheet shows there's more money spent on a children's wrestling game than your mortgage. If these are true, you are a scumbag, bro. I'm sorry.
Here's what I will say. All right, because we could end it on a high note. Okay, here's what I will say. You can love me and hate me, whatever it is, and I get it. And, I do. I mean, I just did a 12-hour react to my documentary that talked all about this messed up stuff, okay? Today, I have aspired to change, and I have. If you take a look at the stuff that I'm doing, because I know you think I'm asking for mortgage payments. I'm not. This hasn't happened, okay? It's not happening. Today, I'm trying to be a better person, and I feel like I have improved a lot in the last couple of years. I say 2 or 3 years. I've actually improved a lot as a person and my content.
Since April, when you spent $4,000 on a children's wrestling game, April 2020, you've improved?
Oh, of course I have leaps and bounds. I have. As a person and as a creator and as a person who's more financially responsible, I have absolutely improved. I don't sit on my streams acting like I'm destitute. This doesn't happen. What it is you're coming out of context. You're coming in. I'm trying to kind of replicate the positive motivation that Kino Casino has done. Let's have a positive goal. Be a jokester about it and say, oh, come on. You didn't give it this. You didn't give enough here. Didn't you want to see the Arby's?
Well, yeah, I got a positive goal. And that is, to be honest, I have done my homework. People didn't think I was going to do my homework. And so for my goal, I'm going to drink some beers and make the audience watch me while I read all these super chats.
You should.
Which could take quite a long time. But the grand total here is what interests me. And this may give you some clue as to why people are so upset. If the bank leaks are real, then you spent $44,000 on a children's wrestling game, but only $33,000 on your mortgage for that 18-month period.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And yeah, I mean, it's a lot of money to spend on a children's game.
This
And
and again,
if you really are doing that, there's help. I could get you some help. I could get you in a program.
you don't need to help me because it's 2025, bro. Even if it were true, things are so different now. I'm telling you.
All right. Well,
Things are so much better. They are.
You did promise your wife that you weren't going to play those games anymore. Did you break your promise to her?
I never promised my wife I was never going to play those games. What are
Well,
you talking about?
You promised her that you weren't going to spend so much money on mobile games. I have the quote.
You're probably talking about many, many years ago, right? Yeah, of course. Here we go
a
again.
couple of
dude.
years ago.
Again.
Yeah.
What do you do? You're doing it again, dude. I've already said none of this matters to my audience. None
Well,
of it
yet you're
matters.
here. It
in the
doesn't matter, but
context.
you're here. So
What do you mean? But
okay.
I'm here. I'm here because you invited me, and I didn't know this is what it was going to be. I already told you. If I knew it was going to be you trying to talk about bank leaks for 3 hours, I would have been like, I'm this is a waste of my
Well,
time.
I think it wasn't a waste of time. I think that now we know that you'll never own up to any fight. You ever notice something? Like a true narcissist, nothing is ever your fault. You notice that?
Oh,
like
that's
you get into
completely
financial
false. Are
trouble,
you
it's your
kidding me?
aunt's
No.
problem for
So much stuff
for
is my fault.
dying.
Did I
the,
not?
The detractors ruined your Twitch
What are you talking
contract.
about? Did I not?
It wasn't you. I have clips of you saying the N-word on Twitch. You're blaming detractors for mass reporting you for losing your Twitch.
I never said that. I never said the N-word on
whatever.
Twitch. That's ridiculous too. I never.
Well, it was kind of. You did. It was kind of like a.
No, it wasn't. I never said.
Like,
never
you
happened.
kind of did. Stationary N. You said the word stationary and then N, and then
no, it wasn't. It
people
was
in the live chat called it out, and you pretended you didn't say it.
And what happened? Twitch contacted me, suspended the stream, saying I said it. I sent them the clip again. I said I never said it, and they unbanned me right away because it never happened.
Well, it sounded to me like you said it, but I don't know.
But again,
you're always blaming everybody else. It's never your fault.
Do you see the point? You moved the goalpost again. Do you understand? You actually.
Look, I've offered you the road to redemption. You can fix this all right now.
There is no road to redemption.
Give me the records I asked for. Take the polygraph, or people will say you wouldn't take the polygraph because you've been lying for years. You won't show the records and the receipts because you've been lying for years.
Steve,
you're gonna say you've been lying for years, Phil.
Steve,
and you could fix this right now. You could make it all go away. Just take the polygraph. Give me the records. I've got NDAs standing by. You could talk to the lawyer that I had write up the NDAs. You could put new, clauses in there.
Steve,
you could prove that everybody's been wrong this whole time and that you haven't lied for years.
With all
you can prove it 100% easily.
With all due respect, if I gave you absolutely everything you want, no one would care. My detractors would still have a field day. You'd have a bunch of content. It doesn't help me at all.
I just know if thousands of people were calling me a liar constantly and I could clear it up in 20 minutes, I'd do it. 20 minutes to take the polygraph. 10 minutes to go get the bank records I asked for.
The polygraph
10 minutes to go get 10 minutes to go get the proof that you spent $1,500 on legal fees that I don't think you spent. It's so simple.
The bank records, I'll be told, were faked. Every single thing. I've been through this already. Again, this is new to you. You're new to the game. You didn't even know about this shit.
I'm an outsider looking in. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. You're new to the game. You haven't been through the dance. I have been through this dance for a
while. Well, I've been through all the evidence, and in my opinion, all your detractors are right. Those bank leaks are real. You've been lying about it for years because you don't want your audience to know that when you beg for money, you're going to spend thousands of dollars on a mobile game. By the way, you could open that up and prove that you're not spending thousands on a mobile game every month.
So that's fine. Okay. So now what we've established is you don't like me because you think that I'm a scumbag. You already said.
No, I didn't say that. I want to find you a road to redemption.
You said that though. You outright said that.
I'll give you some props. You're a goddamn survivor. I've seen you go through shit that would have killed lesser grifters easily. I have seen you go through some shit. Those bank leaks came out. You came up with this whole concocted story about identity theft, which, by the way, you could prove. Give us the bank records that there was identity theft around that time. I don't think there was. It was all a cover story.
So Steve, here's the thing. You're seeking the truth. All right. The truth is this. I think everyone actually gives me more credit than I deserve. because you think that I'm some kind of a mastermind who comes up with all this stuff.
No, I think you're kind of stupid, and
it's
the
just-
bank leaks prove it, because there's
you
no
literally-
way somebody faked all that shit, Phil. There's no fucking way that they faked all that shit. There's too many dots to connecting, and I'm an outsider looking in. I don't have a horse in this race.
So
I'm not on the detractor side. I'm not on your side. I'm not really on Kino's side. And
baloney.
by the way, you know, I told them, like, I gotta investigate this and look into it honestly and report what I find.
That's
you know,
baloney.
like,
Dude, you totally have a horse in the race because you have content now. You made money tonight. You know you're going to make more content on this. That's just the game.
I haven't decided that.
That's
you know,
but dude, that's
quite
the game.
quite honestly, Phil, sometimes I do the full court press like I just did on you tonight, and then I decide this grifter is not worth my time because I'd like to go for higher level people, you know, or I don't want to punch down. And I feel like I do have some sympathy for you, because every day when you wake up, you have to stream and lie to people to eat. And that's a sad state of existence. I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy.
I'm not lying to anyone when I stream. What are you talking about?
I think you lie constantly to get people to feel sorry for you. I mean, that's my opinion. I'm entitled to it, right?
Are you kidding me? How am I making people feel sorry for me? I will agree with you for the clips that you're bringing up from stuff from 5 years ago. That was the case.
You're tying your own noose here. Do you think I can't find more examples of you begging for money in the past 5 years, Phil?
Dude,
do you think I'm not going to do that?
Hold on a second. Begging for money versus acting like I'm destitute are two completely different things. Say, support my content, hit the goal, versus, oh, I need money because I'm desperate. I'm not doing that anymore. I've changed for the better, and I'm not.
You're well aware that in most streaming circles, that the general etiquette is that you ask for support once or twice in a stream. You don't do it 100 times.
Steve, you do realize that most people in streaming circles don't have entire cult-like communities who are dumping on them every 5 seconds.
No, I get that, but I can't find anybody else that asks for money as much as you. And honestly, I gotta respect that. I'm like, I thought everybody was exaggerating it or embellishing until I found that site where you're like asking for money 88 times in 1 3-hour stream. Like, that's crazy. 88 times? Come on, guys. We got to get some support. I got to hit the goal tonight. I got to go shopping tomorrow. I need groceries. My cat needs food. Come on, bro.
I can't take credit for anything. Recently, I'll be honest, I have been inspired by Kino Casino to do it in a positive way. So it's not this negative spin, this begging spin. Instead, it's, hey, we want to hit the goals. We want to get this DSP tries it. We want to do a marathon. You want to see me try it.
Yeah, and on that, listen, you know, look, this is just my 2 cents, and you can take it or leave it. But like, you're offering people incentives that most people think are stupid. Like, pay me money so I could eat fast food for you.
I'm open to other suggestions. Pay me money so other things.
But don't you do overtime? You got to stick to some rigid schedule. Why don't you do this? Why don't you say, pick a great retro game that you love, and I, who have a vast knowledge of video game history, will just talk about that game and its place in video game history for an hour if we hit the goal tonight. And then you're giving them what they're coming there for the video game content. Isn't that better than, like, I'm going to eat a snack, or I'm going to show you my underwear or my socks?
Yeah, I would be open to that for sure. But that's not what people have asked for. But I always say to people, what are your suggestions? And I always take feedback now. I used to be different. I'm much different now as a content creator. I'm open to taking constructive suggestions. I could even bring that up tomorrow on my podcast and say, this is a suggestion Steve had. Would anyone be interested in that? I'm down for it. I really am. Like, the DSP Tries It thing was a series. I stopped doing it. People were asking me for it constantly. So I brought it back as rewards. The only people who don't like it are my detractors.
In December, he had 2 slow days. He claimed his HOA sent an email on Sunday night telling him he needs $20,000 to replace his pipes. Then he grifted for 3 days.
False. Completely false. Taken out of context.
Are you sure?
Yes. What happened was,
what's the context? Did you say that you needed 20 grand and then beg?
That never happened. The HOA happened to send an email that said, FYI, the pipes are getting old in all these homes. You probably want to replace them, and they're going to cost $20,000. And all I did, because we were having a conversation about stuff, I talked about the email. That was it. I never said, hey guys, let's do a fundraiser. Send me money to replace my pipes. I don't need to replace my pipes. And by the way, that 20 grand is only if you don't do proper maintenance and stuff. Then that's an emergency that the pipes burst. But you understand, Steve? You hear? This is context. This is what you never hear. You got the super chat.
I just think it's cringe talking about. Did you know? Listen, in your defense, I'll say this. I one time had a detractor take something out of context, and that was this. 2 years ago, I was buying my son a PlayStation, and he doesn't listen to my show or whatever, so I could talk about it. I said, "Man, video games got so expensive. Like the last console I bought was only like $200. That's how long ago it was." And like, wow, they got so expensive, and that turned into Steve is grifting for super chats to buy his son expensive toys. And here's the great part: my wife, the accountant, had already bought it, and I could show the receipt and say, "Fuck you! I wasn't grifting for super chats. I
Right.
just casually mentioned." PlayStation's, wow, video games got so expensive. All the games are like 50, $75. And
So
I stopped playing games for years once I had kids because I just didn't have extra money,
So that's a great example. Now, I want you to imagine that literally every other word out of your mouth, that happens, because that's my existence. Like, that's the thing. There's so much of it that happens. It's just white noise to me. So I just ignore it and I just move on with my merry way and don't give a shit. That's why I don't care about disproving anything. I don't care about the detractors. I care
Speaking
about
of
none
rumors, I got a lot
All
of
right.
rumors about your cat. Ask him
All
why
right.
he spent hundreds of dollars on a
not-
flight stick, but would not spend money on his cat to have blood.
We're not
work.
going to talk about my cat.
All right, so you don't want to take
super-
viewer questions and clear some of this
Dude,
stuff up? You don't want to do that?
Dude, do you see what time it is? I got to
Oh,
get
well,
out
you
of here.
did 5 hours with those other guys. I just thought you'd
All
want
right.
to,
Well, Steve, it's been wild. I see now what your angle was. Sadly, it
Your
wasn't.
burger rewards take up a lot of your
anything.
streams, and he
Sadly-
still asks for money during the reward streams.
Sadly, it wasn't.
Do you
anything
ask
that was
for money
bad.
during the reward streams? Oh, one more question.
I
Do
wish
you
it was
cut
good,
out the
but I-
begging when you cut out the begging, dude? You cut out the begging on your streams
So I'm gonna
and re-upload them.
to everyone
You
who
cut
watched
out the
tonight.
begging. If you're not doing anything wrong, you wouldn't need to cut out the begging, bro.
Doesn't even know what he's talking about. So anyway,
You
to
cut
everyone
out the
watching
begging.
tonight,
You take the stream down and you cut out a lot of the begging.
I
and
hope
then
you
put
enjoy.
it back.
I really do hope you enjoy.
Come on! Wow,
Steve,
what a grift.
I'm not biting any of your hooks. It's all a waste of time. It was a good try. It was a good try, but
You
I
tell
just,
viewers if they don't donate,
so
that
past
cat
it.
has to cook.
All right. So
You did do that.
are
I
we-
heard
are-
that one.
Are we done now? Are we good?
I guess if you don't want to,
I-
want to go
dude, I'm
through the
already over it.
Keemstar stuff.
I
You don't
gotta
want to
get
go
outta
through the
here.
Keemstar stuff.
We agreed to 90 minutes, and I gave you more than double that. So I think that at least deserves some respect.
All right, yeah, well, yeah, everybody thought you would rage quit 10 minutes in, so yeah, I guess I give you some respect,
All right.
right?
All right. Well, that's it. I don't know. It's your show, but I got to get out of here.
All right, well, you have a good night, and I wish you best of luck, and I do hope you find that road to redemption.
All right. And the thing
All right.
is, here's the thing. My final statement. I don't need redemption. I'm good where I am. People
Oh,
are
that's
happy.
not- okay.
People are happy. Not even if you're not. If you want to live in that world of drama and online stuff, more power to you.
You want to do
I-
next Thursday
I'm-
at 10 p.m.? We'll
I'm
go through more
done.
evidence.
I'm done hating on
Come on,
people
Phil.
for
Do
wanting to live.
do another show. We'll
He
go
won't
through
even
more
let me,
evidence.
He won't even let me finish my
No, go
final
ahead.
statement. This
Go
guy.
ahead.
He still
Final
talks
statement.
over me. You can live in the world of internet drama as much as you want. You can enjoy it. Go for it. Normal people don't care. I don't care. We're all good. We're all good being over here on our side. You could be over there on their side. If ever we have collabs, maybe, who knows, right? But I don't care about this stuff. I mean, more power to you. On to your next. Or if you make more content about me, I'm not going to be involved in it. I really don't give a shit. Okay? Fair enough?
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, best of luck to you. I do hope you find that road to redemption, and maybe work on that 10-year plan that you
Yeah.
promised your parents and get
There-
a job.
The redemption I don't need. The plan that failed because of COVID, and then I explained that. But again, you're coming
COVID's
out of
over,
context.
bro.
You're
COVID's
coming out of
over.
context of everything
Yeah.
else. There's
Honor thy
nothing
mother
else.
and father.
There's
That's a
nothing
big
else
deal.
to argue about here tonight. Good.
They
good
gave you the
try.
money when you needed it, though, dude. They gave you the
All right.
money when you needed their help. You didn't keep
Steve,
your promise. That's all I'm
Steve.
saying.
You have a good night.
All right. Thanks. All right, friends. And he could just shut down his tab whenever he's ready and bounce out. That's fine. I don't. Yeah, he's gone. So look, I did my best. I don't know what to think about this whole situation. I kind of thought he was going to rage quit 10 minutes in, or whatever. And honestly, it went a lot like I expected. We got kind of him talking in circles, making excuses, and what it keeps coming back into my mind. If thousands or tens of thousands of people were calling you a lying scumbag on the internet for years, and you got an ally, and let's be clear, I'm not really his ally, but because of the relationship that he has with the Kino boys and the relationship I have with them, I would never betray the guy. I would never stab him in the back. And, there could be legal consequences. I got legal non-disclosure agreements written up that basically say I won't give out his personal information, I won't give out account numbers. All I will do is check the records of his bank at the time of the bank leaks, and then check them against the leaks and confirm or deny whether the bank leaks accurately reflect his real account from him, records from him. He won't do that. I give him a separate NDA. Show me your WWE membership information. I won't disclose any personal information. I'll just confirm or deny. I'll just report on how much you're spending on a mobile game. He won't do that. I offer to go out and do the polygraph. He won't do that. I offer to pay for another professional polygraph examiner, retired FBI polygraph examiner. He won't do that. And it just leaves me with, there's a reason he won't easily disprove all of this stuff. And boy, I got bank leaks, denials. I got all these things. Bank leaks, audio. We got to that one. Here's one that we didn't get to. $1 million made. Where did it all go? You know, I hate to jump. I'm not a fan of Keemstar, but I have a video. Maybe I'll play it another time of Keemstar, you know, talking about level one. Like Phil's still on level one after 15 years. And if he's made $1 million, where did it all go? Why does he have to say, I need money for groceries this week? Bank leak spreadsheet. The WWE mobile children's game expenditures were greater than his mortgage payments on many of those months. We didn't really get to the alcohol costs. And, you know, I struggle with that myself. I spend $50 a week or something like that on beer, and my wife really doesn't like it because she keeps a spreadsheet and she reminds me in the last 3 months, you spent this on beer. We could go on vacation, she says. I feel like telling her that is my vacation. You know, I have a tough day. I got a little vacation, and then I go about my business and do the next day. Legal bills, request proof. We hit that one. Bank records, 3 accounts compromised. So I want proof of the 3 banks accounts that were compromised. He said that 3 bank accounts were compromised. No, they weren't. He could easily provide proof of that. Bank leak proof. Haircuts. Come on, man. Some goddamn super spy is out to get Phil and managed to fake like all of these correlating events. He talked about getting a haircut 8 times. On the bank leaks, it's all correct. Bank leak denials, FOIA. So we talked to this retired police officer. PayPig Go matching bank leaks. He wouldn't let us get through them because he doesn't have an answer for any of them. I've got more correlating public statements from Darksydephil saying stuff like, we're going out to eat tonight. And then there's a bank charge on a restaurant that's right near his house on the goddamn bank leaks. Those bank leaks are real. NDA. I went through the expense. I paid this lawyer, to write these NDAs. I want to see the bank leaks and his statements. They could easily disprove. I want to see his actual account statements from that 18 months, because then I could match them with the bank leaks and say, those bank leaks are fake. He won't do that. Chargebacks. He's constantly claiming he's got all these chargebacks. I don't think he does. That's just my personal opinion. I freely admit I'm speculating. I could be wrong. But in my experience covering grifters, and I hate to put him in that category, but I have to. In my experience covering grifters, there's always some mechanism in which they use to make their audience feel sorry for them so they donate more money. He's constantly saying he's got all these PayPal chargebacks. Yeah. What's this next one? Bank records, proof, 3 sheets, compromised bank. Yeah. He says that 3 of his bank accounts got compromised, and I want the police reports. But we already know through Freedom of Information Act, there was no police report about 3 compromised bank accounts. I'm sorry, if you call your bank and say, and they find out that 3 of your bank accounts have been compromised and somebody's committed identity theft against you, they will file the police report. There's no police reports. I'm not going to share this one because it's kind of, oh, you know what I am. I just wrote WWE. If true equals scumbag. All right. WWE down from the rafters. That's his account. You can't convince me it's not. NDA. I wrote a separate NDA so that he could show me his WWE account or the proof that he sold it. Remember, the story keeps changing. First, it wasn't him, and he lied about that for years. Then the dummy shared his phone on stream, and WWE was up, so he had to admit he does play that game, you know. And then the story changes. Come on, man. Yeah, WWE changing stories, money spent, and he said he sold the account. I checked the private exchanges where you could buy and sell these type of accounts. No down from the rafters, and no whatever the original account name was. It kind of the original name of the account that people accused him of controlling escapes me. WWE consecutive logons. So that's something we didn't get to. If he sold his account, he must have sold it to somebody that's just as addicted to playing children's mobile games as him, because they consecutively log on every single time. They never miss a day. They never miss a day. There's all these consecutive logons, right? And I'm sure I had it somewhere in here. You know, the odds of those bank leaks being fake to me is just astronomical. He can't I get it. I guess he can't admit that the bank leaks are real, because if he does, then people will know that he's living high on the hog and he's spending tons of money. We've got his wife on the I believe that's his wife. We got his wife on the goddamn website, right? Because you get a discount, right? If you let them use your pictures, you get a discount at that place. Do I believe Phil would tell his wife to do it so that he could get a discount? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Consecutive logons. Damn it, I can't find the consecutive. I have some graphic. It's not important, but there's like 2,300 consecutive logons on that WWE game. And a lot of the special events in that game correlate directly to the bank leaks. In other words, if they're offering like a special deal, like you get this wrestler for $29, it's on the bank leaks right at the right time. Okay, $50,000. He turned down a job. And he also turned down a Vegas trip, I think, with the Keno boys because he couldn't leave his cat alone. Okay. We covered this. Bankruptcy, $130K, and the $5,000 in expenses. You know, Keemstar beef. We didn't really get into that one because he didn't want to stick around, and I don't blame him. He's right. We did go, in his defense, we did go far over. But if he had just answered yes or no and answered the questions, and the bankruptcy, this is a point that I didn't get to make to him. If he filed false information in that bankruptcy hearing, those could be felony charges. You swear to tell the truth on those under penalty of perjury, which could be a felony. I don't even know what this one says. Oh, Broside. I just had Broside so we could bring him in. And I had to do all this so that I keep all this straight. Financial irresponsibility. This is the last one, which we touched on. Financial irresponsibility and a finance degree. This man went to college for 4 years to learn about money and managing money. And look at how he manages his personal finances. It's terrible. But I honestly think that I have sympathy and empathy for him. I've been very fortunate in that the donations to my show pay for my show. In other words, they don't pay my mortgage, they don't pay my electric bill, my car bills, my medical bills. I have separate sources of income that cover that. My show's expenses are solely to pay for the show. So I bought a computer, I bought webcams, that comes out of the show fund. It's a separate account. And I have to be, look, cards on the table, I'm going to be totally honest. If I had to pay all my house bills, and I got a big house, right? If I had to pay all my house bills and all my bills from this show, I would get grifty real fast. I would have to survive, right? The statement about the pipes was true. So he was just grifting because he needs money to replace his pipes, you know? And I think that's the problem. Like, I think he would do much better off if he never talked about personal expenses or, you know, because I got to be honest, there's been some times where like I was going through tough time financially. Now this is going to sound very selfish, but I had a Corvette, and that Corvette was once the symbol of success in my life, right? And there's a funny story behind it. My very last corporate cubicle job, where I worked for a terrible corporation that could care less about me, they worked me to death, nights, weekends, holidays, unpaid overtime because I was salary, and I sat in a sad little cubicle for 10 hours a day, and I hated my life. I wanted to blow my brains out every day. I remember I almost got in a car accident driving to that job one day, and I was almost disappointed because if I had gotten in a car accident, if it wasn't real serious, I would have went maybe to the hospital and had the day off, and at least I wouldn't have had to sit in a cubicle all day. Like I literally was disappointed for not getting in the car. Like I swerved and avoided the accident. My life was depressing, and I hated going to that job. I hated working for somebody else. And suddenly I decided I wasn't going to do it anymore. And I started formulating a plan to start my own business and get out of that shitty cubicle. And all my plans were just about in all my plans were coming together, and all my plans were just about there. Like I filed the LLC and the licensing for the business. I got bank accounts, I got checks, I got business cards. I was ready to go. And wouldn't you know it, because I knew that my time there was short, I start not giving a shit. You ever have a job where like you just start getting real mouthy about stuff? Like that's what happened. I just start getting real mouthy. So one day they called me in the human resources and fired me. And I have never done this in my life before or since, but it was my boss and the human resources lady. I unloaded on this poor I'm like, my boss is the most incompetent, lazy bitch that I've ever known in my entire life, not just worked for. She's incompetent. She's stupid. I don't know where she went to college, but she ought to get her money back. The only reason she has her job is because she's related to the owners of this company. She's a terrible boss. She treats everybody like shit. And I hope she gets cancer in her ass and dies. And they were like, you could go now. And I was like, no, I'm walking back to my desk and get my stuff. I walked in here like a man. I'm going to walk out here like a man. They threatened to call security, but by then I just got up, went to my desk. Anyway, long story short, the next week after I got fired, I went and bought a Corvette, and I started that business, and I never looked back. And I said, I will never work for some asshole for the rest of I will never work for somebody. I will control my own destiny. And buying that Corvette was balls, right? Like I just got fired. I'm buying a Corvette. Yeah, I bought this Corvette. But years went by, and I started using it less and less. Eventually, it just became a very expensive driveway ornament, and then it needed a lot of work. And quite honestly, being a family man with two children to feed and a wife and a house and bills and this, I didn't really have the money to get the repairs done. And it was stupid stuff. It needed a battery and tires, maybe some brakes, couple other stupid little things. And I just decided it wasn't worth investing more money into it because even when it was running and didn't need that work, I barely drove it. I drove it like once every 3 or 4 months. And I knew that I would miss putting that top down and feeling like such a winner driving that Corvette around. But I sold it. And I could have grifted it for the money to fix it and kept it. And I was very sad about the Corvette. But I didn't go to my audience and say, listen, my Corvette's broken and I need money to fix my Corvette. I just kept that to myself. And because that's what a man would do. I just kept it to myself. Classic DSP, rage quit. He didn't really rage quit. I was surprised he didn't. Tried the smug answer. Yeah. And just I don't know how we're going to do this, but we're going to do this. I have a commitment to read every single super chat. So detractors are sad. Calm down and go take care of your son, Steve. I am calm. Cope, Phil, cope. I shouldn't read these because I'm going to go to the YouTube and I'm going to read every one of them. Yeah, and to be honest, I'm just very glad that this went well because it could have went worse. He could have just bounced out. All right. So, and to be honest, I was a little nervous about this whole thing because I didn't want to disappoint anybody. So I hope that you got whatever you came here for. I hope that you got it. And thank you all so much. What a kind and generous benefactors. I just know we had at least 100 super chats tonight, at least 100, and there was people giving super chats in between the goals. So somebody said I should have offered him half the super chats, then he would have stayed longer. Oh, grifty Phil. And what are the odds he's going to have a Cope stream and beg for money right now, right? You forgot to bring up the timing of the bank leaks dropping on Kiwi Farms, then Phil coming out about identity theft. He lied. He said he told everyone first. You are correct. Another point of clarification. He lied to everybody about that situation. And, look, he had two choices. He could either own up to spending all that money on those bank leaks and then lose a lot of the support of his audience, because who's going to give him money when he's crying that he needs money to pay his bills when they know he's spending, thousands of dollars a month on a child's video game? Correlation between me and Tom Brady, SB event. All right, so I'm furiously, look, I'm going to just go to the YouTube to read all these super chats, but we're going to have to take a quick break because I'm out of liquid refreshment. And it's about time for beers. I haven't drank on stream in a while, but quite honestly, I'm so happy to get this over with. This has been a nail biter. And by the way, I want to thank every single person, including Broside Phil and many others. That many people came to me and they said, "I can help you get receipts and give you evidence." And the whole community really came through to help me get up to speed quickly, to help me realize, I guess realize the extent of the total depravity. Oh, wow. We've gotten quite, oh my God, it's going to take me a half hour just to read all these super chats, but I promised I would. So we're going to take a short break. And by the way, I was going to open with this song I'm about to share with you, and it's probably a good thing I didn't, because it's not very nice. It's a song called, what is it called? It's called Darksydephil is streaming again. And it's not very nice to him. But I didn't feel very nice after investigating this for so long. I do truly feel like he takes advantage of his audience, and he should not do that, But like I said, I wish a road to redemption. Maybe hanging out with the Keno boys has done him a little bit of good, but they didn't rub off on him quite enough yet, right? And by the way, I of course want to thank Ashton and Andy Worski. Like I said, opportunities multiply as they were seized, and I didn't mean to, but I kind of trashed Phil a little bit on their show. And at the time, I didn't even know that Ashton started doing this smart show with. I didn't know that. I feel like such an asshole later, and Andy's trying to shut me down. Like, whoa, But we kind of trashed him, and then. I talked to Ashton. I said, actually, I think the guy's fascinating. I would totally interview him, but I'd need to investigate all this crazy stuff I keep hearing about him first. And, I think Ashton kind of gave him a push to do it. So thank you, PP from the Keno Casino. So we're going to take a very quick break, and we're going to have a musical guest, which is our own musical guest. Sometimes I have other people that send in music and let me, but I'm going to just run. We're going to be a couple of minutes. I promise that I'm going to read all the super chats. And if I get through that, then I'll just take comments and questions from the live chat after we read the super chats. I think I could get through them pretty quickly. It's my commitment to thank each and every person who sent support our way. I apologize if you gifted memberships and I missed you, because those don't show up. The gifted memberships don't show up on the YouTube super chat list. Please just email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Be happy to give you a shout out and a big thank you. Great, incredible support tonight. I'm going to get some liquid refreshment. We'll go through these super chats, and thank you all for being here. I'll be right back.
Back in the day, he always thrived. Now he
Greetings and salutations, friends, and we return. I want to encourage those of you who are new here that if you like the kind of content you saw tonight, I can't promise you this. Like Phil said, we have trouble getting guests if they know that we're going to be hard on them. But I've gotten 3 or 4 interviews like this where we just like went through the evidence and really held somebody's feet to the fire. I'd appreciate if you subscribe. And a lot of times we just kind of bust balls of UFO and alien grifters and fake psychics. That's kind of what I've done here. And I know that might not be your thing, but maybe we'll get more into some of this lolcow stuff and coverage of that because honestly, I'm enjoying it. It's like a whole new world to me. I'm going to try to get through these super chats. This is a great problem to have. I've never had this problem. I always read every single super chat. But this show was so crazy and the super chats were flying in so fast, even if I wanted to interrupt every few minutes or seconds to read them, I don't think I could get through them all. It's a good problem to have. Not so, and I apologize that I'm not going to share each on the screen, but my studio live chat will only scroll back so far. So I have to go to the YouTube, records here. Not So Green Salad says he is going to trash you for the next 5 years with a kind and generous $2. Mike Hawk with the kind and generous $10 says, if he sold the account, then it needs to be reported to the IRS since it's capital gains. If the iTunes cards were reported as business expenses, then it needs to be reported too. Oh, that's a point. If he's going to say that those WWE children's mobile game purchases are business expenses, they can't be. That would be a form of fraud because he doesn't play that game on stream. You can only write off things that he's using on his stream as a business expense. Uncreative Deconstruction with a kind and generous $2. Hey, Phil, remember you said it's time? And not sure what that reference is, but thank you. Based IRL with kind and generous $4.99. Missed the stream, but it appears that Phil ended early. That's very funny. His time is super valuable after all. Big tips to Bernie Gores. Well, thank you for your kindness. He didn't really end early. He did overtime. I got to give him that. Burn Doc Root Farmer with a kind and generous $5. Thank you, DSP can be a funny guy, but I resent the fact that the victims of his insane grifts and lies tend to be neurodivergent individuals. Isn't that interesting? Thank you for your kindness. Queen of Games, kind and generous $19.99 for doing outstanding research on Phil. Yeah, and by the way, I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I got a lot of nasty messages in this past week. People telling me I better do my homework. And I honestly, I kind of laughed it off. Or people telling me, oh, this is going to be some softball glazing. I'm like, you don't know who I am, bro. But thank you, Queen of Games, for kind and generous $19.99. Knock on this, kind and generous $2. Thank you for do the research and roasting pig roach. Oh. Thank you. Christian C, kind and generous $4.99. I'm telling you, the obscure businesses near the Fairwood and Southwood Mall areas he visits on leaks could not be fake, all lining up on the exact dates. Yeah, those bank leaks are real. I believe that. Random Surge with a kind and generous $20. Bravo, Steve. Guy makes over $100,000 a year. He doesn't have a single friend. Leaves his house once a week and has debilitating addictions. The man created his own personal hell. Yeah, and listen, I have empathy. I have sympathy. I didn't get to mention it, but I had a friend who had an addiction to, how do I say this politely, massage parlors. And he was very, very shy. Like he never would speak to a woman. And then we were in our 20s, early 20s. He discovered massage parlors and he ran up like $100,000 in credit card debt on massage parlors and let's just say female entertainment because he quickly got addicted to it. The vagina is the most powerful drug on earth. I don't care what anybody says. And that guy's parents, I grew up with him. His parents had to help him out of that debt. He didn't declare bankruptcy. He paid it all back. And then he had to go to a treatment program for, I was going to say, addiction issues. He went to a treatment program and he got better. And, I prayed for that friend and I try to help that friend and I'll pray for Phil and try to help him. I try to help him tonight. I'm going to pay for this polygraph and I would look at the records and verify I wouldn't share them with anybody and I would help him prove he's not a liar. He didn't want to take the road to redemption. Thanks, Steve. It was great. And you'll have to excuse me here. I am, wow, that's a tough one. I am, for those unaware, I'm visually impaired. So let me try to get this. Uh, it's BOM Bowman Sofu, I think. And I apologize. It's in some weird script with a kind and generous $10. Bowen Sofu, I think. And if I mangled that, I'm sorry. Kind of generous $10 says, thanks, Steve. It was great. Real Take Sports. Connection between me and Tom Brady, SB event. C. Miller with the kind of generous $2. He talks more about money than games on his stream. Two cats, one roach. Please go on that being said. Let's effing go. Kind of generous $2 Australian. I'll do that. I don't know how much PLN ZL10 DSP felt it. Casino 1. James L. with a kind and generous £10. When addressing the bank leaks on his stream, DSP said someone stole money from him. His exact quote is $3,000, $3,000, $3,000. Another lie. All he does is lie. It's unfortunate. Akikama, kind of generous $2. Ethan Ralph says he wants to do episode number 2. I don't know if I want to get into that guy. I've heard a lot of scary stuff, but thank you. Real Take Sports, kind of generous $2. I would have helped him out, but given critique. Duty Streams with a kind of generous $2. Scammed his mom out of 4K, allegedly. I don't know. These people are making these claims. I haven't verified these. COVID 1D is a detractor. Phil Cope says Sly Raccoon with a kind of generous $2. Detractors are sad, says calm down and take care of your son, Steve. DW tried the smug answer. LMAO, a kind of generous $2. Thank you. Chip Curator with $2. Classic DSP rage quit. He didn't really rage quit. He stuck into the end. I didn't think he was going to. T Munch 83 with kind of generous $1.99. That statement about the pipes was true. Real Take Sports. Pig Go. My name. It checks out. Duty Streams with kind of generous $5. In December, he had 2 slow days. He claimed his HOA sent an email on the Sunday night telling him that he needs $20K to replace the pipes. He then grifted off of that for 3 days. Akikama, Steven has nuked him with compassion, kind of generous $2. Thick and Wing, $1.99. Ask him about disabled supporters he manipulates, allegedly. You know, people can make accusations, but until I verify that claim, it's allegedly. We have Monty Arrow. I've been lurking on this channel for a while, but this stream, you've made it, sir. Well done. Kind of generous $5. Thank you. TJ Stars with $5. Can we also bring up the fact that he lied about his girl? The girl he groomed before mail ordering his home wrecker wife. Wow. Again, allegedly. Real Take Sports, $2. My name checks out. Been a while. Duty Streams with $2. In 2024, he spent $42,000 on WWE. $5,500 in 2025, allegedly. Joel, here is another episode of Grill Phil with $4.99. DW, fraud is no joke. Key Bear Jr., he only admits halfway to further obfuscate the real truth. It's misdirection with $5. Thank you. The Vaping Pig, what a great statement. Narcissism addressed. Hypnotad, keep pushing about Cat. Well, that's his wife. It should be off. The only reason I brought up the haircut thing is because it's directly related to the evidence. We kind of talked, and neither of us like people bringing our wives into our show. Duco's Alpha Ralpha retconned his answers with $2. Christian C with $4.99. Lies are answers, Steve. Ack. Clip Curator with $2. Red Bar is watching, Philip. Number one antagonist with $2. Steve, please. You can't prove this isn't a dono. Ack. Vanguard D Nice. DSP, play the clip to debunk this, because right now I don't believe anything you say. You have to lie. Even your own vids prove that you are a liar with $5. Mr. Feel Nothing. I'm 2 hours behind, but reading the live comments, I'm so excited. DW with $2. It's consumer fraud. Dave. Tickle Burrito with BRLR 10. $10. I don't know what that means. This was disingenuous way to end things. Bragging about money made in public service. Why? DW with $2. Oof, gaslighting. Thank you. Philip, Phil the Stampede with $5. Is there a reason why he can't be a class action lawsuit for fraud? He absolutely committed fraud, allegedly. Thank you for your $5. DW with 2. He's panicking. He knows who's coming, my boy. Thank you, DW. Christian C, 4.99. The Fairwood cherries nobody would know about. Yeah, there's so much obscure information in those leaks. They have to be real. The end is near. Beware with 5. It's old news. He's been lying for decades, and he will keep doing it and taking money under false circumstances, allegedly. DW with $2. Bring him to court, allegedly. The 808 Keone with $2. Jade deserves better. Jade deserves better, actually. Christian C with $4.99. I used to live near Phil, and those leaks were highly specific to the area. There is no way someone faked the nuances and details of those calls. Joel with a kind of generous $1.99. Suffer, piggy, suffer. DW with another 2. There is his pygnosis, running in circles, tiring. Tickled burrito with BRL $10. Doesn't even need to be 18 months, just 3 months would do. Ventizi with a kind of generous €2. DSP is a lying narcissist, allegedly. DW with another 2. He wants it so bad. Keep it going. SP Link with 10. I'll put up another 5,000 and we'll show proof of income, Steve, that I have the fungible money. So we're up to $10,000 offered for him to take the lie detector. Ventizi with a kind of generous €2. No message. Uncreative deconstruction with another 2. DSP sounds like double D from ED, EDD, and EDDY. Joel with a kind of generous 5. Phil is felt it. Duty Streams with a kind 5. I will add another 5K for the Polly. Come on, Phil. Thick and Wing with $1.99. I am not a truth seeker. I gotta go, DSP. Christian C with a kind of generous $2. Just said 50. I don't know what that's in reference to, but thank you for your kindness. Tickled Burrito with $10, even if I concretely proved it wrong, yet he never does. Weird, huh? DW with 2. He wants to have the last word. LMFAW. Yeah, that made me laugh too. Jidane AK with IDR, I think that's 20,000 rupees for the truth. DW with kind and generous $2. Run away, piggy. Tickled Burrito with BRL R $10. He doesn't care about the truth. Smart Smella Fart Fella with a kind and generous $2. Canadian. Let's hit the goal. Duco Duos. Alpha Ralpha. Wacky World of Burnell. DW with a kind of generous $2. You're lying. DW with another 2. His feelings hurt. Womp womp. And another 2 says run piggy. Thank you, DW, for all your kindness tonight. Multiple super chats. Akikama with 5. We just watched a man offing a pig for 2 hours, and then a cop showed up and ended the pig with him. Oh, Akikama, allegedly. Dawn, thank you, Akikama. Dawn Wanderer, Arby's, they have the meat with $2. Thank you. Tickle Burrito with 10. OIC, ICS, Ryan is your boss. Don't delude yourself. Not sure what that's in reference to, but thank you. Thick and Wing with $2. DSP is scummy. DSP is fanatical, but not incorrect. DW with 2. What? Cope Side Phil with 2. Cope Laugh. Thank you for your kindness. Uncreative Deconstructionism with 2. Drop DSP. The energy is all wrong now. DW with 2. Wait for it. Christian C with $1.99. Damn, this is still going. Pause for 2 hours ago. Pepsi side police guy is talking too much, says uncreative deconstructionism for 2. DW with 2. Betty's going to hang up and say he got ack. And Tasha Panties with $2. Run piggy run. DW with 2. I want my money. DW with another 2. Told you. Dugo's Alpha Ralpha with 5 and says praise the cash. Number 1 antagonist with 2 says this might be the quintessential DSP exposure. DW with 2. He's going to spurg out, wait for it, and cry and leave. Iviga with 2. What about the money given for the honeymoon? Good point. Allegedly. Copeside Phil with 2. Cope Simp. The 808 Keone with 2. Arby's fun because you deserve $2 more than DSP. Uncreative deconstructionism. To be fair, I'd have delusions of grandeur too if I escaped poverty multiple times, a bankruptcy hearing, and spent almost $250,000 on games. Allegedly. DW with 2. Fraud is illegal. You need to know that. Offensive Peep with $10. Suddenly none of this matters, even though he spent the better part of the past day telling people they're wrong about the leaks instead of ignoring them, since he doesn't care. Sideshow Raheem with $10 says, take this $10 for roasting DSP. This is what every DSP detractor has always dreamed of doing. You brought all the receipts to the fraud's doorstep and he had nothing. Thank you for your kindness. Eclipse Sky with some kind of weird money, MYRRM, $15, I think. We got a lot of international people today. Welcome all of you. He doesn't care because his cult doesn't care. Got it. Sleazy with 5. Did you hear DSP spent money people gave him on things? Who does that? Well, I see your point. Uncreative deconstruction, but thanks for your kindness with 2. Ask Phil for 200,000. He's good for it. Lenozer with kind and generous 5. Wow, that interview. This has to be more hard hitting than a lot of mainstream shows. It went from 0 to 120 in 20 minutes. Moped Mike with kind of generous 5. Wrong about the requirement. Was hacked, card lock, reimbursed. The police wouldn't let or bank do report. What should have happened doesn't always happen. I will acknowledge that. You're right. What should happen doesn't always happen. But according to my wife, who worked in a corporate bank in the fraud department, it should have happened. Uncreative deconstructionism with 5. He literally just admitted to spending more on 2 other games that aren't WWE Hogan Collector. Dude, imagine how much he spent on those. Deegan spending. Well, thanks for the 5 and your kindness. Tickle Burrito with 10, but he changed the subject, didn't he? The question was about getting access to his account, not about lame chargebacks or that crap. You're right. Thanks for your kindness. Pendago 89 with a kind of generous 5. Holy Steve, this is gold. I've been a huge fan of you since you started coming on the Casino. Keep up the good work, bud. Papa Polecat with a kind and generous 10. Insanely well done. You're a legend. Somehow this surpassed side scrollers. Unbelievable. Lion Robot with a kind and generous 9.99. Big ups, DSP, and big ups, Truth Seekers. Thank you for the bacon tonight. Thanks for your kindness. The Dapper Dragon with 2. Thank you for this, Steve. I should have had faith. You should have, yeah. But thank you for acknowledging that. Everybody thought I was gonna do a terrible job. I'm glad that if people are satisfied or happy with the way it turned out. Dawn Wanderer with kind of generous 2. Where is the box of dildos, Phil? That's a different grifter, Dawn Wanderer. But thank you. Clip Curator with 5. Philip's mother combed his hair until he was 16 years old. Philip said that. Wow. Rastin Floor Warden with 20. Full Send Kylo. Rec 1990 Seeking the Truth and Arby Burgers with $2. Thank you. Mariner 1. We're almost through here. Mariner 1712 DSP Double Roasted. Uncreative Deconstructionism with 2. Are you going to let me talk? Okay, stop yelling. Okay. Detractors are sad with 2. Just says ACAB. Not sure what that's about. Uncreative Deconstructionism with 2 and 2. Who says, you don't know what's real. It was obtained illegally. Curls and twirls like a pig's tail. The Vaping Pig with 2. Crown of the Sector goes to Steve. Janoi Kresva with 5 says Steve W. I'm not sure what that reference to, but thank you for your kindness. Hypnotoad with 2. Steve is a boss. Uncreative Deconstructionism with 2. Fantastic effing interview. Better than I expected. Thank you. Legit Design with 2. Bro is rocking back and forth on the X and Y axis. DSP Projecting with $1. No message. Thank you for your kindness. The Vaping Pig with 2. Curls and Twirls is like the magic bullet, Steve. Greg Lampert with 3. Phil, you are a real weasel, aren't you? Hashtag fraud, allegedly. Uncreative, let me tell you something. Good Chemicals with 2. Phil's mobile game spending would be $250,000 in, I don't know, $ spy. Chill Force with $10. Here to support the best DSP interview I've ever seen. Thank you. Abraham M with 10. Bobbing and weaving those questions, Phil. I did nothing wrong. Akikama with 2. Who says this is better than Jim Can't Swim. Amazing. Uncreative Deconstructionism with another 2. He's probably the MVP of these super chats tonight. Rich of Retard Tech might react to this interview. Majin 8 with a kind of generous $4.99. Let him dig himself a deeper grave. He's going to rage quit and manipulate the narrative if you don't let him talk. I did my best, but so many people warned me to not let him drone on that I kept interrupting him, and I'm sorry. Elaine Walls with a kind of generous 5. The Social Security number Burnell is going down faster than the Titanic, or the SS Burnell is going down faster than the Titanic with a kind of generous 5. Thank you, Elaine Walls. Jonah Hex with 2. Love you, Stephen. Let's go, Felton, and etc. LM AAD Lamad with $2. Talking in circles and deflecting. Anti-Annihilator 5000 with 5. Praise the Arby's again. Rufus with US $10. You're good at your job, Steve. Big ups. Tony Panther with 10. Steve, I'll bet your voice is going to get tired. Have a sandwich on me. Thank you. Uncreative Deconstructionism with 2. Stephen Cambino presents Grill Phil. Oh, that's Ashton's peace thing. Mariner 1712. French dip for Steve with $2. Thank you. LR with $2. Thank you. Steve Chill, you're doing great. Spartan Possum with $2. I'm drinking tonight. Cheers. 2 Cats, 1 Roach with $8, contributing to the part of history. This pig is sweating. Oh, wow. Thank you. Detractors are sad with $2. Steve, stop getting mad. And with another $2. Steve, you got KF Rolls illegally obtaining KF Trolls, Kiwi Farms Trolls illegally obtaining info. But it's accurate. Zamolius with $2. Steve, your integrity is amazing. Thanks. Good chemicals. Phil likes them a certain age. Factual observation, allegedly, with $2. Courier, and by the way, the comments of the viewers are the responsibility of them. I'm not standing behind what people are saying. I'm just reading all the super chats as we always do. Courier Jackalope with $2. Why does it matter? Okay, Hillary. MAGA for Palestine with $5. Steve, it's obvious that this guy is lying his ass off. Just felt this guy. Loser alert. Honk Saber EX EX with a kind and generous $1.99 super sticker. Thank you. Who's poppin' with a kind and generous £2? Let him cook. This is brutal. Steve rules with $3, says Greg Lampert. Detractors are sad with $5. Hey, Phil, polygraphs are unreliable and won't change the critics' minds. Don't give them ammo. Focus on your content instead. Fair enough, but thank you for your kindness. Hypnotoad with $2. Let's get some support. Let's go. Janoy Kresva with kind and generous $2 says Romance Steve. Thank you. Dylan with 5. What if there was a fundraiser for a test? Like maybe Phil gets some of it if he passes the test. And if he doesn't, the money goes to charity. I would do that. Thank you for your kindness. Bondman with $2. Can you guys talk about the aliens or UFOs tomorrow? Duty Streams with 5. If Phil does the poly and passes, I will apologize, quit detracting, and give him all the money I made in 2 years off of him, says Duty Streams. Remember the game with $3. That was great. Got to check out your other stuff. Broside Phil with $5. He passes a poly. I shut my channel down. Mr. Lowinator with 5. Make Phil tell you about his UFO encounter when he saw a UFO mothership fly out of RTU's ass. It's all time for disclosure. Thank you for your kindness. Thicken Wing with $2. Girthman sends his regards. Big up, Steven. Whoa, you're halfway there, says Zero with $2. Suffa Horse with $2. This is keto as F. I agree. Greg Lampert with $8. PPP is an evil genius. Suffa Phil, live by the grift, die by the grift. Mickey Thor with $2 says the polygraph will catch fire. Bologna Bong with $5 says, Steve, some shekels courtesy of the casino. Thank you for your kindness. Hill Pirate Studios with 5. Can't believe DSP still here. Can't wait for the drone stream with G2 Brief. God bless your goal, Stephen. Thank you for your kindness. Rocky with $3. Buy a coffee. Maybe I'll do that. Thank you. Sith with $5. Fat is a banned word in his chat, but he defends his use of the word R. Good point. Rocky with 7. Let's help Steve pay some bills. We love you, buddy. I don't pay my bills for the show, but thank you. All the show's proceeds just are for the show and equipment and software and whatever we need. But thank you all. Floppy FM with $2. Enjoy the Arby's. Thank you. Bo Rock with $2. Kino Boys taught him how to deal with Derek. Courier Jackalope with 5. Thank you. Courier Jackalope with $5. Buy some fries. They are the best thing at that nightmare place. Also expect a tapeworm or 5. Yeah. Mimsy with US $5. His eating and the way he describes the food he lets get cold in reviews is like something that belonged on Live Leak, not YouTube. It's hard to watch. Well, thank you for your kindness. Mimsy with 5. The Vaping Pig with 2. Steve is interacting with a literal space alien. Justin Vincent with $1 and no message, but thank you. Guitar Player 1939 with $2. I've been watching DSP since 2011. Janoy Kresva with 5 says, have some Arby's on me, Stephen. Cohih, Cohih with kind of generous $2 Canadian. How did Come on, guys, you can't send me a message. How did Cat gain so much weight then? That's really rude. Please don't do that. I'm just reading all the super chats. Leave his wife out of it. Archduke Instinct with $20. Praise the Arby's. God bless the Arby's. Thank you for your kindness. Rocky with 279 Canadian. Buy a burger. We're almost through this, friends. Smart fella, fart fella with $1 Canadian. No message, but thank you. Who's popping? I will not give Phil money. Eat up. Broside Phil with $2. February 10th, 2025. I've got a lot of bills and things. So he lied when he said he hasn't been asking for money for his bills in years. Anti-Annihilator 5000. Praise the Arby's. DW with 2. Thank you, Anti-Annihilator. DW with 2 and 2, who says, that's not a reward, you failure. People like this don't change, they just deflect. Broside Phil. 8 days ago, he talked about support and groceries, so he lied. Rocky with $14 Canadian. Send in Steve this cash because his guest annoys me. Steve, buy some Arby's with this. Yeah, DW with 2. How is streaming your business? Thank you, DW. Sith with 2. Pig Roast. DW with 2 and 2 and 2, who says you're just a liar. Just be honest. And also, what about those racist statements? And also, he's embarrassed for being called out. Ha! CSK or CISC with a kind and generous 35-pound Canadians. Get some pizzas for your kids, Steve. Thank you for your kindness. I'll do that. DW with a kind and generous $2. Ha! He's bringing up someone else making money. Broside Phil, this is horrific and not funny in the slightest with a kind and generous 2. Uncreative deconstructionism. Everything aside, I'm glad Phil is doing interviews like this. Before he was more sheltered. Hope Media Corps does that interview next. Sweetie Squad. Flint, thank you. Flint Westward with 2. Another post it in the wall. Yeah, DW with 2 and 2 says no one needs context, just the truth. Dude, shut up and answer the question. Thank you. John Shively with 5. DSP is looking for a new whale, and he's going to lie his butt off to try to get a new pay piggy. Shout out to the Duty Streams, Phil's arch nemesis. DW with 2. Shut up and answer the question. Stop, deflect. Who's popping with 2? Fall in line, Stephen. Mojo Jojo with 2. Marilyn Manson, bro, is cooking that bacon. We'll take it. Thank you. EOJJ14 with 2. Phil is definitely the R word. Come on, guys. You can't put that. I can't say that. Fat as Fupa wife. Oh, come on, guys. Come on. And by the way, I'm visually impaired, so I don't mean to read these nasty ones. Please don't be personally insulting to a guest's wife or use the R word, or I will not read your super chat going forward. I read it by mistake. Broside Phil, only 45 remains with 5. Thank you. Little Green Man with 2. His wife is also autistic, allegedly. I don't know. 2 peas in a pod. Carson Cameron Clark, wife is strange. Come on, guys, leave his wife out of this. I agree with him. He shouldn't mess with his wife. 0 with 5. Answer the question, Phil. Uncreative deconstruction with 2. Don't let him watch Hassan. Has terrible influence. What about the snort encounter with 5, says Flint Westwood. Thank you. Hypnotoad with $5. Super sticker, thank you. DW with 2. So how old was Panda Lee when you met her? Randy reviews it. Phil lied on his bankruptcy filings about his business expenses with a kind of generous 10. Thank you, Randy reviews it. Sneezeburger Syndrome with 2. Tax-free, bish. Philip Oliver Ralph. Who's popping with 2? Pre-built PC buying dunce. Shitting on RTU. Maybe. Chad Wellington with 5. His debt was choking him like he was choking his chicken. Joseph Patton with 5. How many subs for Phil to procreate? Flint Westwood, fur babies are not kids with 5. Thank you. Mix Koyat with 5. Phil, why did you ban me? I asked you to bring back DSP tries. You said you won't. You blocked me. You brought back DSP tries. Carson Cameron Clark, mastering in front of, doing something in front of the children. That's the guy. Steve has got the receipts, says Flint Westwood with a kind of generous 2. And a kind of generous 5 says, when will Phil talk to Mr. Mediacur? Carson Cameron Clark with 5. If by interactive you mean perpetually shitting on the people who give you money, yes, super engaging. Greedo the Green with 5. Will DSP show us the moves if we hit the goal? They sure look robust tonight. Jin must be hitting. Mickey Thor, ask Phil if he thinks he's a pathological liar with 5. Thank you for your kindness. All right, we got to get through this. Carson Cameron Clark. I've never not read every single super chat. We got to do it. Carson Cameron Clark with 5. Phil, your days are done. You know that you've been committing tax fraud, allegedly, and we are going to get you. Ha ha ha. Hypnotoad with 2. You got this, Steve. Don't let him ramble. I tried my best, and thank you. Greedo the Green with 20. Is he getting Cat ready for the fight or something else? Why is he feeding her so much night snack pizza? And he sure does move a lot for a person with a back and neck injury. I don't know. Thank you, Greedo the Green. Chad Wellington with 5. My cat is licking his nuts. Happy Valentine's Day. Great. Zamolius with 5. DSP used the R word constantly when describing detractors, but then banned his chatters for using the same word. Can you say hypocrite? Well, thank you for your kindness, Zamolius. Who's popping with 2? I'd rather give you money than Phil. Great. You're welcome anytime to give me more money than Phil. Junior Mint 007 with 2. Phil is dent farming looking for new suckers. Guest 3872. Steve, did you know that Worski did a stream reviewing? No, I don't think that he did a stream reviewing that with Ralph. Do I avail? No, I read the article. I don't think that's what happened, but thank you, Guest 3872, for your kindness. Hard Nose with 2. Hail King Phil. Uncreative Destructionism with 5. Praise the cash, praise the cash. Act. Thank you. Ralph and Mail with 10. Big up, Steve. Love you. Can you ask DSP what he thinks of Basketball Americans? We're almost to the end, friends. Frickin' Justin with 2. Good luck getting any truth out of this man, baby. Thank you. Mr. Feels Nothing with 2. Please don't let Phil lie to you. He lies a lot. Jack Dittman with $5 Australian. Let's be honest here. She read the SCP wiki and Ender's Game and said yes. But what if we put them together? Oh, we're done. That was from another stream. So please don't let Phil lie to you was the first one. Now, if I didn't read your gifted subscriptions, it's because I can't, and I truly apologize. But if you just email me at Truth Seeker Show, I will be happy to give you a shout out. I know you gifted the memberships. Unfortunately, my thing will only go back so far, and we're going to shout out some kind and generous kick people. Lifetime top gifters. We have Iron Chef Sakai Real with 20 gifted memberships, very generous. We have QRT $1 Million Man with 11 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Clydesdale with 10 gifted memberships. Winter Soldier with 7 gifted memberships. Adam There Turned Real with 6 gifted memberships. We've got Banjo Friend with 2 gifted memberships. We have Karnov89 with 2 gifted memberships. Bobo1489 with 1 gifted memberships. Mr. Tasteless with 1 gifted memberships. And Moreshoe with 1 gifted memberships. So we've certainly more than surpassed our goal tonight. I want to take a moment to thank all you kind and generous benefactors. And we are caught up on reading the super chats, but if you give any super chats before the broadcast ends, and I didn't already read it, I will read it as they come in. So from now on, I'll share any super chats. Maybe we should hit another 50 goal, right? Because I may need to replace some pipes in my house, right? Solid grifting. I'd like to see the polygraph test. Yeah, thank you for your kindness. And we've got Velour Fog. At the end of the day, it's all razzing. I'm trying to get to the end. Farce Face, you're an inspiration, brother. Self-employment is tough. Here's to your continued success. All right, so we probably didn't read these. And if I missed your super chat, I apologize sincerely. Just message me. TruthSeekerShow@gmail.com. We'll make it up to you on your next on the next broadcast. Thoughts on the moon being an artificial satellite? Well, there's some evidence on that. There's some meat on the bone of that conspiracy. Galactic Federation Ambassador. Sheba Dog moves his arm saying goodbye. Oh, that's a super chat. Well, thank you for the super chat. Real Take Sports. What's your take on Rogan and UFOs? Rogan believes anybody. It's terrible. He used to be very skeptical. He's gotten in with the wrong crowd of grifters. And now he just believes anybody who says anything about UFOs, which is truly disappointing. I would think with that big of following, he would do better. So we're all caught up on the super chats. Questions or comments for me we'll take some questions and comments from the live chat. Put them in all capital letters. Honestly, I'm just kind of happy this thing is over and it turned out okay. Getting messages. You did an excellent job. Thank you for taking this serious and reaching out to the community. And we thank you for recognizing that. One else says, great show. I can help you out with Ethan Ralph lore if you want. I don't think I'm going to get into Ethan Ralph. I've heard that he's, yeah. But I may. I don't know. The Ralph lore is almost as insurmountable as DSP lore, so please reach out if you have questions. I'll do that. And we thank you for your kindness and willingness to help. It's called Truth Seekers, and I really do rely on the audience to help feed me information. And, but I check and verify. Okay. We have Nihil who says, Phil will never admit the bank leaps and ownership of his WWE champion account because it proves he committed bankruptcy fraud. Allegedly. We always got to use that allegedly word because, to be fair, it's something that you're alleging. We don't have 100% verified proof of that. Any thoughts on a hollow earth theory? I think that one's horseshit, really. Do I think DSP is a pathological liar? I mean, yes and no. I think pathological liars lie even more than he does, but he may have, some deceptive tendencies, maybe. Elaine Wall said, I did a fantastic job. Well, thank you. Glad to hear it. Steve, will you watch Phil's daily wrap up before ending stream? I don't know. Is he streaming right now? I'm surprised he's not doing. Is he doing a cope stream? He might be doing a cope stream. We'll see if he's doing a cope stream. And by the way, I haven't checked, so I don't know. What is it? DSP Gaming and DSP Reacts. He would probably do it on the Reacts channel, though, right? He's not streaming on the gaming channel. DSP Reacts. Does he have any other channel I'm not aware of? He's not streaming over there. So I guess he's not doing it. Everybody said he was going to do a cope stream and beg for more money. I think he's probably going to lick his wounds and come back tomorrow after he's had time to think about how to spin this. There's going to be a lot of spin. I'm sure he's going to hit me like, oh, he wouldn't even let me answer any questions. He kept talking over me. That's because you wouldn't answer the question. So I wasn't going to let him just grind out the time, the clock, talking about unrelated shit. Keep up the great work, Steven, says Stiff Richards. Thank you. Truth Seekers, no questions. Thank you for that interview and being the voice of the voiceless. We don't care to attack or dox him. We just want him held accountable and stop abusing his chat. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. I talk to a lot of so-called detractors, and I don't think they're detractors. I think they're people that just want him to do better and stop lying to people for money. Amazing show, Steve. Thank you for holding Phil responsible and not letting him talk over you. Yeah, and I apologize. I know a lot of people dropped off because they didn't want to hear me read super chats for 20 minutes, but I've read all the super chats for the entire length of our show. And honestly, I'm going to be sad if it comes to the point where I can no longer do that. I like to thank every single person. And I mean, yeah, you can get 150 super chats and just say, thanks for all the super chats, guys. And that's thanking every person. I like to thank each one individually, personally. Careful with Ralph. He doxes. Yeah, I've been doxed 25 times, but he truly is a scary guy. Like, I just looked at his wiki and I was like, yeah, I don't think I want to interview that guy. There's some people you just don't want to welcome anywhere near your life, right? Even virtually. Missed the stream, but from the little I saw, you did fantastic. Here's more funding for that PC. Great. Thank you. Stellar job, Steve. Have a great night. Thank you for your kindness, Detective. Very kind of you. So questions or comments for me. If you're new here and don't already know it, I'm visually impaired. So it really does help me if you have a question or comment you want me to share on the screen and talk about that. You put it in all capital letters because that helps me instantly know, okay, that's a question or comment, and I don't have to read through everything. $2 from Yash. Thank you for your kindness and helping us to praise the cash. Steve, it's a video on DSP Gaming, says John. There's a video on DSP Gaming? You're kidding me. Is he really doing a cope stream? DSP Gaming. Maybe it didn't come up when I thought it would come up that he was live. DSP Gaming. I don't think, no, he doesn't have anything live right now. Live. No, he's got an upcoming. He doesn't have a live right now. So no Cope stream. That's surprising. I thought he would, you know, go fish for sympathy and donos. I don't know. And by the way, I'm going to put this on the record because a lot of people ask me. He didn't ask me for half the super chats. A lot of people said he would or he did. He didn't. Uh, and honestly, I never paid a guest in my life or split with a guest in my life. So I wouldn't do that because then everybody would ask me for half. And honestly, he was worth it. I probably would have given him the half, but a lot of the guests, come on, man. Sometimes we do 3-hour streams and we get $36. Do I really got to break $16 or, off to somebody or 17 or 8, I don't even, it's not even the money. It's the accounting. Like, what am I going to do? PayPal you $18? Like, this is stupid. H. What upset? He made me so upset when he asked you to pay him to polygraph test him. You were helping him clear his name. Said he wants something out of it. Clearing your name is not good. Almost incentive. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm going to pay my travel expenses and all that to get there. I got to pay for a hotel. That polygraph machine that I have is expensive. It's not cheap. And what does it cost to get somebody to do a polygraph? At least $300, $400, maybe $500. I'm doing it for free. So it's a free service. Actually, Steve, I used to be a pay pig of DSP. Well, I'm glad that you recovered, Real Take Sports. You could be one of my pay pigs now. Pay up, pay pig. You are most welcome. We need pay pigs. I don't have pay pigs. I have kind and generous. I don't call them pay pigs. I call them kind and generous benefactors. And by the way, we want to thank all of you YouTube channel members and you Patreon supporters and you super thanks people. Did you know that? Even if you're watching a replay, come on, this was good work. I'm going to pull my DSP for tonight. We need the support, okay? Who's going to pay for my Arby's bill if you guys don't send some donos? So hit the super thing. If you're watching a replay, you could still pay me with the super thanks, and I could get some Arby's. Maybe I'll pay for some pipes, right? Pay my bills. I need that money. I need that money. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, man. I'm going to have to share this. So I got a couple of funny things. I was going to play it in the beginning of the show, but I was afraid that he would get pissed off and like drop before the interview even started. So I didn't play this stuff up front. I was like, oh, he's not going to like this. And this one's called I Need That Money. And let me put my fair use banner up. Oh, I don't even have a fair use banner. This is a new studio set up for me. Let me just do that real quick. I'm just going to put fair use. And this is a comedic parody. And by the way, many people ask me if they could clip or restream this. It's fair use. We're big believers in fair use. Just please give me a link back to my channel and thank me in your description or something like that. And we're good. Clip away. And I hear that this is going to get clipped out the wazoo. I'm just hoping it leads back to, some more subscribers or support. Because just like Darksydephil, I need that money. I need that money, okay? I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really, really do. So this is fair use. This is a transformative work. Throughout researching this, every once in a while, this is Shig from my Discord server. There's a Truth Seekers Discord that you could join. And Shig does some funny videos that I've used in the past. Shout out to Shig, or is it Shig? I'm not even sure how to pronounce it. But I was kind of very stressed out trying to research all this stuff and make phone calls and look stuff up and match the public statements of his to these bank leaks. And it was very stressful. But every once in a while, one of you DSP fans sent me something that just made me laugh. And here's one of them. It's just called I Need That Money.
This is what you've been working for.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money. Pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
How big does this pile have to be?
Oh man, I love it. I'm here for the memes, right? And it's funny, but it's sad. This guy has literally made $1 million in his career, and he doesn't have anything to show for it. And one of the things that I should have asked him is, what happened to this finance education? Like, don't you know that you gotta? All right, I don't want to be too judgmental. Here's what I'll say. I was very, very fortunate, because I met a girl that was from the neighborhood that I grew up in, and I grew up in Kensington, man, and later Port Richmond, and it's struggling. I don't want to say it's a rough neighborhood, but it's where they filmed Rocky. Did you ever see Rocky? Under the L, we both grew up there, and it's so funny because I dated women from all different places, but somehow I ended up with a woman that grew up in the same neighborhood I did, and her family struggled, my family struggled, and when you grow up with not a lot, it's easy to be bad with money. But I made it a point, and I got some very important lessons early, and that is always live beneath your means. Just because you can afford, a 5,000 square foot 10 bedroom house doesn't mean you should buy one. Just because you can afford $100,000 car doesn't mean you should buy one. I'm driving like a 2000, I think it's 2008 Mazda 5, and I've been hit in the parking lot like 4 times, got all these dents in it. It's just, but it still runs great, and it's got 110,000 miles. I'm going to drive that car until the wheels fall off of it because I live beneath my means. And I should have talked to him about this. Like, maybe that's a lesson he never learned. You don't live above your means or even at your means. You live well beneath your means. Because if you do that, you will always be able to sock away some money for a rainy day. And let's be clear, friends, sometimes it rains and sometimes it pours. And we certainly see in poor Phil's life, there's been a lot of times where it rained, it poured, and he didn't have anything socked away to help him get through the storm. And so I've been very fortunate. And also, I just want to say it's very easy for me to be judgmental. I have an accountant for a wife, and she is very good with finance and money. It's been her job forever. She's just good at numbers. She's good at spreadsheets and shit. And so we we set aside money. We always set aside all the money that we can, really, because we have a special needs son. My son is autistic and nonverbal, and someday we're not going to be here, and he's going to need a lot of money to make sure that he's well cared for. I'm sure his brother will help with that, at least with the. Anyway, not to get too personal, we sock away money and we live well beneath our means, and we always have. We've always agreed to do that together as a couple, and she's just very practical. We get our tax return and she's saving it for something. I want to buy an 80-inch TV. She's like, no. We have the same 50-inch. We have like a 10-year-old plus 50-inch TV. We really do. It's fine. It still works. It's got plenty of AV inputs and I think 2 or 3 HDMI input. What I don't. It's so old that it takes 2 people to move it. This 50-inch TV, and it's like this thick. It's not like a big CRT one, but it's one of those first 50. We've had the same 50-inch TV for 10 years. I keep telling her we should get an 80-inch no, we don't need that. You make do. And maybe Phil never learned how to make do. And I do think that he lives a pretty extravagant lifestyle, a lot of takeout food and a lot of unnecessary expenses, at least for entertainment. Spending 40 grand on a children's wrestling game to me is insane. He could buy a small plot of land somewhere and a camping trailer and have a vacation home for cheap for that 40 grand. Instead, he played a video game, right? Send you an email was messages I had to break apart. The end is near. Beware with a kind and generous $2. Well, thank you for that. I'll check the email in a moment. We'll see if we get some more of these questions or comments before we bounce on out of here. Invite Ethan Van Shiver on. He's the Comicsgate guy, and he's 10 minutes away from Philly. I don't know. Email me about him. Send me some links. Great job dealing with a narcissist. Allegedly, can be exhausting. Yeah, It's Steve Cambion who is afraid of me, if you want to know the truth about it. Crocmaster McGee's Axe. I don't even know who that is. Daily Wrap Up just posted at Truth Seekers. Oh, I don't know. Does he talk about the interview in the Daily Wrap Up? You West Huff that guy. Thank you, Kevin Holt. Invite Ethan Van Sciver on. Okay, we already got that one. Send me a message, truthseekershow@gmail.com. You have to investigate Mersh and his fake cat charity, and also investigate the Strokes next. Yeah, he is a content creator at the end of the day. Have you done Zeta Talk and Nancy Leiter? No, I haven't. Send me some links. I always tell people, don't just tell me about something. You have to send it to me in email, because then it's there. And if I don't get to it that day, I could go back to it and check out the links. Send me some samples of their stuff. Just post it Daily Wrap Up in DSP Gaming. Well, that was quick. If he did it that fast, I don't know. Yeah, so we're getting some good messages. Wow, we're getting some great messages. Yeah, somebody said I should message Phil and thank him for coming on. I do that every time, whether it goes like this or it goes like super friendly. I always thank the guest, and yeah, I'm thankful that he did this. Just posted Daily Wrap Up. Okay. Ethan Van Sciver is disgusting, degenerate. Oh, yeah, controversial. Yeah, the Daily Wrap Up video is not a live stream. Okay. It's not live. People are telling me, okay, should someone report it to the IRS hotline about him selling the WWE? I would never do that myself, but people are free to do what they're going to do. And I got it. Invite that one guy, Ethan Van, whatever. Yeah, I get that. Thank you. Please don't spam the chat. Remember, I'm visually impaired, so it's tough for me to say, oh, we already read that one. DSP said that this was a setup, basically. Oh, did he say that in the wrap up? He was set up. He's gonna cope. He's gonna do a cope. Cope, bitch. Bish. Suffer. Suffer, DSP. And by the way, if he let me get through the more evidence that I had, it would have been a lot worse for him. But he's talking in circles so much. I'm sure he's going to say I wouldn't let him answer and I talked over him. He's going to use any defense he can, because he's going to try to muddy the waters and deflect from the fact that he's been lying to his audience for years. When people asked Phil if he kept a rainy day fund, he thought it was money you literally spent on a rainy day because you have nothing better to do. Oh no, Orange. Oh no. I just care about money. I just can't help it. I'm so enveloped in greed and money. I need money. I need money. Yeah. And there's another one here. And I had to edit this one out because it said something about something that was too much for this. But this is some of the funny mashups too that people have been sending me. I'm going to share another one. All right, let's see if we can grab a couple more of these. Steve, the video is on his channel, not in the live section. It's the newest Daily Wrap Up. I'll check it after. I want to go through the whole thing right now. When people ask Phil, okay, I saw that. Please don't post the same question twice. I'm going to try to get to your question. But boy, it's going by. Real Fake Sports with $2 says plasma TV. Maybe. I don't know. I don't really know much about TVs. I know that I'm visually impaired, so I have a 50-inch TV over here and a 50-inch TV over here. But honestly, I got them on Facebook Marketplace for one was 65 because there's a button broken on it, and one was 100. I just like the big monitor because on a 50-inch monitor, if I'm working on a computer, I don't struggle at all, and I can make it as big as I want, and it's easy to read everything. I got a regular size monitor in front of me, and it's tough. It's really tough. Hopefully my vision doesn't deteriorate any further. Uncreative Deconstruction. He claimed you were calm for the first 20 minutes, and then you were going in circles trying to get him for things people already mentioned. Oh, he is. He already did a cope. He already uploaded cope. That was fast. Never seen someone. Thank you, Uncreative Deconstructionism. Layla Fell Gaming with a kind of generous $5. Never seen someone deflect so hard. he can make whatever excuses that he makes. He cannot refute the evidence. It's overwhelming that the bank leaks are real. The evidence is overwhelming that he lies to his audience and says he needs money for one thing and then he spends it on other things. And, sue me, Phil. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to it, having investigated this for weeks on end. You know, he will spurg tomorrow. It's a 5-minute Coke video, True Seekers. Yeah, he had to jump on and explain to his pay pigs why he got felted so badly. And that, my friends, I think tonight went very keno, honestly. If you watch your pennies, the dollars will take care of themselves. Very good advice, Yash. Thank you for your comment. So, listen, we've done our due diligence. My children are home. Listen to this. This is the stupidest shit I ever heard. So, I live in the suburbs of Philadelphia, about a 45-minute drive to Philadelphia. I lived in Philadelphia all my life until we moved here. So there's an Eagles parade in Philadelphia. So they closed the schools in my area. And their justification is if the riots and partying get too bad in Philadelphia, then the police here have to go help the Philadelphia police. So they're worried that there'll be a shortage of available police officers or something. And my kids are home all day tomorrow and I have to take care of them. And it's no big thing, but I always tell my wife, like, oh, great, I'm on house arrest. Because I don't know what you know about autistic children, but it's very difficult to take my autistic son anywhere. He has meltdowns sometimes if he's not feeling like doing something. And it's just difficult. It's very, very tough. So today was a rat race because I had to prep for the show. I had to go to Walmart with my 8-year-old and buy him a game. I owed him a game. And god damn, those Switch games are expensive. Of course, first, he picked the most expensive game. It was $60. It was some kind of Mario game. But then he changed his mind and he wanted Mario versus Donkey Kong, I think it was, and that was 50. And I was still like, geez, man, I thought these Switch games were cheaper. And I never want to be the dad to say, no, get the $10 or $20 game. So I just let him. But we had to get Valentine's Day stuff because we're staying home. We're not going out. It's the worst night to go out. I hate to say it, but I agree with Phil. It's the worst night to go out to a restaurant. So we're just staying home, but I got like some treats and 3 bouquets of flowers, one from me, one from my oldest son, and one from my youngest son. She's got 3 Valentines tomorrow and some cards but I wanted to get that taken care of because tomorrow would be a nightmare to try to go to the store with the 2 kids and get all this done. It's difficult to take my older son, Zach, anywhere. Truth Seekers, we have a lot in common. Raised in Philly, lived out in Bucks for a bit, have an autistic child. Big ups. Oh, good to hear that, Duty Streams. That's interesting. Yeah, when my son got his diagnosis at like 3 years old, I pretty much dropped everything. That was another reason I wanted to start a business because it was very difficult to go to work and put him, with a family member to take care of him because he's very difficult to handle. And unfortunately, like I'm one of the only people he will listen to. So in other words, if he's acting out and I say, sit down, stop doing that, he will. Somebody else tells him the same thing, he doesn't care. He's got that connection with me. So I sort of became his de facto 24/7 caretaker. I wouldn't have it any other way, though. He's my son. Somebody's got to take care of him. He's getting better as he gets older. There's tiny, tiny little improvements. And every once in a while, he surprises us with a couple of new words. But most of the time that he talks, it's like requests for food. And we tried everything, so please don't message me. We had that communicator on an iPad, but mostly he used that to ask for popcorn, 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 popcorn. That was his big thing with that. Um, he's got all the help that he could possibly get. He's got a lot of counselors and side by sides and teachers and he's getting all the help that we could get him. But it's still very difficult. Well, Phil is a natural born liar after all, so he'll vent against you on his show. I'll let him do it. I'm just going to put this on the record. Phil, you can say anything you want about me. I have a multi-year track record of ethics, morality, integrity, and telling people the truth. And you, not so much. So he can say whatever he's going to say about me. DSP called that police officer for literally nothing. Yeah. Is my son goth? I don't consider myself goth. I have dark hair. And I wear glasses because I have something called third nerve palsy. I have a lazy eye from a brain aneurysm. I have one bad eye. And it's very distracting on camera if my one eye's wonky looking over here and my other eye's looking at the guest. So I just wear the glasses so it's not a distraction either to the audience or to me. I don't want to be thinking about it or worrying about it. You know, I survived a life threatening brain aneurysm. I was in the hospital for months in intensive care, multiple brain surgeries. I lived through it, but I lost an eye, or, but I walked away breathing. And ever since then, to me, every day has been a gift. So I just put on a pair of shades and we roll on with life, do the best you can do. Yeah, yeah. Freezy Pop says Steve's whole thing is honesty. Yeah. Kylo Ren. I get that a lot. That and Grandpa's Boy Villain, and who was the other one? Oh no, that's pretty much it. Kylo Ren. DSP. We've all been outdone and trolled again. The glasses are killer anyway, Steve. Yeah, it kind of became my trademark. Like so I'm gonna keep wearing them. And when this company that makes these style of glasses goes out of business, I'm gonna cry. But I have about 100 pairs around here over the years. They get scratched up. I buy more, You can buff that out if I really need to. Marilyn Manson. Yeah, I've gotten that my whole life. But the funny thing is, I look like Marilyn Manson with long black hair. Used to have black hair all the way down to my ass. I look like Marilyn Manson before Marilyn Manson looked like Marilyn Manson. That's just called goth style. It's not Marilyn Manson, but growing up in the city, I'd walk around with my long black hair. As soon as Manson came out, that's all I heard. Like, people would shout, "Hey, yo, Marilyn Manson," when I'm walking down the street. It kind of bugged me because honestly, I always thought I was a better songwriter than him. But hey, good for him. He got the shot that I wish I would have got, right? You can't do better than opening for and being produced by Trent Reznor. That would make me cream in my pants if that happened to me. Native Mamba, back when DSP said he talked to an investigator, he, not she, told me that they only investigate human trafficking. Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, Native Mamba. I already thought of that. And people are going to put the pieces together and prove that he lied again. He can't keep his story straight. And, that's something I should have mentioned to him. And that is, the truth doesn't change. It doesn't change over time. It doesn't change when circumstances change. It doesn't change when it's convenient or difficult for you. The truth is the truth is the truth. It doesn't change. You know what does change? Stories when you lie. Because you got to tell more lies to cover the last lies, and people will put it together. I look like John Cale. I don't know who that is. I'm going to have to look that up. John Cale. Is it Cale? Oh yeah, I do know who that is. Okay. Yeah, I'll take it. Well, he's a good looking guy, so I'll take it. Don't tell me I look like an ugly person. That's not a compliment, right? Uh, he lies like he breathes. I know it's sad, And hey, I wish Ashton and the Keynote guys a lot of luck with that redemption arc, but I think it's a long shot at best. Is there any big thing you regret not bringing up to DSP during the interview? I would have liked to drill down on the fact that he was offered a $50,000 a year job, which would have enabled him to not have to beg every day of his life. But he chose not to do it. And that's sad. I would have liked to drill down on the promises he made his parents and then broke, because a lot of people say he scammed them out of money and he didn't keep his promise to them, and that's terrible. After all, honor thy father and thy mother it's a commandment for a reason. You got to honor your parents, and if they help you out and they have requirements on that help, or requests like, hey, if we give you this money, you got to do this, and you say okay, and then you don't do it, you know Cyclops 86, fellow vision problem person. I lost my right after being shot. I have a fake eye which moves. Wow, that's crazy, Cyclops. I'm glad you're okay, though. I'm glad you survived getting shot in the eye. That's crazy. Over 16 years of lies. He lies because it's a felony, brother. Well, allegedly, right? Allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. he scammed his own parents, that scoundrel, allegedly. My favorite part. Are you done? Can I speak, Steve? Here's Exhibit D. Yeah. What? Look, he doesn't have any evidence. That's the big problem. That he could say whatever he wants about the detractors. They got mountains of evidence. So-called detractors. I don't even like that term. And by the way, if I use that term, I apologize because some people said, "Oh, you shouldn't call everybody detractors. They're not really." Well, that's the term that Phil uses and everybody uses. So I apologize if I were to use that term incorrectly. And got just a here's another funny one that I could share. And this is this is the kind of comedic parodies that kept me laughing while I was doing all this hard work and learning the lore and doing the research. Let's check it out. Apparently, even Alex Jones thinks that Darksydephil is kind of scummy.
There it is. Oh, my God. I mean, that is a horror movie cover. Seriously, he is scarier looking than It the Clown. I mean, that is a psychopath right there. I mean, look at him. God. Oh, I mean, it cries out, danger, danger, alert, alert. I am a scumbag. I am filth. I am your enemy. I've tried to do joke photos like this to look disingenuous, and I can make any face I want to. I can't pull it off because the eyes, Chico. It's always in the eyes. Oh, my gosh. Oh, hell on earth. He wants to run your life. He wants to control every aspect of your life because he knows he is a cowardly, degenerate sack of anti-human trash.
Wow, Alex Jones, why don't you tell us what you really think, right? And of course, that's a comedic parody. I didn't want to play any while he was here because I thought this might not go well. I woke up randomly and saw Truth Seekers was live. Woo, 650 people watching at 3 a.m. Well, we had a more 1,200 or 1,500 earlier, Jeremy. We had a good night. We had a great night tonight. Good to see you in the live chat. Detractors were the ones that proved he is a valedictorian. Detractors have proved he is valedictorian and have always tried to find the truth no matter what because you don't need to lie. And Phil, he's a rat. Yeah, I mean, it's wacky. Well, listen, friends, it's getting real late. Thanks for reminding me, Jeremy. I got to take care of my kids all day tomorrow, so I got to bounce on out of here. It's been a long day. We want to thank you, kind and generous benefactors, you YouTube channel members, you Patreon supporters, you Super Chatter, Super Sticker, PayPal pledgers. We love all of you. I missed the PayPal pledgers. Let me check in with that real quick before we leave. And like I said, I apologize so much. I forgot to put the chat in slow mode, and even the super chats were flying by faster than I could read them tonight. I believe we read all the super chats, but if I did miss one, I apologize. And we have BM with the kind and generous $5 PayPal says, thank you for this great keynote pushing Darksydephil's buttons. Dude is a giant liar. Did you notice at the end, once he got kicked off his high horse, he just couldn't leave because he was personally offended that you wouldn't let him big man you because you called him an R word instead of a mastermind like he wanted. Kino. Well, thank you for your kindness in the $5 super chat. By the way, I may have a day off this weekend, so don't send a super chat because I got to wait for those. Make sure you send me the PayPal pledges. It's truthseekershow@gmail.com because I'm going to need that money for my day off. And I promise I will eat a Arby's burger since we hit the goal. And in case anybody doesn't know, I'm kind of making fun of his goals because they're stupid and grifty. And oh, man. And by the way, there's a guy on YouTube named Darksydephil, and I hope he doesn't mind, but I borrowed his video and I didn't put it in the description of the video. So go to the YouTube channel Darksydephil. He makes funny music videos featuring Darksydephil, like this banger where he's begging for money. You gotta love it, friends. So we've done our due diligence. Thanks to all the support tonight. I think that this is the most supported show I've ever done. And I really appreciate all the support. And like I said, if I missed your super chat, or if I missed anything, any bit of support, like if you bought memberships and I didn't call it out and thank you, just email me at trueseekershow@gmail.com. We'll catch up the very next live show, which is either tomorrow night or Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. So, yeah, we've done our due diligence. That's all I got for you, friends. I really want to tell you that I believe, to wrap up, I believe in a road to redemption for all men. And I guess part of me really hoped that Phil would just own up to past mistakes. Because I truly believe if he just said, hey, I made some bad financial decisions. Maybe I wasn't entirely honest back then, but I'm a better person now and I'm trying to do better. I think he wouldn't lose any support and people would stop ragging on him so much and busting his balls for being a lying, grifting scumbag. I truly believe that. And I believe that's the proper road to redemption. You have to recognize your mistakes and atone for them. If he won't even admit his mistakes, he's never going to atone for them. So karmically, his life will always be. You notice how he always says, like, all this stuff is screwed up in his life? That's because his karma is screwed up. And it's never going to get better until he acknowledges his mistakes, apologizes to the people he hurt, and move forward in life. I truly hope that he finds a road to redemption. And like a lot of people know, I have a daily prayer list. And I never pray for myself. I pray for other people. So I'm adding Phil. I truly wish him a road to redemption. I'm adding Phil to my daily prayers and meditation. And that's what I'm going to pray, that Darksydephil finds a road to redemption. I got to give him points, man. He is resilient and he doesn't give up. And that can get you pretty far in life. But you got to do it the ethical and moral way. That's my 2 cents. And that's all I got for you. So until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night and God bless all of you, especially you, Darksydephil.
I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. Hello, everybody. It's Darksydephil. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill. Stupid fucking trolls, man. I just want to chill. I rock back and forth on the X and Y axis. Tip me so I could catch up on back taxes, making large stacks, refunding chargebacks, and my laugh sounds like act. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. I want to have chill stream. No detractor memes, bathroom breaks, playing WWE, relax and chill session of Street Fighter 3. Like I'm getting my vibe back from 2017. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel. I'm the one who just filed for bankruptcy. I'm the one who didn't pay my taxes. I'm the one. Me. I'm the one who masturbated in front of children. I'm the one who got 4th place at Evo. I'm the one with a 10-year legacy. I'm the one. Me. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill, the condo fees, my mortgage, my taxes, my back taxes, my current taxes, my state taxes, my federal taxes, my tax attorney, my tax guy. my tax accountant, my bankruptcy lawyer, all of my credit cards, my new setup, and a new laptop. PS5, gin, bowl of ramen, WWE champion.
Dark corners of the night, secrets hidden from the light. Whispers turn to screams, shattering all your dreams. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through